During the selection ceremony, the unthinkable happened. The artifacts didn't just glow, they screamed in resonance with young Dane. In a family where even the greatest geniuses are blessed with only one ability, Dane defied the heavens by awakening all four. This was unprecedented. His bloodline is legendary. His father is the Empire's spear god, his mother, a shadow assassin, and his sisters are prodigies in magic. They all expected him to choose a single path, but fate had other plans. His father made a vow. They wouldn't choose. They would teach him everything. Dane is destined to become the omnipotent lord, mastering the spear, assassination, magic, and summoning. But the world is blind to his dark secret. He is a soul from another time, formerly Argrik, a quad-class knight of the enemy Drenic Empire, born in blood and forged in the fires of war. Raised by the sword, he awakened on the battlefield at 14. A meteor rising through the ranks, mastering 4 cores with terrifying speed. He stood on the precipice of becoming a legend, but his path was severed. He faced Duke Thermian, a monster among men, a Hexa-class knight, steel shattered. His heart was pierced, his ambition turned to dust. Yet, the gods possess a twisted sense of humor. He opened his eyes in the enemy's land. He retained the soul of a veteran warrior. Years fly by, and the clang of steel echoes in the training hall. Dane and his father are at it again. Our little monster has grown terrifyingly fast. Arkan beams with pride. It's only been 30 seconds for us, but for them, time has flown. The technique Arkan taught him, Dane hasn't just learned it, he's perfected it. Today marks his 7th year in this new life. As they share a moment of bonding, a servant interrupts, presenting a long, wrapped object. Arkan's eyes light up. He unveils the weapon, a birthday gift fit for a warrior. Arkan explains he couldn't wait for the banquet. He had to beat Mom's gift. Commissioned from the capital's legendary smiths, this masterpiece took 2 years to forge. Arkan presents it with a father's pride. Happy 7th birthday. Dane discards his wooden stick instantly. The spear calls to him. It's magnificent, he cries out. Obsidian shaft, silver tip, it's a work of art. And the weight? Perfection. I love it, he declares, unable to keep his hands still. He's itching to swing it. Arkan seizes the teaching moment. Son, do you know why the spear differs from the sword? Reach, Dane answers sharply. Dominate the distance, and with a small point of contact, the piercing power is absolute. Arkan nods. True, but power comes with a price. Once the enemy breaches your guard, the spear becomes a burden. Even the so-called perfect sword has flaws. Dane absorbs the wisdom. Then, the atmosphere changes. Arkan spins the spear, the air heavy with pressure. Watch closely. Dane's eyes widen. The mana radiating from his father is suffocating. This is the true realm of a Hexa-class master. The mana density is crushing. Arkan charges up his energy. He thrusts a simple movement, yet space itself twists and warps around the spear tip. The air screams in protest. Compression, Arkan explains, focusing all magic into a singular point of destruction. Dane nods innocently, claiming his sister taught him. In reality, he knows this because he lived it. More cores mean shattering human limitations, and he remembers every lesson from his past life. Arkan grins, reminding him of the 6-core disparity. Dane feigns amazement, but internally, he smirks. If I hadn't died, I would have reached that realm too. Your turn, Arkan challenges. Dane hesitates for a split second. Empty your mind. Dane grips the shaft. In his past life, he lived by the sword, treating the spear as a mere sidearm. But this is a new life, a new weapon. He shifts into his stance, the world around him fading away. Arkan smiles. It took him 7 years to master this art. Surely the boy will fail. He watches with amused affection. Then, Dane strikes. A boom echoes. The air shatters. Arkan's jaw hits the floor. Logic just got obliterated. How? Arkan roars, rushing over, shock turning to wild laughter. You little monster, Dane explains calmly. I gathered the mana, condensed it at the tip, and severed the flow at the moment of impact. Arkan trembles. Did you form a mana core? Dane nods. I read it in a book and just tried it. A bold-faced lie. He forged it through secret breathing techniques from his past life, but Arkan doesn't need to know that. Arkan kneels, eyes shining with pride. A legend has been born. Dane hides a wicked smile. Old man, you haven't seen anything yet. Arkan's mind races. Mage? Spearman? Assassin? Can his son truly become the omnipotent lord of the Empire? Night falls. The banquet hall glitters with gold and fake laughter. It's time for the celebration to begin. Everyone is there, including him, Duke Thermian, the man who severed Dane's past life. He beckons Arkan over. My lord. Arkan bows. Stop that. Thermian laughs. He is the titan of the Empire, the head of the Thermian duchy. Arkan hisses. Eyes are watching Duke. We must maintain the facade. Thermian waves it off. Where is the birthday boy? Arkan calls him over. The name Thermian hits Dane like a physical blow. Memories of blood and cold steel flash before his eyes. He suppresses the urge to kill, bowing perfectly. Dane Sagres, at your service. The Duke laughs, impressed by his nobility. A spearman in the making? The Duke chuckles. Suddenly, a small figure emerges from behind the Duke's shadow, and Dane freezes. The young master flinched, taken aback for a split second. The girl before him executed a flawless bow, a display of perfect aristocratic etiquette. She introduced herself as Layla Thermian, the youngest jewel of the Thermian Duchy. With introductions made, the celebration roared on. Guests reveled in the music and the enchanting evening atmosphere. However, two men could not share in this joy, Count Arkan Sagres and Duke Thermian. A shadow hung over them. The Baroness Thermian remained gravely ill. Despite the Duke's desperate efforts to find a cure, hope was fading. Arkan prayed this was merely a passing storm, and that his friend's wife would recover. Yet, the Duke had issued a grim warning. If he suddenly vanished from the party, it meant her condition had worsened, and he would use a teleportation scroll to rush back to the capital instantly. But tonight was about Dane. The birthday boy, however, had slipped away. The Duke found him to be a witty child and wished to speak with him, but even Arkan had lost track of his son. He soon noticed that Miss Layla was missing as well. Locating them proved simple enough. The two young souls had escaped together, likely fleeing the suffocating boredom of the banquet hall. What the two discussed remained a mystery to the adults. In private, the stoic Layla transformed into a chatterbox. Truthfully, she despised trailing her father to these stuffy noble gatherings. But tonight, she was glad she came. Layla had heard rumors of Dane's handsomeness, but seeing him bathed in moonlight exceeded all expectations. She confessed her love for this place, and Dane was relieved to hear it. Unlike the chaotic capital, the Sogre's territory was a sanctuary of peace. Layla envied him. Her home was a hive of activity, with nobles arriving daily to discuss business and politics. Sometimes even the imperial family would descend upon them. The most exhausting part? Every single visitor meant she had to don a formal dress and play the perfect doll. She had to march out and greet them all. She hated it with a passion. Instead of silks and lace, her heart yearned for practical clothes and the freedom to swing her sword from dawn until dusk. Dane blinked in surprise. A delicate, harmless-looking girl choosing the way of the sword over magic? It was unexpected. As for him, he cherished the quiet life of his domain. It wasn't as lively as the capital, but that silence gave him time to master the spear. Layla was shocked he chose a spear, but then she recalled his father's legendary title. It all made sense now. She had heard endless tales of the Blue Whirlwind. Since Dane was training so intensely, she assumed he aimed to enroll in the academy as well. However, Dane shook his head. That wasn't his reason for training. Layla was stunned. For her, sweating and bleeding in training had only one goal: acceptance into the prestigious academy. She heard admission was a brutal trial. Dane, however, possessed an unwavering confidence. He wasn't training to get in. He was training to transcend his own limits. Layla couldn't fathom his casual arrogance regarding the entrance exams. She asked what he would do if he failed. His answer? It was simple. Our hero wouldn't sulk or give up. He would simply try again. And if a second attempt failed, he would accept that the heavens had a different path for him. Layla was floored. How could he be so casual about his future? She asked if he feared disappointing his family. But our hero remained unshakable. Compared to the hell of his past life, noble pressure was nothing. Layla could only look on with envy. In her house, failure was a sin. Dane, having lived among nobles for 7 years now, still found their obsession with reputation petty. Looking at Layla, he offered a warm smile. "You will succeed, Layla. I have no doubt." Hearing those words, she lit up like a star. She eagerly offered to show Dane her swordsmanship right then and there. Our hero was taken aback by her sudden fire, but stopping a warrior when the urge to train strikes is impossible. Layla demanded to know where the training grounds were. Dane escorted her, praying they wouldn't break anything. Once there, Layla didn't hold back. She flowed through her forms like a veteran. To an amateur, her blade work looked flawless. But our hero was far from a beginner. Watching her with a predator's eye, he noted how her transition from attack to defense was smooth, and her timing was sharp. However, there was a flaw. After a few sequences, her rhythm broke. The melody of her sword lost its beat. Panting after her display, a satisfied Layla asked for his verdict. At first, Dane tried to be polite, telling her she moved fantastically. He said he enjoyed watching her, and Layla beamed with pride. But Dane's warrior spirit demanded honesty. He pointed out that she still had room to grow. Specifically, after the third form, Layla was taking a half-step too many. It happened again in the following forms. These tiny, extra half-steps were stacking up, throwing her entire sword style out of alignment. The critique hit her like a physical blow. Layla stood speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Dane panicked. Had he been too harsh? His analysis was too blatant. He scrambled to apologize, claiming he might be wrong, blaming his insight on some old swordsman he saw once. He feared he had crushed her spirit for nothing. But Layla wasn't weak. She regained her composure and gripped her hilt tighter. Realization dawned in her eyes. She repeated the move, removing the extra step. Slash. It was perfect. Dane's advice was the missing piece of the puzzle. Her joy exploded. Gratitude overwhelmed her, and she threw herself at Dane in a crushing hug. Our hero tried to resist, but it was futile. Layla was mesmerized by his knowledge. In a single glance, he had fixed a mistake that had plagued her for months. A mistake her own teachers had missed. She promised to remember this favor forever. She finally released Dane, who was nearly suffocating, almost slicing him with her sword in the process. That little lady really needed a lesson in spatial awareness. Dane was caught off guard by the embrace, though he couldn't deny it felt nice. But their private moment was shattered. Servants were shouting, hunting for them everywhere. They had rested enough. Not wanting to be caught hiding at the training grounds, they hurried back to the party. Upon their return, Dane became the center of the universe. His parents officially announced his birthday and the awakening of his first mana core. And of course, it was time for the gift. A brooch bearing the family crest, identical to his sister's. His mother whispered for him to treasure it. This wasn't just jewelry. It was proof of his status and honor. Following his parents, the guests showered him with praise. Dane had officially earned the name Sogris. No one in that hall doubted he would grow into a legend like his father. His parents beamed with pride, and so did little Dane. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he felt the warmth of genuine celebration. Suddenly, boom! The entire room trembled. Guests screamed, panic seizing the hall. Was it an earthquake? An enemy invasion? Dane braced himself for battle, but his father remained calm. Fear not. Count Sogres knew exactly what this chaos was. He had hoped for a quiet day, but apparently, his daughter didn't care for quiet. Dane looked up. Lightning crackled near the ceiling, ripping the air apart. In a split second, a portal tore open above the terrified guests. Jaws hit the floor as a small figure shot out of the void, mocking the laws of physics to land perfectly on her feet. It was Dane's older sister, Arabella, and, if you asked her, she wasn't late at all. The guests stood frozen, unable to comprehend the explosive entrance of this young lady. To tear open a teleportation gate so casually, one needed the mastery of at least 5 chains. But Dane wasn't impressed. He was just annoyed by the sheer arrogance of her arrival. The chaos had barely settled when the sky darkened. A massive shadow engulfed the banquet hall. A wyvern descended from the heavens with a rider on its back. It seems Lady Claire enjoys terrorizing the guests just as much. Her expression was dark as thunder. She was furious about losing the race to her sister by a single step. She stormed into the venue, radiating intensity. The crowd erupted in whispers. A genius summoner controlling a wyvern at the age of 16? It was unheard of. Finally, the chaotic duo had returned to the family estate. They stood united before the family head, all to celebrate the birth of the Sogres family's treasure, their beloved little brother, Dane. Both sisters had made their legendary entrances. The introductions were skipped entirely. They immediately shoved gifts into his face. "Happy birthday," Dane smiled, thanking Arabella and Claire for the long journey home. They had abandoned their prestigious studies just for this moment. Their eyes sparkled with obsession for their little brother. Duke Arcana watched, biting his handkerchief. He nearly shed tears of blood at the preferential treatment his son was getting. He only got a piece of paper for his birthday. But for Dane, Arabella presented a ring infused with dimensional magic, a masterpiece she had crafted with her own hands. This wasn't ordinary magic. It contained the essence of the highest chains. Even her esteemed professor struggled with such complex enchantments. It is common knowledge that imbuing subspace magic is a feat of legends. Arabella held the ring like a holy relic. She slid it onto her brother's hand with a gentle gaze. She must have poured her very soul into designing an artifact capable of withstanding a whole subspace, and the security was absolute. It was blood-bound to Dane's genetic code alone. A legendary artifact, unique in all the world. Mother Lily sensed the power immediately. Pure mana rippled across the surface of the ring. It was forged from the highest-grade magic stones in existence. Arabella leaned in to explain the mechanism. Just a little push. Imbue your mana here, and the void opens. It was light years ahead of clumsy dimensional pouches. To Dane, this was a king's treasure, an invaluable artifact that defied logic. In his past life memories, such tools were reserved for the elite. Only supreme commanders and archmages on the battlefield wielded this kind of convenience. It would even evolve alongside his physical growth. Dane channeled his energy immediately. Whoosh! A vibrant green gate materialized in thin air. Duke Arcana froze. He was stunned. His son controlled the void effortlessly. Claire, Duke Thermian, and Layla watched with wide eyes, completely flabbergasted by the radiant display of magic. He opened the subspace faster than Arabella did in her prime. A true monster of talent. If he cultivated both a mana core and a mage's circle, he would become an entity that defies the laws of nature. Following the magical display, Claire stepped up with a grin to present her offering. Dane accepted the wooden box with a polite bow. Slowly, he lifted the lid. Inside rested a mysterious egg on velvet silk. Dane reached out, but Claire panicked. "Careful, that's not a toy." Her voice trembled with warning. The pressure coming from the egg was suffocating. The family leaned in, curious about the strange aura, but Claire only whispered the truth to Dane. "It's a familiar. A lucky find while she was summoning a demon." Even she didn't know what ancient beast slumbered inside, but everyone knows. A familiar is a treasure worth toppling kingdoms for. Dane's mind raced. He tried to picture the beast within. Familiars were the apex of summoning arts. Unlike spirits that vanish, a familiar remains by its master's side for eternity in the physical realm. Keep it hidden until it awakens. Dane nodded, sealing the blood oath. Meanwhile, Arabella puffed her cheeks. She was clearly irritated by the secrets being shared without her. As for the incubation method, he had to feed it mana, morning and night. Only then would it imprint on him as the absolute master. Lady Lily smiled warmly. Her heart melted at the sight of her children. Such incredible gifts proved their unbreakable bond. But with the exchange finished, Duke Arcana cleared his throat loudly. He reminded his daughters of their manners. "Shouldn't you say hello to your parents?" They had crashed the banquet like natural disasters and ignored the hosts. The girls stiffened. They finally greeted their father with awkward smiles. But the Duke was a softy at heart. His anger evaporated instantly. His daughters were home. Since they left to pursue their own legends, the house had been too quiet. Duke Arcana was just relieved to see them healthy. Layla watched from the shadows. The Sogras family shone like the sun, warm, loud, loving, a painful contrast to her own frozen world. Dane felt a gaze. He turned to see Layla slipping away into the crowd. Her silhouette screamed of loneliness. Why did she look so broken amidst the celebration? The festivities faded into the night. Morning came. Duke Thermian strolled through the Sogras estate grounds. His mind was buzzing with political calculations. Arabella Sogras was a monster, as expected of the best mage at the academy. Her affinity for magic was simply terrifying. She was the perfect candidate. Perfect for his son, the academy's sword genius. If the spear and the staff united, House Sogras and House Thermian, they would become a superpower, rivaling the imperial throne itself. If that alliance formed, no force on the continent could touch them. Duke Thermian made up his mind. He would propose the engagement today. He marched toward Arcana to discuss the future. But suddenly, clang! The sharp sound of steel cut through the air. It was coming from the training grounds. Who trains at the crack of dawn? It was Dane. The boy was polishing his spear arts with frightening intensity. His aura was already that of a killer. Years of hellish discipline with his father. An insane work ethic for a child. He wasn't just practicing. He was preparing for war. Dane moved with the fluidity of a veteran, a warrior's soul in a child's body. He flew across the training field. Pierce, slash, thrust. Every hit was a fatal blow. He shifted gears, pushing his speed to the limit. His spear became a blur of silver light. Countless stabs erupted in a split second. Curiosity took hold of Duke Thermian. He watched from the shadows, completely mesmerized. The youngest son was going absolute beast mode. The Duke's expert eyes widened. That wasn't just flailing. That was perfection. The boy's concentration was absolute. 7 years old? Impossible. The intent behind those strikes. It was terrifyingly refined. No child should possess this level of martial mastery. Even veteran spearmen would bow their heads in shame. Dane finished the set with a final thrust. He exhaled a long, hot breath. Steam rose from his body. Duke Thermian was shook to his core. What he witnessed defied common sense. The rumors were true. They said the Sogras boy was a prodigy since infancy. He thought it was just proud parent propaganda. But this was undeniable reality. Dane didn't rest for long. He reset his stance. Focus returned to his eyes instantly. He shifted his footwork. The Duke gasped. As one of the strongest swordsmen in the land, he recognized it. That stance, that rhythm. It mirrored the movements of a swordmaster. Had the kid mastered the way of the sword at such a young age too? Suddenly, Dane's instincts flared. He sensed a presence at the doorway. He spun his spear, ready to strike. Ready to strike. He called out the lurker in the shadows. But Duke Thermian was too eager and got caught by a mere child. It was a humiliation for a master warrior. The boy's movements felt hauntingly familiar, like a ghost from the past. The Duke stepped into the light. He had to apologize for spying on a private session, insisting his intentions weren't malicious. Dane felt a chill run down his spine. Despite living in this body for 7 years, he stood before the very man who had killed him in his previous life. Remembering his noble etiquette, Dane bowed respectfully. The Duke confessed he was captivated by the Rising Star's morning discipline. Another apology was offered and accepted. The Duke chuckled, amused that a young boy dared to speak to him as an equal. No sweat, no trembling. The boy was a monster. At that age, the Duke hadn't even formed a mana core yet, let alone mastered a spear. He saw the shadow of Arcane in the boy's spearwork. Dane thanked him, playing the part of the humble genius perfectly. The old warrior smirked. This kid was a lethal weapon with a silver tongue, unlike his own disappointing heir back home. At just 7 years old, Dane was already son-in-law material. The Duke's mind drifted to arranging a marriage with his daughter, Layla. He mentioned his daughter's sword training, suggesting the two prodigies watch over each other at the academy in the future. Dane played along with perfect manners. Impressed by the boy's maturity, the Duke finally decided to retreat. But the warrior's instinct wouldn't sleep. He paused, asking one final, dangerous question about swordsmanship. Dane froze. His past life's habits had bled through, and the Duke's predator eyes had caught the tiny details. Dane lied smoothly, claiming he only read textbooks. But the Duke wasn't entirely convinced by the excuse. He sensed the bloodlust of a veteran in a child's body, a killer instinct that defied all common sense. Finally, the pressure lifted. The Duke departed, leaving an open invitation to his estate in the capital. The swordmaster was hooked. Left alone, Dane wondered if his old enemy sensed the ghost within him. The thought of crushing the man who once killed him set his blood on fire. He would surpass the Duke, step by step. Defeating the mighty Duke Thermian was his destiny. Lost in training, he barely noticed Hernan approaching from the dark. Hernan moved like a phantom. Dane realized this servant had the potential to become a master assassin. The castle was buzzing with chaos. Preparations for the second banquet were underway, with over 30 noble families gathering. His sisters had already warped back to the academy. Midterms waited for no one, not even family. Time to scrub up. He made a mental note to check the gifts his sisters had left him later. Cleaned and clothed in finery, he entered the hall. It was time to play the part of the perfect noble son. He was the star of the show, paraded around like a trophy. Finally, he slipped away to catch his breath. High society was a battlefield of its own. Exhausted, he sought sanctuary in the silence of the garden. The gardener's masterpiece offered true peace. Dane gazed at the vibrant blooms, seeking a moment of zen. Colors exploded like fireworks. He recalled his sister's lecture that nature is the ultimate vessel of mana. Time for a little experiment. Dane closed his eyes, tuning his senses to the invisible currents of magic in the air. He reached out with his mind. He had been stuck, stagnant in his mage training, unable to find a breakthrough. Summoning, magic, combat. The curse of being a genius was deciding which path to master first. It was the ultimate burden of success. Then, it happened. He saw the pure mana pulsing within the petals, a torrent of energy hid within the fragile bloom. If he could harness that natural flow, he could internalize it. A magic circle began to form. Thanks to his monstrous mana affinity, he saw what others missed. The sixth sense became clear sight. A simple garden stroll had evolved his magical perception by leaps and bounds. He was on the brink of enlightenment when the spell broke. 2 intruders had invaded his sanctuary, noble brats. The redhead was seething with jealousy, angry that the Sogra's prodigy was stealing the spotlight. He trampled the flowers in a fit of rage. Then, they spotted Dane standing there, lost in thought. Judging him by his plain clothes, they mistook the young lord for a servant, and barked orders. Dane's eyes narrowed. He ignored the insult, but snapped at them to stop destroying the garden. The red bastard sneered. Seeing a smaller kid, he doubled down on his arrogance, flaunting his family status. Dane was unimpressed. To him, they were just uncultured swine, ruining the scenery. The bully grabbed Dane's collar. He announced himself as the son of Count Tyrann, and a memory unlocked. Count Tyrann, the pathetic noble he had crushed in his past life. Looking at the son, Dane realized the apple didn't fall far from the rotten tree. That arrogance knew no bounds. The red bastard continued to flaunt his family crest, claiming his house held enough power in the capital to make Dane vanish without a trace. A bold threat against the wrong opponent. Dane had dealt with plenty of brainless young masters before. He knew that logic would never penetrate a skull that thick. Convinced he was merely disciplining a lowly servant, the brat swung a clumsy fist. But Dane wasn't about to be a punching bag. Instead, he delivered a savage headbutt directly to the face. A critical hit. The impact crunched against the red bastard's nose, sending his little brother into a panic. The bully crumpled to the ground, dazed. When he wiped his face and saw crimson staining his hands, his eyes went wide with terror. It was likely the first time this pampered noble had ever seen his own blood. Humiliation quickly turned to burning rage. He screamed death threats. But our boy just smirked. Dane stood his ground, eyes cold, daring the trash to make his move. The red bastard demanded blood for blood. His younger brother tried to intervene, sensing the danger, but arrogance had taken the wheel. Ignoring all reason, the brute launched another desperate punch. Dane sidestepped with bored nonchalance. The skill gap was like heaven and earth. Dane danced around the amateur, noting that the brat's footwork was full of fatal openings. It was as if he'd never held a weapon in his life. Dane surmised this fool must be a mage or summoner type. The barrage of punches continued, wild and undisciplined. Yet not a single strike could touch even a strand of Dane's hair. As the red bastard's nose bled freely, Dane decided playtime was over. Dancing away with superior movement, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could mimic the mana flow he'd observed in the flowers earlier, infusing it with his own will. If his theory was correct, he could compress that energy into a physical impact. And what better time to test a new combat art than right now? While the little brother watched in jaw-dropping silence, Dane rooted his feet. He began gathering mana into his palms, visualizing a dense sphere of raw power. He unleashed the blast straight into the brat's gut. The force was devastating, sending the red bastard flying across the garden. He crashed into the earth, screaming as his body and his ego were simultaneously shattered. The little brother scrambled to check on the heap of misery. Dane, however, was more upset about the ruined flower bed than his opponent's health. But the red bastard wasn't finished yet. Fueled by pure spite, he staggered back to his feet. Shocked that a servant could use magic, he demanded Dane's identity. His little brother begged him to stand down, but it was useless. His pride was too fractured to care about consequences. Channeling his mana, the red bastard tore open a dark rift in the air. Dane watched, intrigued by the familiar magical signature. It was summoning magic. The mana coalesced, taking the form of a translucent, predatory wolf. It descended with a bloodthirsty snarl, eyes locking onto its prey. Fangs bared, the beast looked lethal. The red bastard laughed maniacally, introducing his summon, Genpo. He finally declared his name, Digran Tiran, ready to teach Dane a fatal lesson about hierarchy. Digran commanded the wolf to rip Dane apart, but our boy remained unimpressed. Compared to his sister Claire's terrifying beasts, this was nothing. He was used to wyverns. A wolf was a joke. As Genpo lunged, Dane didn't flinch. He simply stared the beast directly in the eyes. Instinct screamed at the wolf that attacking meant death. In midair, the beast did a frantic 180 turn. Its killing aura vanished instantly, replaced by total submission. The Tyran brothers stood frozen in disbelief. Digran's ultimate weapon had just betrayed him. The ferocious monster was acting like a well-trained puppy. It bowed before Dane, utterly subservient. Digran screamed orders to kill, but the beast ignored its master completely. Instead, it happily wagged its tail, seeking Dane's approval. Sensing no malice, Dane gave the good boy some head pats. Even he was puzzled, though, thinking back, his sister's monsters had always been oddly affectionate toward him too. Even the fierce wyvern used to play with him. He had assumed it was due to his shared bloodline with Claire. But here, with a stranger's summon, there was no blood connection. Yet the beast submitted. Either Dane possessed a god-tier affinity with all summoned creatures, or Genpo just really, really hated his original master. Digran's affinity must have hit rock bottom. A summon betraying its master was unheard of. Holding all the cards, Dane smirked and taunted Digran to try again. The little brother practically begged him to take the loss and stop the humiliation, but Digran's fragile ego wouldn't let him quit. The younger sibling, however, couldn't take the pressure anymore. Terrified by his brother's stupidity, the poor kid wet his pants. As he sobbed, Digran cursed him for being weak. Dane, ruthless as ever, decided to rub salt in the wound. He helpfully pointed out the guest bathhouse. Digran seized the excuse to escape, pretending he was leaving for his brother's sake, as if he hadn't already clown-showed himself enough. He ordered Dane to stay put, then fled. Dane watched the pathetic retreat with disgust. Notably, Digran forgot to unsummon his wolf, leaving Dane alone with the beast to experiment. He recalled a technique Claire had mentioned. Closing his eyes, he visualized the faint mana tether connecting Digran to Genpo. With a mental blade, he severed it. Then, he carefully overwrote the bond with his own mana signature. The connection snapped into place. He had just hijacked a summon, a high-level feat, without even performing a ritual. By leveraging his monstrous affinity, he had officially become a summoner. But just as he was enjoying his new pet, a familiar, grating voice returned. Digran Tiran was back. And the spineless brat had brought his daddy. He was whining loudly, claiming he'd been bullied by a savage commoner in the garden. He pointed a trembling finger at Dane. Still clutching his broken nose, he lied through his teeth, accusing Dane of assault and stealing his summon. Mogard Tiran stepped into the light. The head of the Tiran Count family postured with all the arrogance of a capital noble. He demanded to know if Dane had dared to touch his son and steal their property. Dane didn't flinch. He just stared at the man, noting that Count Mogard had grown significantly fatter. Since the war where Dane's family had captured him as a prisoner, the pig had lived well. Despite being a battlefield disgrace, Mogard continued to puff out his chest. He bellowed that he couldn't let such an insult slide. Harassing his children was a crime against nobility itself. The interrogation continued, loud and demanding. Finally, he demanded the boy's name. Dane straightened his back, radiating pure confidence. "I am Dane Sagres, youngest son of Arkan Sagres, the Lord of the South." He dropped the full title like a heavy hammer. The trashy father-son duo froze. They hadn't just bullied a nobody. They had offended the birthday boy in his own home. They were standing before the famed rising star of the South. Mogard's mind raced, the memory of his humiliation flooding back. He remembered how Arkan Sagres had captured him like a dog during the war. He had been the laughingstock of the nobility for his cowardice. But now, a twisted smile formed. He saw a perfect opportunity to twist this situation and destroy the reputation of the House of Sagres. He plans to use this fabricated drama to demand mining rights. The arrogant noble thinks the Count will bow before him. With greed in his eyes, the big-brained tub of lard turns to our boy. "Are you the birthday boy?" Dane simply offers a silent, stoic shake of his head before confirming. The fatty is barely holding back his rage. He definitely did not come all this way to celebrate some brat's birthday. He points a sausage finger at his trash-tier son, Digran. "How will you repay the humiliation you caused my heir?" Not only did Dane injure a guest, but he also allegedly stole their summon, a capital offense in their eyes. The useless son nods along with his equally garbage father, claiming Dane's life is effectively over. The fatty escalates the threat. "I will speak with Count Sagres personally and hold you accountable." Dane just listens to the nonsense and calmly replies, "Before you run crying to my father, your son owes me an apology." The audacity! The chubster starts fuming like a steam engine, demanding to know what he means, while his son grinds his teeth in fury. Dane clarifies the situation coldly. "I struck him in self-defense against a lethal threat." He emphasizes the most important part. He didn't steal the beast. Genpo chose to follow him willingly. The trash son shrieks immediately. "Liar! There's no way Genpo would choose you." The father pauses for a moment, his gears turning slowly. He recalls that the second daughter of House, Sagres, is a genius summoner. He assumes that girl must have taught Dane some forbidden art to forcibly sever the link between master and servant. The chubster keeps yapping back and forth, and Dane sighs internally. What a drag. Eventually, Mogard decides to simmer down, mostly because his jaw is literally cramping from talking so much. Enough. Let's see what Count Sagres has to say. And just like that, speak of the devil. The Count himself arrives on the scene, and he's not alone. Duke Thermian is with him. The trash son and his father look like they've seen a ghost. Count Sagres is bad enough, but the Duke being here is a catastrophe. As night descends, the red-headed brat spins his web of lies to the Count. "I just got lost in the garden with my little brother. I only asked Dane to guide us." He continues vomiting out this fairy tale, while Dane stands in the back, nonchalant. Look at this clown perform. It's not surprising. Count Sagres values family honor and reputation above all else. He isn't the type to blindly favor his own blood, even against outsiders. He knows how to separate truth from fiction. Wrapping up his sob story, the redhead claims Dane headbutted him out of nowhere and used some weird technique to mock him. "I called my summon just to scare him off," he cries, "but Dane stole it and tried to kill me." Mogard steps up, playing the reasonable adult. "I only intended to warn the boy, Count. But stealing a summon? That is a crime we cannot overlook." Finally, Count Sagres breaks his silence. He shuts Mogard down instantly. "I do not pass judgment after hearing only one side." He demands to hear Dane's testimony before drawing any conclusions. And to ensure total fairness, Duke Thermian will also give his opinion. The Duke offers a predatory smirk. "Oh, if it's that important, I can handle it." Mogard feels the blood drain from his face. He is sweating profusely. He knows he is about to get screwed. Involving the Duke only complicates his master plan. Count Sagres gives the green light to his son. Dane steps forward, bracing himself. What Mogard's son said wasn't entirely accurate, he begins, but some of it is true. He explains the missing context. "They trampled the garden flowers we grew with such care. I simply told him to get out." That command shattered his fragile ego and started the fight. The fatty and his son are absolutely stunned by these truth bombs. The son tries to stammer a denial, calling Dane a liar, but the Count signals Dane to continue. "Our boy drops the heavy artillery. When he summoned Genpo, his command was to kill me. I didn't steal the summon. Genpo sensed my goodwill and came to me first." The Duke is utterly bewildered. A 7-year-old speaking with such regal elegance and logic? Dane confirms it one last time. I never stole anything. Mogard loses his cool completely, stomping his feet like a toddler. Nonsense. It's impossible. A summon cannot submit to a non-summoner. He insists Dane must have used some shady, underhanded trick to pull it off, but Dane calmly informs Mogard of a simple fact. I possess an innate affinity with summons. If a beast isn't close to its master, it will submit to someone like me. Mogard refuses to believe it. Dane stands his ground. It is the truth. Mogard's face turns purple, looking like he's fighting severe constipation. The kid is making things up. The Duke chimes in with a solution. Then simply prove it with the summon. Count Sogres turns to his son. Can you do it? Dane nods. Agreed. Mogard shoots a death glare at his son. You better fix this. The brat trembles, knowing he is totally screwed. He has no idea what to do. If he fails to summon Genpo, it's game over. The brat tries to call the beast, and utterly fails. His father screams at him, just as expected. Dane suppresses a smirk. I already severed the connection, you fool. There is no way that boy can summon Genpo back. I will demonstrate, Dane announces, but I require the summoning sign. The bratty son explodes in anger. The audacity. You want my sign? He yaps a lot of garbage, but Count Sogres cuts him off sharply. By your own logic, if Dane uses the sign, nothing should happen. So there is no harm in trying. Mogard starts sweating rivers. He has no other option. Reluctantly, he barks at his son to hand it over. The redhead looks ready to cry, but his father forces him to hurry up. Once Dane holds the sign, the magic begins. He reveals a secret to the audience. Usually, a summon sign is locked to a specific codename. However, Genpo is already overflowing with Dane's mana. The sign is just a vehicle, and the connection is already absolute. As soon as he calls out, boom, the monster appears instantly, happily licking Dane's cheeks. The Count and Duke are in total awe. Mogard and his son tremble in terror, exposed. Wait, the Duke wonders. Wasn't he learning spearmanship? The father confirms it, though he admits even he doesn't know the full extent of his son's genius. The chubster realizes his plan has backfired spectacularly. The Count turns to him with a dark look. Do you acknowledge the truth now? The fatty tries to play it cool, laughing nervously. Ah, perhaps we mistook him for stealing. Yes, a misunderstanding. He tries to weasel out. And my son wasn't really trying to kill him, right? He glares at his brat. The son nods frantically. I was just trying to scare him. Dane feels his blood boil. These bastards are trying to escape accountability so easily, but before the seniors can deliver the final verdict, the atmosphere shifts. A lady strolls into the scene, startling everyone. Dane's eyes go wide. Layla has entered the battlefield. That is a lie. Layla's voice cut through the tension. She stepped forward, eyes flashing. I heard their entire scheme while I was taking a stroll. She bowed gracefully to the shocked adults. The Baron stammered, face turning pale. He hadn't expected the Duke's daughter to intervene, but Count Sogres ignored the man's panic and went straight for the jugular. Is the boy lying? The Count demanded. Layla nodded with absolute conviction. I heard every word. At that moment, Degron felt his soul leave his body. His secret was out in the open. This was a catastrophic development. As Layla exposed the dirty details, a cold smirk played on Dane's lips. Checkmate. The tables had turned beautifully. Desperate to save face, the Baron barked at his trashy son. Apologize to the Count. Immediately. The brat mumbled a pathetic excuse. Not to me? Sogres' voice was ice cold. Apologize to Dane. The Baron shoved his heir toward our protagonist. Do it. The brat trembled, utterly humiliated. Sorry. He choked out. A weak, half-hearted surrender. Dane wasn't moved in the slightest. He could taste the insincerity in the air. The kid wasn't sorry for the crime, only that he got caught. Dane wanted to crush him, but his past life's wisdom whispered otherwise. Be the bigger man. Why be stubborn here? He would show the mercy of a king. Dane nodded coolly, accepting the apology. The brat's face lit up, thanking our boy like he'd just been spared from execution. The Baron exhaled, thinking he was safe from ruin. Meanwhile, Duke Thermian watched Dane with a predator's interest. This kid. He's definitely future son-in-law material. He knew Dane was exceptional from the start. Most children would throw a tantrum even when proven right, but Dane, he played the long game. Finally, Count Sogres declared the dispute over, but just as the air settled, his aura flared up again. However, my son accepted the apology. I have not. His eyes burned with fury. Your boy tried to kill my heir. The Baron began to sweat bullets. The fat noble opened his mouth. Silence, Sogres roared. Pack your bags. Get out of my castle immediately. The Baron's world came crashing down. Expulsion meant social death. Panic seized him instantly. He grabbed the Count's hand, abandoning all dignity. Please, have mercy. I'll do anything you ask. But Sogres shook him off like filth. I don't need trash in my domain. The guards will escort you out. The Count marched away, taking Dane with him. Behind them, the Baron's pathetic wails echoed in the empty hallway. A complete defeat. "We're leaving," Sogras signaled the Duke. Thermian summoned Layla, and the group departed. Dane cast one last cold glance over his shoulder. Karma had struck hard. They deserved every bit of their misery. But more importantly, Dane realized his father was a demon when angry. Note to self: don't anger father. Suddenly, Duke Thermian leaned in. "Is it true? You took down that boy with a single mana bullet?" Dane nodded calmly. The Duke's eyes widened. "Spear arts and summoning magic? A talent unseen in history," the Duke marveled. Sogras grinned, puffing out his chest. "That's my son." Dane just soaked up the adoration. Beside them, Layla was losing her mind. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. But the Duke wasn't just impressed by power. "It's his composure," he mused. "Most children rage during battle." Dane remained ice cold. He looked at the boy. "He will grow up to be a terrifying man." Sogras patted Dane's head gently. "We'll see when he grows up." He turned to the girl. "But we owe this piece to Layla. Without her testimony, things would have gotten ugly." The Duke blinked in surprise. Sogras actually liked his daughter? Interesting. Opportunity detected. The Duke grinned slyly. "If you like her that much, shall we discuss the engagement papers?" Sogras choked. He saw the trap closing. "Look at the time," he stammered, pointing at the setting sun. "The banquet. We can't be late." He bolted away instantly. Laughing, the Duke turned to Layla. "Take your time walking back with Dane." He chased after the Count, leaving the children alone in the twilight. Layla turned to him instantly. "Why did the summon obey you? I've seen archmages duel, but I've never seen a beast betray its master." Dane shrugged, playing the fool. "Luck, I guess? Just happened?" Layla pouted, cheeks puffing up in annoyance. She knew he was hiding his true power. "Come on," Dane smirked, dodging the interrogation. "I helped you with your swordsmanship too, remember?" She paused. Memories of his guidance flashed back. "Fine," she grumbled reluctantly. "You have a point." "Since we're even," Dane said, "ask me anything." Her eyes sparkled like stars. "Teach me right now." "Whoa, slow down." Dane blinked. "Teach you what?" "The mana bullet," she demanded. "I need to learn it." "Why the obsession?" Dane asked. "I need power," she declared firmly. "I must form 2 mana cores before the academy begins." "You're just a kid," Dane sighed. Then her expression softened into sadness. "It's for my mother. She needs to see me strong. If I become powerful, she'll be proud." Dane paused. He remembered the rumors Countess Thermian was gravely ill. "Well, I can't say no to that." He nodded. Layla did a little victory dance. "We start at dawn." "Actually, let's start tonight," she added, anxious. "I don't know when I'll be forced to leave this mansion." Dane chuckled. "Whenever you want." He looked her in the eye. "Once you grasp the mana flow, the rest is easy." "And your price?" she asked eagerly. Dane went silent. His next request wouldn't be cheap. Back at the banquet, the hall buzzed with nervous energy. The name Tyron was on everyone's lips. "Did you hear? Count Tyron was exiled." "Shameful," another whispered. "They say his son dug their grave." The onlookers could barely contain their amusement after seeing that arrogant fat cat get absolutely wrecked for trying to bully young Master Dane. Whispers spread like wildfire through the hall about Dane's terrifying potential as a summoner, raising the question of whether House Sogras is about to rise as a legendary summoner family. But the rumor mill didn't stop there. Another guest gasped, revealing that the young master can wield magic too. Amidst the shock, a large man with a magnificent mustache approaches Dane, introducing himself as Baron Opent. The Baron tests the waters, asking our boy if he knows anything about the Opent territory in the east. Dane, displaying perfect noble etiquette, bows humbly and recites the region's fame. He mentions their legendary grilled trout and exquisite sapphires. The Baron bursts into hearty laughter, delighted that the young master knows his stuff, proudly declaring their local specialties as the finest on the continent. Suddenly, the Baron pulls a girl forward, realizing he nearly forgot the main event. She steps up, introducing herself as Sylvia Opent, but Dane freezes, completely caught off guard by her presence. He stammers out a nervous greeting in his own name. It's a mystery why he's acting so jittery, but hold on to your seats, folks, because the answer is charging right at him. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she leans in way too close and whispers that she knows he's the future head of House Sogras. Poor Dane starts sweating bullets and fumbling his words. Sylvia isn't having any of his feigned ignorance. She playfully shuts him down, claiming she's heard all about his hidden talents and refuses to let him play the fool. Then, she drops the bomb. She boldly declares she'll be in his care, hinting that they might become family soon. Suddenly, Dane's panic makes perfect sense. This is an arranged marriage ambush. This girl has zero chill, but just as she's making her move, a wild challenger appears. Layla storms onto the scene before Sylvia can even finish shaking his hand. Sylvia jumps back, realizing a rival has entered the chat, while Layla is practically shooting laser beams from her eyes at our poor, innocent boy. With a gaze sharp enough to cut glass, Layla demands to know who this woman is. Sylvia, realizing the game is afoot, greets her with a deceptively warm smile, introducing herself as the Baron's daughter. Layla tries to return the greeting, but her face is twitching with barely suppressed rage. She says it's nice to meet her, but her aura screams back off. The air crackles with tension as the two ladies exchange smiles, dripping with killing intent. Dane shivers, realizing he's stuck between a rock and a hard place as the battle of the heroines begins. Layla decides to assert dominance. She grabs Dane's hand, declaring she's stealing him away for a prior engagement, while shooting him a death glare that clearly says, "Play along or die." Our clueless protagonist has no idea what plan she's talking about, but his survival instincts kick in. He agrees immediately, apologizing to Sylvia and promising a rain check. Sylvia forces a strained smile, insisting they will talk later. As Layla drags her prize away, Sylvia seethes with annoyance at having her target snatched right from under her nose. But Layla isn't cooling down either. She is absolutely fuming at the audacity of that girl trying to poach her man. Under her piercing gaze, Dane feels like a prey animal caught in headlights. He realizes the power gap immediately. The daughter of a duke, second only to the emperor, completely outranks a baron's daughter. Sylvia never stood a chance against that kind of authority. Once they reach safety, Layla begins the interrogation. She grills him about his relationship with Sylvia, asking if there's an engagement in the works. Dane frantically denies it, shutting down the rumor instantly. He insists it was just a polite greeting. Hearing this, Layla's face lights up like the sun. Her mood does a complete 180 as they continue walking to their destination. They finally arrive at a secret sanctuary known only to Dane. He assures her that in this hidden paradise, not a single soul will disturb them. As they step inside, Layla can't contain her excitement. She does a little victory dance, thrilled by the beauty of the spot and the promise of absolute privacy for their training. But before they begin, Dane gets down to business. He asks if she's ever sensed mana before. Layla admits she can feel a tiny bit, but her mana core is still dormant, mentioning she tried breathing exercises. That rings a bell for Dane. She hasn't reached the immersion stage yet. Since he learned through the brutal reality of the battlefield, he's surprised a noble house would teach her such a theoretical method. He decides to switch tactics to something more beginner-friendly. He tells her the first step isn't absorbing mana, but feeling what's already there. Layla tilts her head, looking adorable but confused. Dane explains that to control mana, she needs to master her internal flow first. It's all about visualization. He instructs her to close her eyes and focus. She needs to imagine the energy swirling inside her core. She tries her best, scrunching up her face, but absolute silence. Dane realizes his abstract explanation flew right over her head. She gives it another shot, but results remain at 0. Frustrated, she pouts and asks why it isn't working. Dane quickly comforts her, assuring her that failure is normal on the first try. He encourages her to focus one more time. Meanwhile, hiding in the bushes, Count Sogres is spying on them. He wipes a tear from his eye, bursting with pride that his son is already acting like a mentor. He's so touched by Dane's maturity, but suddenly, Duke Thermian appears out of nowhere like a ninja and asks Sogres what on earth he thinks he's doing. The Count nearly has a heart attack, but the Duke just smirks, teasing him about whether he's spying on the lovebirds enjoying their secret rendezvous. Count Sogres flushes, stammering about the lovebird comment and asking how the Duke found this place. The Duke just chuckles at the amateur stealth skills. He mocks the Count for thinking he was actually hidden, pointing out that his stealth technique is embarrassing considering who his wife is. Mentioning the Empire's legendary assassin wife shuts Sogres up immediately. He has no defense as the Duke playfully scolds him for being a creep. The Duke warns that if the castle lord is caught peeping on children, his reputation will be in the toilet. The doting father gets defensive, claiming he was just protecting his son. The Duke laughs, pointing out the hypocrisy, since he's doing the exact same thing for his daughter. These two powerful nobles are truly hopeless doting fathers. The two legends stand side by side, squatting in the bushes like a couple of gossiping schoolgirls, eagerly watching their children's date unfold. Back to the training. Dane opens his dimensional pouch. Layla is awestruck to see such a high-tier item, but when Dane mentions his big sister made it for him, the green monster of jealousy rears its head. Layla feels a pang of envy, remembering how her own brothers ignored her the moment they left for the academy. Dane pulls out a full-sized mirror from the pouch. Layla asks what the plan is, and he explains that this is a shortcut for her training. Why rely on imagination when you can use your eyes? He explains that seeing herself will help visualize the mana flow. He tells her to stand in front of the glass. Layla steps up, getting a full view of her own reflection. She prepares to try the magic circulation technique again, determination burning in her eyes. Dane nods, seeing her serious expression. She takes a deep breath to focus, while in the background, the two most powerful men in the region are squatting like delinquents, watching the show. It seems that Lilia has taken quite a liking to our young protagonist. Sogras asks if that is truly the case, and the Duke explains that it is indeed rare for Lilia to lower her walls so easily. Sogras wonders why, since she appears to be such a cheerful child. Duke Thermian falls silent for a heavy moment before admitting that she is only bright on the surface. He cannot say the same for her heart. He explains that after her brothers left for the academy and her mother became bedridden, the warmth of their family vanished. This isolation made it impossible for her to open up to others. That is the tragedy she has been living. The Count listens intently before pointing out the obvious. If he understands her pain so well, why does he act like an ice block toward his own daughter? Thermian is strangely moved by his friend's insight, but admits his coldness is a calculated move. He explains that he showered his sons with love, and they grew up spoiled, rotten to the core, but Sogras cuts him off with a sharp rebuke. He warns him not to assume Lilia faces the same fate. She will only be hurt if she discovers the truth. It finally makes sense why she sought help from Dane instead of her own father. Thermian points an accusing finger, teasing his friend for nagging just like the old days, but the Count counters immediately, insisting he speaks only the hard truth. The Duke shifts the topic, asking when Dane will be sent to the capital. He declares that when the time comes, House Thermian will throw open its gates and welcome the boy into the ducal castle. Sogras goes quiet, glancing back at his son. Seeing the joy on Dane's face, he simply says he will respect the boy's wishes. Dane is free to carve his own path, just like his older sisters. Meanwhile, Mrs. Sogras watches from the shadows. She is clearly embarrassed seeing these two powerful nobles peeking around like children, but eventually, a soft smile touches her lips. The love for their children holds a strange power over them, so she decides to let them have this moment. She pretends she saw nothing. Back with the children, Lilia thanks Dane for his guidance, calling him a true genius. She admits that while the world calls her a prodigy, she feels like a flickering candle next to his blazing sun. Dane nonchalantly checks if the doting fathers have left. He assures her this is only the beginning, and she will inevitably cultivate her own strength. She then asks if he plans to attend the academy, the gathering place for all the Empire's rising stars. Dane hesitates, admitting he is unconvinced that he needs such an institution. After all, he can become powerful enough through solitary training. The girl immediately scolds him for such narrow thinking. She reminds him that the academy is not just for books, it is the gateway to forming a noble faction. It is the ultimate method to build power and connections from a young age. Dane is genuinely impressed. To think a 7-year-old grasps the cruel politics of the real world. He finally responds to her lecture, saying he understands the logic but simply has no interest in the academy yet. There is a mountain of unread books in the library, and he still has much wisdom to absorb from his parents. Lilia acknowledges his point, but asks if he doesn't crave the company of peers, especially since his sisters are already there. It seems Dane is running out of counter-arguments against her persistence. He tries to brush her off, saying he might go in the future if the mood strikes him. She then commands him to visit her estate the moment he arrives in the capital, and thus a promise is forged between them. Speaking of their next meeting, she remembers something crucial. When will he make his request? After all, he taught her the secrets of mana bullets. He simply shakes his head, stating he will reveal his desire when he reaches the capital. This response shocks her completely. She lets out a screech of disbelief. Perhaps she is just stunned that he actually plans to come to the capital after all. Finally, the day of departure arrives. As Lilia's carriage rumbles down the road, Dane stares at a stone-like object in his hand. It was a gift from his future father-in-law. The scene flashes back to that moment, when the Duke pressed this mysterious artifact into his palm. When Dane asked what it was, the Duke replied that it was a birthday gift, hoping it would serve him well. He reveals the secret history of House Thermian. Their symbols are revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. Their lineage began with a progenitor who was a legendary blacksmith. Thanks to his legacy, their house possesses the greatest forge in the Empire. Nay, the greatest forge on the entire continent. Every weapon protecting the Empire was born in those flames. Of course, our protagonist already knows this lore. His past knowledge tells him that all the world's ores gather there, and mystical artifacts of legend are created daily, within that supreme forge. The Duke then reveals the item's true power. If Dane presents this insignia at the forge, they will craft a weapon of his choice. We finally realize that this rock is actually a supreme command seal. It certifies the honor and skill of the holder. Count Sogras is absolutely stunned watching the Duke hand over such a priceless treasure. It is an item even the imperial family covets. The Duke simply pats his son-in-law on the head, telling him to grow strong. His potential wife waves a final goodbye, and their paths separate for now. In the present, his mother crouches beside him. Seeing the gloom on his face, she asks if he is heartbroken that they left. He admits the truth. She was practically his first real friend. His mother reassures him with a smile that once he journeys to the capital, their paths will cross again. And by then, he will be even more handsome, surely impressing the young lady. I suppose his mother is right. He cannot remain in this countryside forever, and fate will surely bring them together, once more in the future. So he sends a silent wish for her safety. Meanwhile, as the Duke travels in his carriage, his mind is consumed by thoughts of Dane. It is strange, but every time he looks at the boy, he is reminded of the legendary warrior Argrik. To show the prowess of a triple-class warrior at such a tender age, if Argrik were alive, he would surely be a Hexa-class knight of the Drenic Empire. That is why he yearns to see Dane again, once the boy has fully awakened his potential. A few days later, we see our protagonist sitting alone before the mysterious egg. He has been feeding it mana every morning and evening, wondering if it is too early for it to hatch. This egg holds a mystical familiar. Even without being a summoner, one can infuse the egg with mana and imprint themselves as the master before it breaks its shell. This allows for total control over a creature that usually vanishes quickly. He knows his mana quality must match the familiar perfectly, and there are likely complex conditions he has yet to fulfill. He has heard rumors of eggs that never hatch doomed to silence forever. He prays that is not the fate of this one. Even though he adjusts the flow and intensity of his aura, there is no reaction. After pouring his soul into the attempt, he places the egg back, thinking that perhaps he is being too greedy, expecting success on the first try. Suddenly, the butler calls out from the gate asking if Dane is ready. At that very instant, the egg begins to tremble. Strange noises emanate from within. Dane rushes forward, certain that the moment of awakening has arrived. The butler bursts into the room, startled by the sound. Dane commands him to wait while he inspects the artifact. However, disappointment crashes over him once again. He realizes it was a false alarm, and he feels nothing different from the shell. The butler asks if there was a reaction, but Dane denies it, saying his imagination played tricks on him. Once he enters the training hall, he begins his sword practice. His movements are flawless. The butler watches with delight, clapping his hands in admiration, and asks, since when the young master learned the way of the sword. Dane simply brushes it off. He simply wished to test the weight of the blade in his hand. But the butler immediately began singing praises like a choir, calling him a peerless genius of the sword as he gazed at the steel. Dane reflected on his training. Mastering the spear was exhilarating, but the call of the sword had always echoed in his soul. Sadly, he never had the chance to grip a hilt until now. His father's hawk-like gaze had always been upon him. Thankfully, his muscle memory remained sharp as ever. The butler dashed off at light speed, returning with a mountain of delicacies, urging his young master to refuel, before diving back into the grind. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Count Sogres, staring out the window with a heavy heart. The burden of nobility weighs on him. Hosting this annual banquet drained his spirit. Yet the political battlefield yielded results. The nobles have turned their hungry eyes toward the south, desperate to forge alliances with his house. A refreshing change indeed. Since the war's end, the south has blossomed into a paradise of perfect weather and luxury, a jewel the aristocracy can no longer ignore. Their interest was inevitable. However, all this political maneuvering pales in comparison to the blinding spotlight now on Dane. The conflict with Count Tyrion's eldest son? It spiraled far beyond Sogres' predictions. Yet Dane handled the chaos with the wisdom of a sage. He dismantled their arguments with cold logic, leaving the adults speechless. And then he proved his martial prowess with terrifying confidence. The Count can't help but sigh. His son possesses a soul far too ancient for his tender years. Sometimes he wishes that Dane would just be a child and cause a little mischief. As the clock strikes the hour of steel, the Count knows it is time. He retrieves the legendary spear, Dragon Tail. He intended to let Dane test the artifact today, but the moment he steps onto the training grounds, he freezes. His eyes widen as he spots Dane dancing with a sword instead. Curiosity burns within him. Why the sword? His mind races, convinced that the meddling Duke must have corrupted the boy. Otherwise, why would he abandon the path of the spear? He stands paralyzed watching his son execute a symphony of steel. It's not just child's play. Dane moves like a grandmaster. The sheer power and technique he displays. Even veterans of the battlefield would weep with envy. It forces his father to question everything. Since when did the boy reach this realm of mastery? One thing is undeniable. Dane is a monster of talent with the blade. Finally, he calls out, demanding to know the origin of these godlike moves. It seems Dane's secret life is no longer a secret. The boy decides. Honesty is the best policy. He admits he never learned it from anyone. This revelation shatters his father's worldview. He wonders if there is no end to his son's hidden potential. The Count lists the terrifying inventory of Dane's skills: spearmanship, magic, assassination arts, summoning. And now the way of the sword? If this were anyone else, he would call it a lie. No child should possess such power. He then asks Dane a heavy question. Does he desire to see the world beyond these walls? Dane looks puzzled. unsure of his father's intent. The Count speaks from the heart. If the boy wishes to soar, he must leave the nest. This small country is merely a pond, unable to contain a dragon like him. If he stays caged here, his potential will wither. A wave of sorrow crashes over the father as he accepts the cruel truth of parenthood. He cannot keep his son by his side forever. Dane finally speaks, saying he would be honored to witness the world. His father smiles through the pain, deciding to prepare him immediately for the harsh reality of the outside world. It is a bittersweet parting, but he must respect the eagle's need to fly. He presents the weapon, declaring, he brought a legacy with him today. Dane recognizes the aura instantly. His father confirms it. This is Dragontail, the very spear that resonated with his soul on his first birthday. He extends the weapon, inviting Dane to claim his destiny. The moment Dane's fingers brush the shaft, the artifact screams with power. An incredible surge of energy floods his veins. His father chuckles, noting the reaction. It is far more violent than when he was just 1 year old. And who could blame the weapon for its excitement? He proudly declares his intention, to make Dane the absolute master of the spear. Before he steps into the unknown, he promises that one day Dragontail will belong to him completely. But first he must prove his worth. Dane vows to endure the training and honor the family name. Later, in the solitude of his room, Dane's mind races with visions of the horizon. He has always hungered for the unknown. In his past life, the battlefield was his only world. War was his daily bread. Cleaning blood from weapons, eating the taste of ash, waiting for the next slaughter. The only escape was peace. Or death. Honestly, he believed death was the only true freedom. But now a second chance at life lies before him. He can hardly imagine a world without war. What wonders await him? As Dane, he must seize this destiny. He does not know how the world will treat a monster like him or what legends he will forge. But for the first time, the chains are broken. He can travel, explore, and conquer. At first, he only wanted the warmth of this home, but his father's question ignited a fire. His resolve is set. He will venture into the great unknown. Excitement bubbles in his chest. Suddenly, his mother materializes from the shadows, nearly stopping his heart. He asks when she entered, and the deadly assassin simply smiles. She chides him for being so lost in thought, claiming she knocked. A blatant lie from a woman who walks on air. She clearly used her stealth arts to sneak in. She asks if the call of the outside world is true. Dane nods, repeating his father's wisdom about wasted talent. After a pause, he admits his own curiosity is burning. He begins to apologize for leaving her, but she pulls him into a warm embrace. There is no need for apologies between them. He worries about leaving her alone without his sisters, but the Lady of Shadows reassures him. She knows the magnitude of his power. Even if he tried to hide, the world would eventually drag him into the light. It would be wonderful to keep her little boy close forever. But fate has other plans. She encourages him to chase his desires. Dane promises that no matter how far he roams, he will always return to share his tales. His mother thanks him, and then drops a bombshell. It seems she also has a curriculum to finish, before unleashing him upon the world. Just as his father teaches the spear, she must impart her own legacy. Dane wonders what she means. The mother begins to ramble excitedly about the fine art of assassination. She lists a terrifying number of lethal skills she intends to cram into his brain. Dane realizes with horror that his final days at home will be a living hell of exhaustion. She promises to teach him everything. He agrees to learn, but as he looks at her, he realizes the truth. These special lessons will be filled with lethal affection. Many years pass in the blink of an eye. The scene shifts to the southern region of the Althea Empire, Saugers County, a paradise of eternal spring and boundless resources, the cornerstone that held the empire together during the dark days. Thanks to the Count's benevolent rule, it is a sanctuary of peace. The war has ended, the rebels have been crushed, and a golden age has dawned. Under the bright sun, the voices of the people buzz with life. The gossip mills were spinning at full speed. Young Master Dane had merely stepped into a shop, and the owner's daughter literally swooned from the sheer impact of his presence. The local ladies couldn't stop whispering. His visuals were leveling up by the day. They were desperate to catch even a fleeting glimpse of his face, like devotees waiting for a deity. And the best rumor? He was still unattached. A glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts, until one friend dropped the reality check hammer. He is only 14. Stop robbing the cradle, ladies. But another argued back, claiming Dane didn't carry the aura of a child at all. He stood as tall as the Count himself. You could easily mistake his commanding presence for that of a 20-year-old warrior. But enough of the village chatter. Let's see the reality of our boy's growth. The scene shifts to the dangerous outskirts of Saugers County, a zone saturated with ancient, volatile mana. Welcome to the Forest of the Last Days. Here, Dane was undertaking a hellish trial assigned by his mother, Lily Saugres. We see him standing firm, a spear gripped tightly in his hand. In the other, he clutched a rough map. His path was already calculated in his mind. With the sun dipping low, he had exactly 3 hours before darkness swallowed the forest whole. He knew the rule: escape before sunset, or die. He launched himself forward. He moved through the canopy with the agility of a ninja, his footwork silent and precise. The mission objective was simple: survival. He had to evade the lethal traps set by his own mother while navigating a forest teeming with monstrous threats. After a series of acrobatic leaps, he stuck the landing. He inhaled deeply, cycling the forest's dense energy through his lungs, sharpening his senses to a razor's edge. Absolute focus engaged. As he attuned himself to the environment, the hidden dangers revealed themselves. His eyes caught the glint of nearly invisible strings crisscrossing the path, a classic tripwire mechanism. The moment he touched a string, hell would break loose. Simple, yet devastatingly effective. But for someone of his current level, disarming this was child's play. Suddenly, the brush exploded. Rat-like monsters, Roosevelt beasts, burst into the clearing. The moment they locked eyes with Dane, they lunged with zero hesitation. An ambush. He hadn't accounted for a whole pack hiding here. Even worse, they were rushing him with a velocity that would make a normal soldier freeze in terror. A tactical dilemma emerged. He had to neutralize the beasts before they tripped the wires. But one wrong move from him would trigger the traps and seal his doom. No time for hesitation. He bolted forward. As the mindless beasts chased him, they ran straight into the kill zone, triggering the wires he had avoided. Click. A storm of needles erupted from all directions, turning the unfortunate rats into pincushions. It was a calculated play. He had used the trap to do his dirty work for him. But one survivor remained. Refusing to die, the alpha of the pack leaped through the carnage, closing the distance to tear Dane's throat out. Steel clashed against claw. Dane engaged the remaining Roosevelt beast, struggling to keep up with its frantic speed. The monster skidded to a halt, pivoting instantly for a follow-up strike. It unleashed a vile projectile from its maw. A bizarre, acidic substance tracked Dane through the air. He didn't know what it was, but his instincts screamed death. With a fluid spin of his spear, he deflected the toxic sludge. But his patience had run out. He couldn't afford to waste another second on this overgrown rodent. Defense was a luxury he didn't have. Time to counterattack. A brilliant blue aura flared around his body as he locked onto the target, unleashing a vicious chain of offensive arts. The outcome was inevitable. Displaying flawless spear work, he maneuvered mid-air, tracking the beast's evasion before delivering the final judgment. Slash. The Roosevelt's head was cleaved clean in half. Dane didn't even glance back at the corpse. He accelerated, bursting out of the forest just as the sun kissed the horizon. His lungs burned like fire. He collapsed, gasping for air, fighting back the urge to vomit. He had survived the forest of the last days and its nightmare inhabitants. But suddenly, bloodlust. A terrifying presence erupted from the tree line. Panicked that the trial wasn't over, he scrambled to his feet, regretting that he ever let his guard down. He snapped into a combat stance, only to freeze. It was just his mother, Lily. She had intentionally leaked her killing intent to test his reflexes one last time, and he passed with flying colors. His total time? 3 hours and 30 minutes. He had shattered Lily's own record. She had been a shadow in the trees, watching his every step. A mother could never truly leave her child alone in such a hellscape. Lily knew his talent was generation-defining, but her mother's heart still worried. Yet, looking at his flawless survival skills, she couldn't find a single critique. Bursting with pride, she grabbed his cheeks and squished them lovingly. "Keep improving like this, and the Assassin's Guild will try to kidnap you," she teased. To commemorate this milestone, Lily reached for her most prized possession. The Empire's greatest assassin drew her dagger. She decided this legendary blade suited her son better now. From this day forth, Dane was the master of the Nighthorn. This wasn't just a weapon. It was a relic forged from ethereal ore. It possessed the unique ability to absorb the properties of anything it touched, including the deadliest poisons in the world. With this, he could store, mix, and unleash toxins at will. It was a cheat code item. Dane accepted the inheritance with solemn gratitude, swearing to wield the Nighthorn with honor. The assassin training arc was officially complete. But just as the mother and son duo prepared to head home, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the silence. It came from the deep woods. They moved to investigate immediately. Cut to a few days later, inside a luxurious guest suite within the Sagra's estate. A violent cough echoed through the room. A man with long white hair and a wizard's beard jolted awake, screaming in horror as if waking from a nightmare. He scanned the lavish room, utterly confused. His memory files were corrupted. The last thing he remembered was snacking on a mushroom in that accursed forest. The door creaked open. Enter Dane, carrying a glass of water. "Don't move," he commanded gently. "Your body is still fighting off the last of the toxins. It turns out, This genius had eaten a red-nosed poison mushroom. If Dane and Lily hadn't discovered him, his journey would have ended right there. A few minutes later, and he would have been a rotting corpse. Dane handed him the water, his eyes analyzing the strange old man with a calculating gaze. He spotted it immediately, a belt bearing the insignia of the Nixian magic tower. This wasn't a homeless wanderer, this was a high-tier mage. If not for the Nighthorn siphoning the poison from his veins, even magic wouldn't have saved him. Once the old mage regained his composure, he demanded to know his location. "You are in the Sagra's Annex Tower," Dane explained. The old fool had gotten lost, poisoned himself, and somehow zombie-walked all the way to the southern territories. Dane advised him to rest until the Count arrived. "I am Dane Sagras, the youngest son of this house." At the mention of his name, the old mage's eyes suddenly sparked with intense interest. While the entire empire coveted the genius Arabella Sogras, Dane remained calm as he recounted finding the old man deep within the forest. Mid-training with his mother, the old mage nearly choked on his water in sheer disbelief that hellish woodland was a death trap, even for an 8-chain archmage, causing his mana flow to reverse, spiraling him into a state of mana deviation. The forest was a minefield of ancient primordial energy and undetectable traps, all belonging to the territory of House Sagras. Naturally, it was a forbidden zone for anyone not possessing the family bloodline, the chaotic flow of ancient magic. There was poison to the mana circuits of modern mages. It was essentially a graveyard for any outsider. The old master realized he would have perished without a doubt, if not for Dane's intervention. But more importantly, he realized the boy standing before him was an unprecedented monster of talent to freely train in such a lethal environment. Dane had even synthesized a high-grade antidote on the spot to snatch the old man from the jaws of death. Judging by his appearance, this savior was merely a teenager, yet he possessed the alchemical mastery required to formulate such a complex cure, and the precise hands to brew it to perfection. The old mage marveled at the terrifying potential of the Sogras bloodline, possessing 2 generational geniuses in magic, and summoning was already unfair. But this youngest son was a hidden dragon entirely. If the continent were still at war, House Sagras would effortlessly dominate the Altheon Empire. As the supreme power, the old man bowed his head. Acknowledging that he owed Dane a life debt, he was startled by the boy's fearless attitude, but insisted on repaying the favor. First, he revealed his true identity as Sidrain Gauze, the former master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Sidrain puffed out his chest with pride, inviting Dane to name any reward he desired. Yet the young master just offered a knowing smile at the display of authority. Dane immediately recognized him as one of those high-tier wanderers who lived out of a subspace inventory rather than a house. Sidrain was thrown off by Dane's absolute lack of awe. Usually the mere title of a tower master would have people bowing and scraping, but this kid remained completely indifferent, trying to regain face. Sidrain urged Dane to speak his wish, telling him not to hold back on his desires. The young master paused for a moment, appearing to weigh his options carefully, while Sidrain smirked, ready to flex his immense influence. But Dane simply requested more time to consider the reward, denying Sidrain the satisfaction of acting the benevolent savior with a single nonchalant response. Maintaining his composure until the end, Dane turned toward the exit, wishing the Archmage a swift recovery and telling him to focus on rest, leaving the room in silence. Sidrain was left sitting on the bed, completely flabbergasted by the boy's attitude. It was the first time in history anyone had treated the great Sidrain like a common parlor magician he had planned to leave, after a day or two of rest. But that plan was now in the trash. He had discovered a diamond in the rough, here in the south, and his curiosity about Dane was burning. Dane casually mentioned Sidrain's identity to Herman, causing the attendant to nearly faint, as he explained that 8-chain mages are the apex predators of this world, implies that a figure of absolute power was now indebted to Dane. Magic towers were not just buildings, but sovereign powers within the continent, meaning Sidrain was royalty in his own right, yet it remained a mystery why a tower master was wandering that specific forest, that was no ordinary woodland after all. Mages feared it as a forbidden ground, calling it the Forest of the Last Days, a name that screamed death to any ordinary soul who dared enter. Dane inspected the blade in his hand, deciding to task Herman with acquiring a replacement. His current sword had become far too light and short for his rapidly growing strength. Fortunately, the armory was stocked with spoils of war brought back by the Count. Starting tomorrow, Dane could finally train with a proper longsword, but for now, this featherlight blade would have to suffice to finish his daily routine. Suddenly, he remembered the crest Duke Thermian had gifted him a blank check to forge any weapon his heart desired. 7 years had passed since that day. Looking back, those memories brought a warm smile to his face. If he ever traveled to the capital, his first destination would undoubtedly be the Duke's estate. Finishing his practice, Dane encountered his father, Dane assumed the Count had business in the city, but he had returned unexpectedly. Early matters outside were resolved quickly, and the Count had rushed back, specifically to meet the prestigious Tower Master. Recovering in their guest wing, he harbored hopes that Sidrain Gauze might take Arabella under his wing, as she desperately needed a mentor of that caliber. Dane also considered the benefits of having a Tower Master guide his sister, but he genuinely doubted if the old man could survive that girl's fiery personality. Rumor had it, Arabella had already decked a senior mage just for being annoying. Regardless, Count Sagres praised his son for his benevolence in saving a stranger's life. Dane insisted he only did what was necessary, but his father knew that walking into hell to save a life was not something just anyone could do. Dane was maturing into a truly magnificent young man. As the years flew by, it was becoming increasingly rare for Count Sagres to even see his daughters. Arabella had finished her semester and was currently shopping for a magic tower, while Claire had already secured a position as an assistant professor. This was the price of raising geniuses. While proud of his daughters, the Count held a different kind of expectation. For his only son, he often wondered how the world would react to a man who had mastered so many disciplines. The Count eagerly awaited the day his rival, Duke Thermian, would witness Dane's evolution. It had been years since his reincarnation into the House of Sagres, but the burning desire to cross blades with the Duke still fueled his spirit. His thoughts also drifted to Layla, wondering how she was faring in the capital. Her last letter was nearly a year old, and Dane looked forward to their reunion whenever he finally made the trip. A few days later, Sidrain was on the verge of losing his mind. From cabin fever barely recovered, the doctor had strictly confined him to the estate grounds, and absolutely forbade the use of mana. His circuits were still clogged with reflux, and the residual poison hadn't been fully purged. He needed more time to heal. Sidrain had no choice but to comply. It was a rare vulnerability for him, but being cooped up in a room all day was a torture worse than death. Unable to take it anymore, he wandered out of his quarters, despite not knowing the layout of the annex. The doctor panicked, fearing the old archmage would cause an incident. During Sidrain's short stay, the household staff had already begun whispering rumors about the eccentric guest, saying mages were always either geniuses or complete lunatics. Maids had witnessed Sidrain pacing up and down the annex stairs dozens of times, only to stand frozen in the garden staring at flowers for hours on end. They had heard he was a legendary figure, but all they saw was a senile old man, and they genuinely worried for Lady Arabella's future if this was her potential teacher. But in reality, Sidrain was completely mesmerized by the estate's garden. He never imagined the flowers were arranged in a complex formation to channel such extraordinary natural magic. Dane approached the old man, having searched the entire mansion, only to find Sidrain lost in thought among the flora. Although Sidrain despised being trapped in a strange place until his full recovery, he had to admit that for a forced vacation, this estate was a magnificent place to heal. It was easy to see why the nobility flocked to the south, like migrating birds, when the season changed. Dane had grown fond of this paradise, which made his inevitable departure for the capital feel bittersweet. But destiny called. The academy awaited, the very stage where his sisters had already carved their names into legend. Yet, the Archmage Sidrain was less interested in the sisters, and more intrigued by the monster standing before him. Activating his arcane vision, the old mage peered into Dane's very soul, expecting a ripple of power. Instead, he found a cataclysmic ocean. If other geniuses were flowing streams, this boy was a raging tsunami, destroying everything in its path. By all laws of magic, a vessel this young should have exploded from such volatile density, yet the energy remained eerily calm. Suddenly, Dane's sharp voice cut through the trance, scolding the elder for peering into his mana without permission. Sidrain flinched, hastily apologizing for his rudeness, though his mind was still reeling from the impossibility he had just witnessed. How could a mere human contain such catastrophic power? It defied every magical theorem he had studied for decades, but as he looked closer, a horrifying realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The boy possessed no magic circles. Instead of the standard foundation, his heart housed 2 solidified monocores, a feat of absolute lunacy for his age. The old mage felt his blood pressure spike. To possess the mana of a god and waste it on swinging a pointy stick? It was blasphemy. The boy had turned his back on the path of the Grand Mage to become a muscle-brained warrior. When Dane innocently asked if he could just use both systems, Sidrain nearly tore his own beard out in frustration. He desperately tried to explain the curse of the magic swordsman, a path paved with short life expectancies and ruined bodies. Cores and circles were like oil and water. When they clashed within a human body, the result was complete internal destruction. It was an unwritten law of the world. Force the two to mix, and the fragile circle would shatter under the core's pressure. Dane scratched his cheek, realizing he might have underestimated the danger, but he wasn't ready to give up on magic just yet. The Archmage sighed, explaining that while casting without a circle wasn't technically impossible, it was a fool's errand. Countless mages had tried to walk that theoretical path, and every single one had met with miserable failure. But to a true prodigy, impossible is just a suggestion. Dane ignored the warnings and reached out to the mana in the air. He didn't just chant a spell, he rewrote the very fabric of the magic formula, rearranging the runes with terrifying intuition. With a snap of his fingers, a fireball bloomed into existence, a flawless one-chain spell cast with 0 mana circles. Sidrain's jaw hit the floor. This wasn't just talent, this was shattering common sense into a million pieces. The boy didn't stop there. He casually tweaked the formula again, weaving a mana barrier around himself as if it were child's play. He mused that his sister Arabella had mentioned his high affinity, but this went far beyond simple affinity. For the first time in his life, the Archmage of the Tower felt small. He was witnessing a monster that defied the heavens themselves. While Dane smirked at his success, the old man's knees began to tremble, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement. This was a one-in-a-millennium gem, a diamond in the rough that he simply could not let slip through his fingers. Abandoning all dignity, the Archmage practically begged Dane to become his personal disciple, right then and there. He tried to bribe the boy, promising that under his tutelage, Dane would be casting legendary 8-chain spells in no time, but the young master remained unimpressed, politely rejecting the offer and driving the old man to the brink of madness. Just as the tension peaked, a booming laugh echoed through the garden as Count Sogras made his entrance. The Count was amused to see the illustrious Archmage acting like a desperate salesman in front of his son. Sidrain quickly composed himself, shifting tactics to praise Dane's potential to the heavens in front of the Patriarch. He declared that the boy's future was brighter than the sun, capable of feats that would rewrite history books. Even the battle-hardened Count had to admit he had grown numb to the sheer absurdity of his son's monstrous growth. The Archmage continued his pitch, claiming Dane could become the greatest magic swordsman the Empire had ever seen. But the moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the garden froze. The Count's jolly demeanor vanished instantly. A terrifying aura flared around the father. The term swordsman was a taboo that should never be spoken in this house. Oblivious to the killing intent, Sidrain kept digging his own grave, rambling about making Dane the ultimate blade master. Finally, the volcano erupted. Count Arcan roared with enough force to shake the estate. He refused to let his son be reduced to a filthy swordsman. Sidrain tried to argue logic, but the Count wasn't listening. If the boy was going to wield magic and a weapon, he would be a magic spearman, because in this house, the spear is king. The Sogras bloodline was truly a monstrous anomaly. In the world of mages, taking a disciple is no light matter. It is the forging of a legacy, where powerful archmages raise their true heirs. It is the sacred right of inheritance, a bond linking the ancient era to the modern age, far deeper than any common academy education. Archmage Sidrain Gauze sought more than just a student. He needed a vessel to carry his life's magnum opus, a worthy heir to the 8-chain throne. Seeing this titan of magic, desperate to recruit him, Dane realized something crucial. His potential wasn't just good, it was god tier. A strange power surged through his meridian points. Now that he grasped the basics, he recalled a precious artifact, a gift from his sister, Arabella, a communication crystal to bridge the distance. Who better to consult than a genius mage? Dane channeled his mana, waking the dormant crystal. The connection formed instantly. Far away in the academy library, Arabella froze. That spiritual signature, it was him. Her face lit up with pure joy, but the pleasantries ended when she heard the impossible. A one-chain spell, cast without a magic circle? She knew he was a prodigy, but this defied logic. Circles exist to purify chaotic energy. For him to bypass that, it meant Dane's mana was naturally pure essence. She had to verify this anomaly immediately. She prepared to warp a mana stone directly to his room. Thank the heavens for such a capable sister. A 6-chain mage backing him up? That was a reassuring mountain to lean on. But with great power comes unwanted eyes. Casting chain magic at his age, the academy would turn into a chaotic storm around him. Yet Arabella's voice turned ice cold. I will obliterate anyone who touches you. Speaking of trash, Dane asked about the rumors. The time she smashed a noble's face in, the second son of the Duel Duchy? Just thinking of that slime made her blood boil. She realized she was leaking killing intent in public. Composing herself, she returned to the theory. His mana purity wasn't just high, it was evolving. But the academy waits for no one. A professor summoned her, cutting their meeting short. She swore to send the testing stone soon. The reality finally settled on Dane's shoulders. He was walking a path no mage had ever trodden. With this purity, did he have a dragon's heart, or what? Meanwhile, Archmage Sidrain was suffering. Peeking at Dane's power had aggravated his mana reflux. He was trapped in the annex for now. If the brat would just say yes, he would inherit a legacy that shook the heavens. How could he tempt this stubborn genius? Should he bribe him with legendary artifacts? or secret techniques refined over centuries, but showing his hand too early was risky. He might get scammed and left with nothing. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Was the boy finally here to apologize? Had he seen the light? Dane entered, looking specifically for the old bat. Cedrain's eyes lit up. He's finally accepting. Nope. Dane crushed that hope instantly. It wasn't that he hated magic, nor did he have another master. Then, why are you here? Cedrain fumed. Simple. Dane needed knowledge, the rearrangement code for two-chain magic. His sister was too far to teach him, but right in front of him sat the perfect encyclopedia, a living archmage who owed him a life debt. Rejection wasn't an option. Dane finally revealed his true ambition. He wouldn't be just a mage or a spearman. He would be a magic spear assassin summoner, a class that didn't even exist in history. Throw swordsman in there too. The sheer absurdity nearly gave Cedrain a stroke. This greedy brat wanted everything. Because of this chaotic goal, he couldn't be a pure disciple. Cedrain saw the fire in the boy's eyes. He wouldn't budge. The old mage sighed and changed tactics. What about a letter of recommendation? A direct pass to the Academy elite? Endorsed by the former Tower Master of Nixian? That was a golden ticket to instant fame. Dane weighed the value. Not bad. He took the deal. But I have one more condition. Cedrain chuckled, thinking the fish was on the hook. Finally, a connection to this monster talent. But Dane circled back to his original demand. Teach me the two-chain code. For a grand archmage, child's play, he had memorized every spell formula in existence. And since Dane was just a fledgling, a letter and some basics, easy. Even injured, he could teach this much. Dane hid a wicked grin. He had played the old man perfectly. Dane extended his hand. With this, your life debt is settled. The archmage had offered the world, and Dane took exactly what he needed. Cedrain realized he'd been danced around. The answer to the apprenticeship remained no. An 8-chain master, outwitted by a 14-year-old brat. But Cedrain pushed back. You asked for 2 rewards for 1 favor? Dane shook his head. 1. Saved you from the forest. 2. Cured the poison. I also lugged your heavy body back here. Call that a service tip. Cedrain opened his mouth, but no words came. He was utterly destroyed by logic. What kind of monster was this kid? Defeated, they headed to the training hall. He wouldn't get a disciple today. But if he groomed the boy now, maybe the future would hold a different fate. Such brilliance couldn't be left to rot. The lesson began. The challenge. Casting without a circle. Watch closely, brat. Two-chain magic wasn't simple addition. It was exponential chaos. This was the wall where most geniuses failed. Dane's gaze sharpened into a blade. Seeing that hunger, Cedrain smirked. He wouldn't hold back a single drop of knowledge. He had a legendary reputation as an archmage to protect. After all, two-chain codes were a nightmare compared to the basics, requiring the caster to manually calculate the mana load. Atmospheric mana density and physical condition must align perfectly. This chaotic complexity is why 99% of mages give up before they even truly begin. Cedrain unleashed a torrent of complex jargon, waiting for the boy to beg for a simpler explanation. Instead, Dane simply smiled and urged him to continue. For Dane, decoding the secrets of mana rearrangement was pure ecstasy. But Cedrain wasn't done testing him just yet. He grilled the boy on the laws of rearrangement. Dane didn't hesitate. The first law, coexistence. Magic power bridges the physical world and external mana sources. Through coexistence, a mage harmonizes their internal core with the environment to ignite a spell. Then came the second law, conservation. With sufficient accumulation, raw power transmutes into elemental destruction. Dane didn't just memorize these truths. He understood their very soul. He even dared to evolve the theories with his own insights. Where others saw boredom, he saw infinite potential. Talent, resources, and a starving mind, he was a monster in the making. Cedrain explained that with every added chain, the complexity didn't just add up, it multiplied. But words were cheap. It was time to witness true artistry. The archmage summoned a wisp of mana, weaving a simple one-chain grid with effortless grace. But the leap to two-chain magic was an abyss. The orderly grid exploded into a chaotic storm of swirling runes and raw power. Dane's emerald eyes narrowed, dissecting every chaotic knot and thread. Cedrain finished the sequence, manifesting the blazing fire arrow. Repetition is the mother of mastery. The old man smirked, thinking the boy was finally intimidated. Normally, this leap took a genius a full year. The human mind simply isn't built to process that much data at once. It breaks people. Cedrain planned to spoon-feed him the technique over a week to prevent burnout. But Dane, he didn't want to wait. He wanted to try now. The archmage indulged him, expecting a spectacular failure. But the moment Dane's mana flooded the room, the air changed. The boy entered a trance state. His fingers danced, weaving the raw energy into the exact one-chain grid Sidrain had just shown. Every line, every width, it was mathematically perfect, a fearsome display of accuracy. If he stopped here, he'd be hailed as a prodigy of the century. But Dane wasn't interested in being just a prodigy. He deconstructed the grid, plunging into the chaos of the two-chain swirl. Sidrain's jaw hit the floor. It was a flawless mirror image of the spell demonstrated only once. When the stuttering archmage asked how, Dane shrugged. I just watched you. By memorizing the patterns and visualizing the flow, the impossible became surprisingly easy. Sidrain felt his common sense shattering piece by piece. It took the archmage years to master this. This circleless child did it in minutes. Sidrain clutched his chest, fearing a literal heart attack. Dane wasn't done giving the old man a stroke. Let's try the spell, he announced. Mana and runes spun around him at breakneck velocity. The code clicked into place. Snap. Not one but multiple fire arrows materialized. Sidrain rubbed his eyes, refusing to accept reality. He spiraled into a full-blown existential crisis. With talent like that, the legendary nine-chain realm wouldn't be a dream, it would be a Tuesday. Dane sent the flames dancing across the hall like obedient pets. Even he was startled by how natural the destructive power felt in his hands. This changed everything. A mage casting without a circle? The world would lose its mind. Sidrain realized this power had to be concealed, or vultures would swarm. But one thing was clear. He would never let this kid go. Since Dane devoured the curriculum, they would accelerate the training to god-tier speeds. He'd have to edit the Academy recommendation letter if he wrote the truth. They'd think he was insane. Later that night, Dane lay awake, steeling his resolve. In his past life, survival was the only metric. He was a sword slave, denied the luxury of knowledge. When you don't know if you'll live to see the sunset, you don't study spellbooks. Magic was a forbidden dream in a life of bloodshed. His hands were stained with steel and blood, not ink. But this life was different. He had time. He had peace. With the resources of a count and the soul of a warrior, his potential was limitless. Combining his sister Arabella's basics with his own dormant talent, and with a former tower master guiding him, explosive growth wasn't a possibility, it was a guarantee. He closed his eyes, eager for tomorrow's lessons. Half a month later, Dane approached his father with a bold request. He needed to craft a magic reagent, and the ingredients required a journey. The count hesitated, but Sidrain stepped in immediately. The boy is ready, my lord. He's already mastered 4 rearrangement codes. Normal geniuses took a month for 1 code. Dane had devoured 4. The count knew better than to argue with those results. Sidrain had long accepted that Dane was simply a monster in human skin. He was actually thrilled the kid wanted to do alchemy usually. Students hated the boring stuff. Finally, the count relented. It would be good for the heir to see the world beyond the castle walls. With a grateful bow, the journey began. Dane, the archmage, and the loyal knight Herman set off for the outer territories. Even on the frontier, the people gazed at him with worship in their eyes. Dane didn't look down on them. He returned every wave with genuine warmth. Sidrain observed the smiling faces. The count was clearly a benevolent ruler. The south was truly a paradise-rich food, warm sun, and good souls. Such peace was a fairy tale in the cutthroat capital. It was exactly why Dane swore to protect this land. Their carriage rolled through the scenic route until the destination appeared. Herman took the lead, guiding the young master to his first magic shop. The shopkeeper nearly fainted. The famous young master was here? She couldn't stop gushing over his moonlight silver hair and piercing emerald eyes. Dane accepted her gratitude with a nod. The Thieves' Guild rarely bothered with her humble shop lately. Thankfully, outlanders seeking mystic arts kept her business afloat. Then, the shopkeeper froze. She recognized the aura of a legend. Sidrain, the former master of the Magic Tower. Having such a titan in her store was an honor beyond words. Finally receiving the respect he deserved, Sidrain grinned. She offered them free reign of her inventory. For Dane, this was a new world, his first step into a true sanctuary of magic. Sidrain urged him to explore while he chatted with the owner. Dane's eyes darted around. Even a cursory glance revealed treasures, potions shimmering in vials, rare gemstones pulsing with light. Enchanted charms lined the shelves. Yet, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Déjà vu? No, it was more. When he touched the artifacts, he could see the flow of their mana. Was this the privilege of his high affinity? Suddenly, a high-pitched ring pierced his senses. It demanded his attention. A powerful resonance pulled him toward a corner of the shop. As he approached, the owner waved it off. Just cheap decorations, she claimed. But the pull was undeniable. Just then, Sidrain's voice broke his trance, summoning him. The old master wanted to examine reagents. He had already selected premium materials, moonroot, a versatile ingredient essential for over 50 different high-tier elixirs. The owner boasted of her processing quality, but Dane was barely listening. The phantom ringing grew louder. Like a siren's song, it lured him deeper into the pile of junk. A strange power tugged at his very soul. He turned. There it was, a rough stone slab, radiating pure, unadulterated mana. This was the source of the cry. His body moved without permission. Herman rushed over, panic on his face. To the servant, his young master was merely staring blankly at a worthless rock embedded in the wall. Dane didn't understand it, but the stone chose him. He pried it loose. The moment it touched his skin, he channeled his mana. The reaction intensified instantly. It was reacting uniquely to his specific magical signature. A fated encounter? Meanwhile, old Sidrain was still happily hoarding ingredients like a kid in a candy store. Dane approached the counter, the stone clutched tight. He demanded its history. The owner sighed. As she said before, it was merely a decorative piece. A decoration with a mana signature stronger than legendary artifacts? Sidrain raised an eyebrow. Had the shopkeeper been scammed into buying rubble? She admitted the truth. Years ago, a traveling peddler used it as payment. She had hoped for treasure, but a professional mage appraisal deemed it a worthless, common rock. Worthless? Dane knew better. The energy humming against his palm told a different story. The owner tried to steer the young master toward her actual merchandise. She pitched expensive artifacts, ancient relics, anything to make a sale. But Dane was deaf to her sales pitch. His entire world narrowed down to the rough stone. That stone was the prize. To wrap things up, she showed him a catalog scroll, an item that automatically records information. Useful, but secondary. Dane purchased the scroll and the useless stone. He couldn't leave it. Destiny was calling. Even Sidrain looked at him like he had lost his mind. On the carriage ride home, the old mage couldn't hold back. Do you have a sudden passion for abstract art, kid? Or do you actually think that debris is special? Dane explained the resonance. The stone reacted to his mana. Sidrain remained skeptical, but kept an open mind. He saw nothing, but he trusted the boy's instincts. His curiosity was piqued. The caravan raced back to the castle through the crowded streets. Upon arrival, Sidrain unveiled his pride and joy, an invaluable experimentation device. If anyone could unlock its secrets, it was him. A common mage failed? Ha! Sidrain scoffed. No low-level appraiser could compare to the former Tower Lord. He had poured his entire fortune into this state-of-the-art analysis machine. If it existed in this dimension, his machine could analyze it. Anticipation filled the lab. Sidrain placed the stone on the platform. Pour your mana into it, kid. Let's wake this sleeping beauty up. Dane unleashed his power. Instantly, the stone roared to life. A dense, rich aura exploded outward. Light swirled in the appraisal chamber, weaving complex patterns. Sidrain's eyes widened, monitoring the energy spike. His machine was working. Finally, after being outshined by his student so often, the master reclaimed his dignity. Mana danced in the air, solidifying into glowing runes. Dane recognized them instantly. The grueling weeks of study under Sidrain were paying off. It was a magic code. But Sidrain's expression turned serious. This wasn't some basic encryption. This was something else entirely. Magnificent. The structure was alien. The intricacy was off the charts. A 6-chain? No. Perhaps even a legendary 7-chain sequence. A masterclass code hidden within a rock. And Dane's mana was the only key that turned the lock. The stone refused to bow to anyone else. They had exposed the code, but deciphering it? That was a titan's task. Even Sidrain, a walking library of arcane arts, had never encountered this specific magical signature. Yet, his mage's pride flared up. He would crack this code if it killed him. This could be the missing link to understanding the source of Dane's anomalous power. While the men labored, Arabella was conducting her own investigation at the Sagres estate. Her personal laboratory was a fortress of knowledge, stacked high with tomes and relics. She held a crystal containing her brother's captured mana. The data was undeniable. Dane's power wasn't just strong, it was fundamentally different. It defied all modern classification. She had run every diagnostic spell in the book, yet the origin of this anomaly remained a ghost she couldn't catch. Reagents, gate theory, magitech engineering, dead ends. But Arabella was a Sagres. She wouldn't give up. The truth was hiding in the shadows, waiting to be found. Then, a memory sparked. A whisper of a long-lost magical discipline. A branch of power erased from history. Could Dane be the heir to a forgotten legacy? Arabella dove into her library, tearing through mountains of literature. Where was that forbidden text? The one covering alchemy, divination, and primitive coding. Necromancy. Spiritualism. Ah! As she searched, a heavy, dust-covered grimoire fell from the top shelf with a thud. She dusted it off. It was an ancient tome. It spoke of the Kingdom of Arcana, a civilization from 2,000 years ago, wielders of a power from the age of myths, magic that violated modern laws. Arabella let out a dry laugh. Ridiculous. Ancient magic was a fairy tale, extinct for millennia. There was no way her little brother was connected to a dead era. But she was desperate. Throwing logic to the wind, she placed the crystal into her magical typewriter. She cross-referenced the ancient tome. Silence filled the room. Then, her eyes flew open in horror. The crystal was resonating. She scribbled the formula with feverish intensity. Her mind raced, desperate for answers. Was this alchemy, divination, or a power unseen by this era? Arabella didn't care what the answer was, just so long as her brother hadn't touched the forbidden arts of necromancy. But the moment the final calculation clicked, it was as if a bolt of lightning shattered her reality. Her trembling lips could only whisper one thing. What in the heavens is this power? Meanwhile, back at the Sogre's training grounds, Dane and Master Sidrain were locked in a battle of patience, trying to coax a reaction from the mysterious stone. Suddenly, with a crisp snap, Sidrain shattered the ancient seal. Buried deep within the slab lay a secret. The old sage reached in with trembling hands, extracting a seemingly humble artifact. It was a silver bracelet, pulsating with dense, suffocating mana. To a layman, it looked like a cheap trinket from a street stall. Even the great mage Sidrain was skeptical at first. He hoped for some legendary material, but it appeared disappointingly mundane. Yet, since the stone only bowed to Dane's unique mana signature, Sidrain had a hunch. The bracelet would likely demand the same master. Dane slid the cold metal over his wrist. It hung loosely, an ill-fitting relic of the past. But then, the awakening began. Light erupted from the silver band. It resonated violently with the mana coursing through Dane's veins. As expected, it accepted him as its true master. Ghostly characters began to float into the air, shimmering with an ethereal light. Sidrain leaned in, his eyes widening behind his spectacles. Dane asked nervously if the old mage could read the script, but to his shock, a manic grin stretched across Sidrain's face. These were ancient runes, scripts lost to the sands of time, unreadable by modern mages. This was the language of the legendary Arcana Kingdom. Dane searched his memory for the name, recalling the lore Arabella shared in their childhood. It was a golden age, where magic was the very air they breathed. But then, in the blink of an eye, the civilization vanished into the void, leaving only whispers and dust. And now, this cryptic code sealed in stone. How was a missing piece of that catastrophic history? Sidrain knew the boy was special, but a direct lineage to the Arcana Kingdom? That was unheard of. Greed burned in the old mage's eyes. He absolutely had to make Dane his apprentice now. The Forest of the Last Days, a hellscape that repelled even an archmage. It was rumored to be cursed with Arcana's chaos mana. Dane's survival there. It all made perfect sense now. Tragically, they only had these few glowing fragments to go on. Sidrain advised Dane to study them with patience, but his voice dropped to a grave whisper. This must remain an absolute secret. Suddenly, their scholarly peace was obliterated. A piercing shriek tore through the air of the Sogre's estate. Their eyes went wide with alarm. A sound of approaching doom caught them completely off guard. It didn't take a genius to recognize the monster invasion alarm. But instead of fear, a wildfire lit up the old man's eyes. His body was healed, and he was itching to unleash some high-tier destruction. What better way to repay his hosts than with a display of overwhelming power? The battle-crazed elder barked at Dane. Don't just stand there, boy. Grab a weapon. Prepare for war. But Dane stood there, unmoved, with a face like stone. He calmly reached into his coat and produced a glowing pendant. Sidrain paused, weapon half raised. Why is the enemy alarm coming from your necklace? Dane sighed, delivering the buzzkill. That's not a monster, elder. It's my big sister calling me. The old mage's battle aura popped like a cheap balloon. Disappointment washed over him as he grumbled at the boy's timing. Dane chuckled awkwardly at the bloodthirsty senior. Elder, we're in the safe zone. Why would monsters be here? Clearing up the misunderstanding, Dane activated the call. Sidrain stood in the corner, pouting like a child denied candy. The moment the connection clicked, his sister's voice cut through. Why did you take so long to pick up? He offered a quick apology and asked for the report. She began rattling off the shocking analysis results. But suddenly, her voice snapped shut. Is there someone else with you? The mere mention of the magic code confirmed it. Dane realized with a jolt. She had already deduced the ancient origin on her own. Sidrain, overhearing everything, let out a screech of disbelief. How in the nine hells did she figure that out? As they spoke, Dane explained their side of the discovery. Even with the physical evidence, they had barely confirmed the ancient kingdom link themselves. The stone, rejecting everyone but Dane, was the smoking gun. That was their clue. But the old mage ground his teeth in pure frustration. To reach that conclusion, just from raw data, it was insanity. He knew the girl was a genius, but her intellect was frankly terrifying. Arabella's voice turned serious. Does anyone else know? No, Dane replied instantly. A heavy sigh of relief echoed through the pendant. Good. Bury this truth, she commanded. If this gets out, the consequences will be catastrophic. Then, switching to perfect etiquette, she apologized to the Archmage. Forgive my rudeness for not greeting you sooner, sir. Sidrain waved it off with a hearty laugh. Your brother has told me plenty, young lady. His expression then turned steel serious. As for the boy's power, I shall take this secret to my grave, if the world found out. Not just Dane, but the entire House of Sagres would be consumed by the political storm. Arabella praised the old mage's wisdom. As expected of the legendary sage, you grasped the gravity immediately. Then, the old man's eyes narrowed. Is this communication being recorded? Negative, she replied crisply. The data self-destructs the moment we disconnect. Excellent, Sidrain nodded. No loose ends. Sidrain then dropped his own bombshell. I will return to the Magic Tower to investigate these ruins personally. Arabella thanked him for his dedication. He brushed off the gratitude with a wave of his hand. It is merely the duty of a seeker of truth. Then, the fox showed his tail. Speaking of towers, I hear a prodigy like you is scouting for an affiliation. Have you chosen yet? Arabella instantly saw through the old man's scheme. He was trying to recruit her. She gracefully sidestepped the trap. Well, I've ruled out the Nixon Tower. Their research facilities are lacking for my needs. An imaginary arrow pierced the old man's chest. That was his tower. He wondered where Dane got his sharp wits. Clearly, it ran in the family bloodline. Swallowing his frustration, he forced a laugh. Haha, yes, well, choose freely. Dane watched nervously from the side. His sister really didn't pull her punches. Sensing the awkwardness, Arabella moved to wrap things up. We shall discuss the specifics later, Dane. With a final farewell, the magical hum faded. Your sister, Sidrain muttered, is a terrifyingly impressive woman. Dane nodded in total agreement. She actually invented this communication device, Dane added. It's the latest trend among the young elite. The old man smiled, but his eyebrow twitched. Humph. I have no need for such toys, he scoffed. When you reach the 8th chain like me, idle chatter is beneath your dignity. Dane squinted at him. The boy realized the sad truth. It wasn't about dignity. The old coot just had no friends to call him. Later that evening, Dane gathered his parents to reveal the ancient secret. His mother's face paled with worry, but his father's aura flared with protective rage. If anyone hunts our son, they will pay in blood. His mother's expression darkened, matching his killing intent. I will show them no mercy. When it comes to the sanctuary of her son, her instincts flare up once again. Dane feels suffocated by their overwhelming protection, but he admits, there is no safer place in the realm than under their watchful gaze. Sagres poses a heavy question. Does their bloodline truly harbor a dormant ancient power? His wife confirms the suspicion, wondering if the ancestors carried this burden as well. She vows to investigate her lineage. First, the mystery deepens, and Dane cannot help but feel a spark of intrigue, wondering what secrets would come to light. If both families excavated their past, though it matters little to him, curiosity still gnaws at his mind. His mother reminds him that he has already shattered his limits. In this isolated place, staying here would only become a shackle to his potential. He must slowly turn his gaze toward the capital. The very word sends a jolt through him, and his parents remind him of the iron rule. One must be 14 years old to enter the academy now that he has reached that milestone. Time is of the essence. Sagres confesses that his heart wanted to hoard Dane for another year or two, but the fledgling has outgrown the nest. There is nothing left for him to master here. His mother places a gentle hand over his, granting him the freedom to fly whenever he chooses, emphasizing that his destiny is in his own hands. Dane is stunned. He never expected them to accept the inevitable separation. With such grace, his father declares, with absolute conviction, that his son will become a legend, encouraging him to unleash his talents upon the world. Dane offers a knowing smile, accepting their blessing, and vows to prepare for the academy. With everything he has, the family shares a warm moment, and Dane feels the adrenaline of a new chapter, rushing through his veins later. Dane informs Sidrian of his departure. The old sage asks if this path is truly his own will, and Dane confirms it without hesitation. Admitting that the timeline has accelerated, the old man nods in approval, agreeing that chaining a dragon like him in this mansion, he would be a crime against his potential. He offers a final piece of wisdom. Do not show all your cards at once. The Academy craves genius, but the world is filled with envy, and mediocre souls will despise his brilliance. Dane knows this lesson well. Arabella had already warned him of the snakes lying in wait, sharing horror stories of her own. The old man scoffs, noting that commoners struggle to survive the pressure, but assures Dane that a scion of House Thermian will not falter. Speaking of the house, Dane's thoughts drift to Layla and the solemn vow he made to visit her in the capital. He knows that breaking that promise would crush her spirit. He clutches the crest Duke Thermian bestowed upon him, contemplating the weapon he must forge before his journey. The old man then checks the calendar, reminding him that only 3 months remain until enrollment, meaning he must depart in 2 months' time. Dane nods and turns the question back to the sage, asking of his future. Sidrian reveals he will return to the magic tower. Unfinished business awaits him. There he thanks Dane for being the spark that cured his boredom, and as a parting gift, he promises to hunt for clues regarding the ancient magic. Dane bows deeply grateful for the old master's generosity, but the old man snaps back to teacher mode. Time is short, and the curriculum must be completed. Sidrian intends to speedrun the training, warning that the third chain is a nightmare compared to the second. Dane vows to conquer it, then reveals he has a surprise for his mentor. Sidrian's eyes light up curiosity, getting the better of him. Dane produces a box, claiming it arrived yesterday from his sister via teleportation magic, explaining that this is the holy grail for the younger generation. A compact crystal ball model, so new it hasn't even hit the market yet. Arabella developed this masterpiece, and Dane pulled strings to secure it. The old man snatches the stone, absolutely giddy to possess such a treasure. He praises its beauty, feigning modesty, by claiming he has no need for toys, yet he accepts it with zero hesitation. No matter how much he denies it, his face betrays his pure joy. He is thrilled to own this cutting-edge artifact. Dane spends the rest of the time acting as tech support, teaching the old wizard how to operate the device, like a grandson teaching his grandfather. As night falls, Dane retreats to his room, reflecting on the mountain of tasks he must crush in 2 months, revealing his true passion lies in the art of summoning. His goal is set officially: enroll in summoning classes, obtain the badge, and dominate the qualification exam. With Claire as an assistant professor, fate might bring them together. Often, suddenly he remembers a crucial daily ritual. He nearly forgot to feed Mana to his familiar. He grabs the egg, pouring his energy into the shell for 7 long years. Dane has diligently performed this rite, morning and night, without a single crack to show for it. Yet the magic does not vanish. It is devoured by the life within, convincing him that the awakening is inevitable. The scene shifts to the academy grounds. Students buzz with anxiety about the entrance exams, split into 2 rigorous stages: the common exam and the specialization exam. The first is a test of knowledge, history, and culture of the Empire, a hurdle Dane will clear with ease. Arabella briefs her brother via the crystal warning that this score defines his initial rank. Then comes the real challenge, the specialization exam, where one must choose a major and face the professor's judgment. Arabella claims it will be a walk in the park. For a prodigy like him, Dane recalls she crushed that test effortlessly, smiling as she calls it a piece of cake. But she drops a heavy truth. The major chosen now is permanent. One must choose wisely. She gently nudges him toward the path of magic. As Dane swings his sword in the training yard, he manages an awkward smile. Realizing she still hasn't given up on recruiting him, he brushes her off, saying he will consider it, then asks if the path is truly locked after enrollment. Arabella confirms the rigid system. The only escape is graduation and return while electives exist. Third-year elites are barred from crossing disciplines, meaning he has one shot to get this right. She then mentions a legend, the autonomous major system, designed for monsters of talent. Dane is instantly captivated, asking how it differs. His sister warns him with a serious tone. Unless he wishes to fail, he should avoid it, for no student has ever conquered that exam. But Dane's eyes have already locked onto the target. His silence tells his sister that he is plotting something audacious. He quickly reassures her, promising not to be reckless, and ends the call, leaving Arabella wondering if she pushed her brother too hard. Joining the magic program was his only real path forward. But before he could dwell on fate, a messenger appeared. The professor summons you. And just like that, the scene shifts. Professor Sidrian actually delivered. Behold, the legendary letter of recommendation. Dane beamed with joy at the sight of it, while the old sage puffed his chest out like a proud peacock. This was no generic scribbling, mind you. He poured his blood, sweat, and mana into this parchment. It was a masterpiece designed to open doors, with every word crafted to dazzle the academy elite. It screamed of Dane's monstrous potential, a rare moment of sincerity from the grumpy old man. "You better be honored, brat," his eyes seemed to say. Dane flashed a charming smile, promising not to waste this golden ticket. He swore to exceed all expectations, but Sidrian just grumbled, salty as ever. "It would be better if you just became my disciple." He lamented their undefined relationship status yet again. Technically, they were master and apprentice. But was Dane ready to make it official? Judging by that stiff, awkward grimace, the old man was definitely getting mentor-zoned hard. That face clearly said, "Let's just be friends." Ignoring the rejection, Sidrian cleared his throat. "Are your preparations complete?" Dane nodded, switching back to business mode. He was traveling light, minimalist style. Besides, The academy dorms were basically 5-star resorts. Sidrain nodded in agreement. True, the facilities are fit for royalty, but then, his expression darkened. Those luxuries are a monopoly of the elite. Don't let those arrogant nobles stomp on you. Dane laughed nervously, sensing the heavy foreshadowing. Rumor had it, the school was a playground for rich thugs. Sidrain dropped the wisdom. Watch your neck. They will bare their fangs the moment they smell weakness. Survival of the fittest? Dane smirked. That sounded exactly like the battlefield. He was a veteran of chaos. Don't worry, old man. I know how to play that game. Reassured, Sidrain pointed to the communication crystal. Call me if you get in over your head. That artifact is precious, so use it wisely. It was a lifeline he couldn't afford to lose. Then, a realization hit Dane. You're skipping town soon, aren't you? The old man flinched. Busted. Sharp kid. I can't hide anything from you, can I? He sighed, revealing his escape plan. Your father keeps trying to hire me as a mage advisor. Too much paperwork. I'm out of here. Surely, Dane understood the urge to flee from responsibility. With the magic tower in chaos, there was only one reason for his urgency. Dane realized instantly. The elder was returning to research the forbidden arts of ancient magic. The old mage bowed in gratitude. And our boy returned the respect, thanking the eccentric master for every second invested in his growth. A silent understanding passed between them. He couldn't wait to witness the monster Dane would become in the future. With a wave of his hand, the old man turned his back. Don't follow me, he commanded. Goodbyes are for the weak, a stoic exit to avoid tears. Dane wished him safe travels, but a heavy weight settled in his chest. The bond between them had become stronger than blood. The next day, the lord of the house spoke. Now that the Grand Mage has departed, are you ready? Dane nodded. His preparations were flawless. The Count turned to his wife, his voice tinged with melancholy. With him gone, these halls will feel like a tomb. But the Countess shook her head. No sadness marred her features, only relief. The eaglet was finally leaving the nest. Her only fear was the treacherous road to the academy, but the Count dismissed her worries. He travels not by road, but by the weave of space itself. The teleportation gate Arabella constructed is flawless. Hearing this, the doting mother let out a breath she'd been holding. A smile bloomed on her face. She had every right to be arrogant. She had raised monsters of talent. Look at the other noble houses. Their children tore each other apart like rabid dogs fighting for the heir's seat. The day of judgment will come for House Sogres too, the father mused. But my children? It doesn't matter who takes the throne. Any one of them could lead us to glory. Speak of the devil. Dane entered the chamber, his presence commanding. Do you have the night horn? His mother asked. And the Mark I entrusted to you? Dane flashed a radiant smile. Safe and sound. Her expression turned serious. Remember the location. If shadows threaten you, show them that mark. It is your ultimate shield. Dane nodded, storing the information. But his mind raced. Who were these contacts? Old friends, or ghosts from a bloody past? They were my shadow brothers and sisters, she confessed. It has been an age, but for my son, they would burn the world down if asked. Hearing this, Count Sogres' face twisted like he'd swallowed a lemon. Pure panic. If Dane followed her path, he wouldn't become a lord. He'd become a king of assassins. He intervened immediately. Dane, forget the shadows. Seek out Duke Thermian the moment you reach the capital. His protection is absolute until you enter the academy. The Countess couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears of pearl rolled down her cheeks. Her baby was truly leaving. Don't cry, my love, the Count whispered. Let his last memory of home be our smiles. Blessing him with fortune, Dane steeled his heart. Part of him wanted to stay in this warmth forever, but the path of power waits for no one. It was time. Herman guided the young master away. From the high tower, the Count signaled the shadows. Gilad, he commanded the figure lurking in the dark. Shadow him. Be his unseen shield until he reaches the gate. Gilad vanished into thin air, but the Count wasn't the only one pulling strings. The Countess had summoned her own phantom, a creature of pure darkness. Her order was identical. Let no harm befall him. The shadow merged with the floor and shot forward. The boy was more guarded than an emperor. Arriving at the site, even the stoic butler gasped. The machine was a titan of mana engineering. Massive, intricate. Even Dane had to admit, it was a masterpiece. Lady Arabella. She is truly divine, Herman stammered. Dane nodded. A year of her genius birthed this. Herman trembled. Do you simply step on it? Correct. Dane analyzed the structure. The sheer density of calculations was insane. Teleportation wasn't just magic. It was rewriting reality. It demanded perfect coordinate geometry, constant mana infusion, real-time code restructuring. One mistake meant death. But this gate? It was a flawless symphony of arcane logic. Conditions are green. Herman bowed low. Godspeed, young master. Dane waved one last time and stepped toward the humming vortex. Following Arabella's theory, he channeled his mana. Click. The world shifted. The gate roared to life, and a tsunami of azure energy swallowed him whole. Space folded. In a blink, the silence of the castle was replaced by the roar of the city. There he sat, atop his steed. A grin stretched across his face. Welcome to Artini, the heart of the Empire. He navigated the sea of people, until a voice cut through the noise. I have awaited your arrival. A warrior clad in steel blocked his path. I am Luik Asmar, captain of the First Knights of Thermian. Dane blinked. The captain himself? This was no ordinary welcome. It was almost too much honor. My blade is yours until we reach the estate, Luik declared. He whipped around, his cape snapping in the wind. Secure the perimeter, his voice thundered. The soldiers moved like a single organism. Dane relaxed. With a shield like this, the journey was a breeze. Yet, a strange bitterness rose in his throat. The Atheon Empire, the place he once despised with every fiber of his being. And now, he walked its streets as a celebrated genius, irony at its finest. The marketplace was a battlefield of commerce. Rare goods, exotic spices, it was a treasure trove. He had underestimated the capital. It wasn't just big, it was alive. We have arrived, Luik announced. The domain of Thermian. Dane looked up, and his jaw threatened to hit the floor. The grandeur was suffocating. But beneath the beauty, a prickle on his neck. Killing intent? Or just a gaze? Someone was watching. The gates opened. Hundreds of servants bowed in perfect unison. Not a hair out of place. Not a breath out of sync. This wasn't a household. It was a well-oiled machine, a stark difference from the rugged south. Finally, the heavy doors opened. There sat the Duke. Dane wasted no time. He dropped to the floor, performing the grand bow. It is an honor, the Duke laughed, his aura warm and welcoming. Stand, child. Come, tell me of your adventures. The Duke's eyes scanned him like a hawk. 7 years. You have evolved. He narrowed his eyes. Even children twice your age lack your presence. That aura. Your father must be bursting with pride. He spread his arms. My home is humble, compared to Sagras Castle, but treat it as your own. Until the academy exams, my servants obey your every command. Dane bowed his thanks, but his mind was elsewhere. Duke, how is Layla? The Duke's smile faltered. She is. Well, tell me, Dane, did you two quarrel? Dane blinked. Quarrel? Impossible. Strange, the Duke mused. Whenever I speak your name, her expression sours. Dane racked his brain. He couldn't recall a single conflict. Perhaps it is exam stress, the Duke sighed. Though a prodigy like her has nothing to fear. He smiled. But Dane couldn't shake the ominous feeling settling in his gut. The Duke puzzled over her strange behavior, blaming puberty's chaotic hormones. He advised Dane to rest, but added a cryptic warning to be gentle with her. Dane stood there, completely missing the hidden meaning. The Duke just laughed, assuring him the nightmare would explain itself soon enough as the servant led him away. He scanned his temporary quarters, thinking about the week ahead before the exams. But this wasn't just a room. It was a suite fit for royalty, far too lavish for a mere guest. Gear hit the floor with a thud. He needed to train immediately. But before he could leave, the door swung open. An intruder had arrived. She dragged him straight toward the training grounds. That voice, it triggered a memory deep in his mind. He turned slowly, knowing exactly who was standing there. It was Layla. And she had changed. Her growth, everywhere, was impossible to ignore. But her expression? Pure, unadulterated annoyance. Why did you take so long? She was furious he made her wait. Dane, however, beamed with genuine joy. How have you been? He asked. Layla shot back, voice dripping with sarcasm. Super well. Obviously. But the reunion had to wait. First came the execution. She was absolutely livid. He hadn't sent a single letter, despite his sacred promise to keep in touch. Not one letter? She demanded. In all these years? She demanded to know why he ghosted her. Dane stood there blinking like a confused puppy, totally clueless. I forgot, he admitted. The worst possible excuse. Layla's eyes narrowed. He tried to save himself. But hey, I'm here now. I kept the promise to show up. I was busy, he pleaded. Prep for the capital took everything I had. He begged for mercy, praying she would let him off the hook just this one time. She pouted cheeks, puffing out like a stubborn little wife. The annoyance was etched into her soul. Dane sighed. Okay. Is there anything I can do to fix this? He apologized again, promising to do whatever she wanted. Layla raised a skeptical eyebrow. For real? Dane smiled awkwardly, nodding his head into the trap. Whatever you say. He asked for his punishment. She tapped her chin, a mischievous glint in her eye. Fight me, she declared. A spar was the price of his silence. Dane blinked, completely blindsided. A fight? He just rolled with it. Meanwhile, Layla snickered her master plan, falling perfectly into place. Are you sure? She teased. I'm not that crying little girl anymore. She wasn't the kid begging to learn mana control. Dane felt the shift. Her confidence was suffocating. 7 years had passed. She truly believed she had leveled up. That reminded him. Hadn't she bragged about winning a tournament in one of her letters? Layla paused, surprised. He actually remembered that detail. The Dantier Cup, she boasted, hosted by the royal family themselves. A badge of honor. It was the under-15 championship. The competition was brutal, she claimed. If you were there, we would have crushed them all as a duo. We can settle that now, he reassured her. But Layla hesitated. The entrance exam is soon, she worried. If I hurt you, it'll be a problem. Dane just laughed it off. Don't worry about me, he said, dismissing her concern. Internally, however, he wondered why she thought he was the one in danger. But the deal was struck. Tomorrow, she decided. It's too late now. The sun rose on the training grounds. She looked him up and down. You brought a weapon, right? Please tell me you aren't using live steel, she sighed. He reminded her it was just a light spar. Practice weapons only, he agreed. Even a warrior princess shouldn't risk murder during a warm-up. I can't always control my strength, she bragged. What if I break you? She pointed to the mansion. Don't worry. The Empire's best healer is on standby, Dane countered. And if I die before he gets here? Layla froze, stuttering as her logic collapsed. She hadn't thought that far ahead. Steel requires mental resolve, he lectured. If you want real blades, be ready to die. She rolled her eyes. Why so dramatic? It's just a little spar. Fine. Wood it is. She relented. She snapped her fingers, ordering a servant to fetch the training gear. The tension began to build. Dane watched her, genuinely impressed. The rumors were true. Her confidence was radiant. She was evolving into a warrior worthy of her 2 knight brothers. The House of Thermian might soon see its first female head, Dane wondered. Was his simple mana lesson the spark that started this raging fire? We dive into Layla's mind. She wasn't just cocky, she was grateful. His guidance had unlocked the door to magic, giving her a head start on everyone. She was a prodigy now. 2 mana cores hummed within her. She had waited years for this moment, but a worry lingered. If I beat him too easily, will he be depressed? The gear arrived. Dane grabbed a dummy spear. He spun it effortlessly, feeling the weight, letting the blood pump through his muscles. It was time. He dropped into his stance. Ready? Always, she confirmed, sword raised. She recalled her tournament fights. She knew how to handle spear users. He's not a threat, she told herself. Spears need range. Close the distance, and the weapon becomes useless. That was the path to victory. She launched herself at him, a reckless charge to close the gap. But before her sword could graze him, Dane vanished into thin air, leaving her slashing at ghosts. Tap. The spear tip poked her back. The match was over before it began. She spun around, eyes wide with shock. Since when did you get behind me? Be glad it's wood, Dane smirked. If that was steel, you'd be dead. Layla shook her head, denial flooding her brain. No! My sword hit you first. She was delusional, certain she had struck him. Dane offered a second chance. Try again, he warned. But that trick won't work twice. Move carefully, he advised. Layla took a breath, steeling her heart. I just lost because I was nervous, she lied to herself, rusty from the reunion. No mercy this time, she vowed. Suddenly she froze. Her father, the Duke, stood on the balcony, watching like a hawk. Dane spotted him too. The Duke had come to spectate? Surprising. He was here to gauge his daughter's true potential, the doting father act barely hiding his concern. He knew how hard she worked. Dane smirked. Perfect. This match would put the Duke's worries to rest. He would show him exactly what she was capable of. Layla burned with determination. Daddy was watching. She had to prove herself. She would give everything she had. Dane nodded. Show me everything. Battle start. The air exploded with sound. Layla unleashed a storm of attacks. But despite her desperate speed, Dane parried effortlessly. Faster! He commanded, try harder. The Duke chuckled, swelling with pride. Look at them, he thought, fighting on equal footing. Oh, how wrong he was. He had no idea of the gap between them. Curiosity burned within him, but the atmosphere shifted in a heartbeat. A heavy, ominous pressure descended, erasing the playful smile from Dane's face instantly. His expression hardened into the cold steel of a veteran warrior. Watching this, a chill ran down the Duke's spine. That look was terrifyingly familiar, stirring old ghosts of the battlefield. The duel raged on, but the gap in power was undeniable. Layla poured her soul into the attack, but a fatal desperation left her defenseless against his mastery. Dane exploited the opening instantly, sweeping her legs with calculated mercy to break her fall. Duke Thermian watched in silence, witnessing his daughter's crushing defeat. He turned to his trusted knight, Asmar, questioning if this humiliation would finally shatter Layla's arrogance. But Asmar sensed the Duke already held the answer. Thermian sighed, admitting the truth. Since claiming the Dantier Cup, pride had blinded her. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, the clash of steel continued. He had considered a harsh lecture, but realized the sword speaks louder than words. She needed to taste defeat to grow. Asmar bowed his head in agreement. The Duke's gaze sharpened as he gauged Dane's potential. How many mana circles does the boy possess? The knight hesitated. estimating a staggering 3. But Thermian shook his head. 2. Perhaps a miracle would allow 3. Confused, Asmar pressed for the logic behind his master's deduction. Observe the flow, the Duke commanded. It wasn't raw speed or spearmanship overwhelming Layla. It was superior tactical genius, a wall she could not climb. We focus on Layla, her mind reeling in shock as every strike was effortlessly countered. Dane's voice cut through the air, offering a cold lesson. Your movements are heavy, he stated calmly. Every attack is telegraphed, making it child's play to read your next move. Thermian marveled. Do you not see the soul of a war veteran within him? Asmar agreed. But the mystery remained. How could a mere boy possess such mastery? Even the Duke was baffled. He recalled 7 years ago, returning from the southern borders, when Layla had experienced her greatest evolution. That first encounter with Dane had forged her spirit, and this duel would refine her once more. Asmar realized the truth. The Dawntear champion was being toyed with. The gap was an ocean wide. Asmar suspected Count Sogras had put the boy through hellish training, but Duke Thermian dismissed the notion instantly. Sogras lacks that cruelty, he mused. And that boy, he was born with the sword in his soul. Asmar struggled to grasp the implication. The Duke's eyes gleamed with awe. He is an anomaly, a monster of talent, a true genius that appears once in a generation. He skipped the Dawntear Cup simply because it bored him. Asmar nodded outwardly, but internally, he scoffed at the absurdity. Every warrior in the Empire dreamed of that glory. Why would a child refuse it? Thermian answered the silent question. Because he has no equal among children. As the words fell, Layla collapsed, gasping for air. Watching his daughter crumble, Thermian knew this bitter medicine was necessary. Her pride needed to be shattered. If she could accept this defeat and return to the true path of the sword, shedding her vanity, she would eventually eclipse even her brothers. But for Layla, facing the dirt, the reality was a nightmare. Dane wasn't just strong. He was a mountain she couldn't move. She knew they were different, but this was an abyss. The realization of the sheer distance between them left her trembling. Seeing her limits, Dane ended the session. He had played the villain perfectly, just as the Duke had silently requested, to teach her a lesson. Fury bubbled within her as they walked. How? She screamed. What hell did you survive to gain such power? Dane shrugged. I just practiced diligently. What a savage response. His casual tone struck her harder than his sword, making her feel as though her blood, sweat, and tears meant nothing. It felt like a mockery of her dedication. Yet, he simply advised her to train more and walked away. But Layla Thermian does not accept defeat so easily. I will crush you next time, she vowed. Dane offered a faint smile, accepting the challenge before disappearing, leaving her alone with her thoughts. He was the only peer she respected, yet the one she needed to destroy. She burned to prove she wasn't a child to be protected, but a warrior to be feared. Yet, his back always seemed so far away. Gritting her teeth, she swore vengeance on the battlefield. Time flowed on, and days turned into memories. The Imperial Academy entrance exam arrived. It wasn't merely a test. It was a grand festival where the Empire's rising stars gathered like moths to a flame. The capital flooded with thousands of hopefuls and their entourages. 6,000 souls stepped forward, dreaming of glory within the Academy walls. The gates were open to all, but the path was treacherous. The first trial was a massacre, instantly eliminating nearly 2/3 of the challengers. Only 2,000 survivors remained standing. Now, the real hell began. The specialization exam awaited to crush the weak. Deep within the academy, the absolute authorities gathered. With 2,000 students advancing, the faculty braced for a chaotic selection season. How many shall ascend? A voice queried. 200, at best, came the sharp reply. The air buzzed with speculation about the new blood. Professor De Novo of Magic led the discourse, while Ingrid, the spear maiden, looked on. De Novo's eyes gleamed, eager to discover who had claimed the throne of first place. Who is the top seed? He mused. A whisper circulated the room. Surely it would be the prodigy of House Thermian, the sword genius herself. After all, she was the Dawntear champion. The blood of Duke Thermian flowed through her veins, a guarantee of excellence. Delphine of the Summoning Tower adjusted her glasses, while Estrenade of Swordsmanship listened intently. Names were tossed around like gambling chips, but De Novo sat in silence, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, he shattered their theories, producing a single letter that silenced the room. Behold, De Novo announced. A recommendation from the legendary Sidrain, sealed with the overwhelming mana of the Nixon Magic Tower. Shock rippled through the council. The recluse Sidrain had finally chosen a successor? The atmosphere grew heavy with disbelief. Could anyone truly rival the Thermian prodigy? Doubts were voiced, but De Novo's eyes shone with a dangerous light. He reminded them all. Sidrain does not waste his time on mediocrity. It wasn't just a simple recommendation letter, it was a declaration of war. The child in question is merely 14 years old, yet he has already ascended to the rank of a 3-chain mage. The entire room held its breath, dying to know the identity of this monster. De novo let the silence stretch, savoring the moment before dropping the name, Dane Sogres, of the legendary House Sogres. The revelation hit them like a physical blow. The House of Sogres had already blessed the Academy with 2 absolute geniuses, and now, a third monster was coming to shake the very foundations. There was no doubt about it. This news would set the Academy on fire. Estrenade recalled the reputation of that noble bloodline, House Sogres, the undisputed rulers of the spear. But a recommendation for a mage? It defied all logic. Was the House of Sogres planning to conquer the arcane arts as well? Lady Ingrid nodded slowly, her mind racing with the same confusing thoughts. She had bet everything on him, following the path of the warrior. But this twist? It was unprecedented. De novo, however, grinned. With his sister Arabella already dominating the magic department, the Sogres' influence was spreading. He would be the final piece to make their department untouchable. After all, magic was the crown jewel of the Imperial Academy. But their fantasies were cut short, as an assistant burst through the doors. Breathless. The results are in. A holographic system window materialized in the air, displaying the fate of thousands. The swordsmanship department had claimed 1,367 souls. Magic? 227. And the summoning department? A pitiful 152. The sheer volume of warriors overshadowed everything else, a massive army compared to the other factions, leaving the faculty in stunned silence. Estrenade puffed out his chest, basking in the glory of his popular department. He was certain the young prodigy belonged to him. The professor's eyes darted across the digital list, hunting for that one specific name. But as they scrolled, panic set in. To their horror, the name Dane Sogres was nowhere to be found. Is there a mistake? An elder voice trembled. Are there any applicants missing from the main lists? The assistant hesitated before dropping the bomb. There is. One solitary application for the autonomous major. The room froze, as if time itself had stopped. Their jaws hit the floor. The autonomous major? But the shocks weren't over. Dane Sogres, she continued, scored the highest marks among all 6,000 applicants in the first exam. A scream of disbelief tore through the meeting room. The faculty was in absolute chaos. Meanwhile, time flowed like water. 1 month had already passed since the prodigy set foot on campus. The memory of his duel with Layla felt fresh, yet here they were. The first hurdle was cleared, and now, the judgment awaited. Too easy, he thought. Suddenly, a whirlwind of energy approached. Layla stormed toward him, her eyes burning with a desperate need for answers regarding the results. She needed to know his rank. Of course, for our monster, taking first place was as natural as breathing. But for Layla, it was a humiliating defeat. As his self-proclaimed rival, the gap between them was a bitter pill to swallow. She grit her teeth in frustration, while Dane simply smirked, savoring the sweet taste of her despair. It was time to humble this arrogant kitten who thought she ruled the school. Still fuming, she barked, "How? How did you get a perfect score?" Dane shrugged. "Just some past exam papers my sister sent over." Even then, he admitted, military science was a beast. But he had an ace up his sleeve, a secret weapon no student could match. He wasn't just studying theory. He had lived through the blood and mud of real war in his past life. Layla, oblivious to his reincarnation, clutched her head. Why are they testing 14-year-olds on war tactics? Dane poured salt on the wound. I actually found it. But entertaining. That was the spark that lit the fuse. Layla looked ready to cough up blood from sheer disbelief. Are you insane? She snapped, checking him for brain damage. Military tactics? Arts? The entire history of the Drenic Empire? These aren't things a kid should know. Dane didn't flinch. With a savage glint in his eye, he countered. Call it a hobby. The battlefield teaches you more than just how to kill. Layla pivoted to the next topic. What about the second exam? Which department? Dane held up 3 fingers. 3. She blinked, her brain short-circuiting. 3? That could only mean one thing. The impossible autonomous major. Her anxiety skyrocketed. Just what kind of monster was standing in front of her? Spears and summoning weren't enough? She demanded. What else are you hiding? Dane gave a cryptic smile. You'll see soon enough. But Layla wasn't letting him go that easily. Tell me now, she shrieked. Why pick the path of death? Dane's expression turned serious. Simple. I want it all. Every single discipline. You're delusional, Layla cried. The failure rate is atrocious. Dane remained as calm as a still lake. But the rewards. Absolute freedom to take any class I desire until graduation. No restrictions, no boundaries. Research with any professor. It was the ultimate privilege. Layla narrowed her eyes, her skepticism dripping like poison. You think people fail because they don't know the perks? Or maybe, she accused, You just want to avoid being in the same class as me. Dane waved his hand. Don't flatter yourself. That only made her angrier. Then how do you plan to survive? She yelled, desperate to uncover his third hidden talent. She was like a dog with a bone, refusing to let go. Dane sighed internally. She's loud. If only she could channel that energy into silence. He was tempted to shut her up with the truth. The scene shifted back to the faculty room, where the atmosphere was heavy. The Council of Professors had convened for an emergency meeting. The autonomous major required passing not one, but 3 departmental exams. It was madness. Spear, magic, summoning. These disciplines were oil and water, completely incompatible circles of mana. To master one is hard. To master all 3 is suicide. Professor Delfinesso shook his head. Even the geniuses barely scrape by with 2. Most fail the first hurdle. De Novo nodded grimly. It is arrogance. A warrior should hold a spear. A mage should hold a staff. To chase 2 rabbits is to lose them both. He should have chosen the path of safety. 2 centuries, someone whispered. It has been 200 years since the major was founded, and the Hall of Fame remains empty. In the ancient era of conquest, we needed raw potential. If a child could hold a blade and cast a spell, we took them. Standards were lower then, but the world has changed. The standards have touched the sky. It is better to be a god in 1 field than a peasant in 3. A question hung in the air. Then why do we keep this cursed department open if it is merely a graveyard for ambition? It is a symbol, De Novo insisted. The pinnacle of imperial talent, Delfinesso scoffed. It is a relic, a dusty trophy on a forgotten shelf. It is a ghost department, he argued. De Novo consulted the ancient texts. In 1,000 years, only 2 souls have ever claimed that title. One abandoned the path. The other was the previous emperor himself. Professor Ingrid's eyes sparkled. So, unless this boy is the reincarnation of a god, he is walking into a wall. Delfinesso leaned back, a smirk forming. But remember, he is the blood of Arkansogres. The war hero's son is no ordinary mortal. The elders weighed their decision carefully. Was this boy a hidden dragon, or merely an arrogant fool? If they showed mercy, he might slip through the cracks. But as guardians of the academy, they could not afford to be weak. Yet, Professor De Novo felt a spark of intrigue. If this punk dared to challenge the academy's symbols, he wanted to witness the fallout personally. The moment of truth arrived at the second testing grounds. Dane stood tall before the tribunal. He announced his name, his voice steady as steel. He declared his intent to conquer the Imperial Academy's autonomous major program. De Novo narrowed his eyes. Do you truly comprehend the weight of the path you walk? But of course, the boy was prepared. I accept the burden of the 3 majors, Dane replied, his confidence radiating like an aura. Professor Ingrid stepped forward, her expression grave. She held deep respect for the Empire's greatest spearman, Count Sogres. She refused to watch the son of such a legend fail and drag his family's honor into the mud. Dane bowed to her kindness. I am grateful for your worry, he said. However, I did not come here to retreat. I came to burn my spirit to ash if necessary. The professors smiled. They expected nothing less from a warrior's bloodline. Had he faltered at a few warnings, he would have been unworthy. De Novo declared the terms. 3 trials await you. 1 for each major. His voice turned cold. Fail a single one, and you are expelled immediately. The gauntlet was thrown down. De Novo signaled the head of the summoning department, Professor Delfinazzo. The test began. As she stood before him, Dane recalled the rumors of this terrifying woman, the Empress of Summoners, a monster who could control 3 high-rank beasts simultaneously. She finally spoke, her voice dripping with authority. Satisfy me. Her command was simple yet absolute. Use your skills to impress me. Dane's heart raced. A freestyle test? This was exactly what he needed. He wouldn't bore her with flashy parlor tricks. Instead, he looked the professor in the eye and made a request that stopped time. Professor, summon a beast for me. Silence shattered the arena. What did you say? Her fury spiked. The other professors gasped. A mere student commanding a master? It was madness. Yet, curiosity bloomed in their eyes. Dane possessed no mana mark. De Novo had assumed the boy would bore them with theory. But this? Was he using the exam just to witness a high-rank summon? Delfinazzo scowled. She hated arrogance, but she would grant his death wish. Very well, she hissed. But keep your eyes open. You may never see magic of this caliber again. She raised her hand, and the atmosphere screamed. A massive spell circle ripped open the air. The pressure was heavy enough to crush a normal man. Even the elders watched in awe as the nightmare took shape. The mad summon, Eater Arc, a rank 3 calamity. Its roar alone could shatter a warrior's will. It was a beast known for mindless slaughter, a creature that attacked anything with a pulse, friend or foe. Dane swallowed hard. He hadn't expected a boss-level monster for an entrance exam. Things just got interesting, he muttered. The beast stomped the ground, shaking the arena. Delfinazzo crossed her arms. Now, she challenged, show me what you planned, boy. The crowd trembled. This monster required a squad of knights to suppress. Even Professor Ingrid turned pale. Why summon such a catastrophe? But Dane did not flee. He took a step forward, toward the jaws of death. Delfinazzo panicked. Stop! Back away, she screamed. It will kill you instantly. Dane ignored the warnings. He walked into the beast's range, calm as a still lake. I am simply proving my worth, he whispered. I didn't tell you to commit suicide, she yelled. But Dane simply raised a hand toward the towering monster. Trust me, there is no need for fear. With a single gesture and a hushed command, the impossible happened. The aura of the beast shifted. The mountainous monster lowered its head. It bowed. The terrified beast acted like a docile puppy before its master. The entire arena went dead silent. Dane stroked the creature's terrifying snout like it was a stray kitten. Delfinazzo's jaw hit the floor. Taming the eater arc was impossible. Then, she saw it. A faint, pale thread of mana, connecting the boy to the beast. He hadn't broken its will. He had hacked her connection. It was a miracle performed before their eyes. In the split second he approached, he analyzed the professor's mana frequency, and he replicated it perfectly. Without a mana mark, this was the only way. It was a technique of pure genius. She realized the truth. This boy wasn't just skilled. He possessed a talent that eclipsed even the grandmasters of history. With power like this, he would rule the future. She stepped forward, her pride replaced by respect. That is enough. Your courage, your judgment, your fundamentals. She bowed her head. You pass. The professors sat in stunned silence. A legend was born today. That night, at Duke Thermian's estate, Layla listened in disbelief. 20 minutes? She gasped. The test ended that quickly? She grit her teeth. He was officially the top student. A monster. Dane smiled humbly. But you conquered the sword school. Layla. We are equals. She turned away, her pride stinging. Equals? It felt like a joke. She refused the title, sulking in the shadow of his brilliance. Your father threw a feast for you, Dane insisted. But Layla couldn't hear him. She looked at him and saw an unscalable wall. The gap between their talents was an ocean. He wasn't a rival. He was a natural disaster. Defeated, she walked into the darkness. Later, the Duke found Dane alone. Let the storm pass, the Duke advised. She must forge her own heart. But Dane worried for his friend. She will overcome this, the Duke promised. Now, tell me, does the Count know of your victory? He does, Dane beamed. The clan celebrated under the stars. The Duke smiled warmly. Entering the autonomous course is a feat for the history books. You have shaken the academy to its core, my boy. The exams were over, but the real journey was just beginning. Rest now, the Duke commanded. But tell me, what will you create first? Dane's eyes gleamed with cold steel. A sword, your grace. I shall forge a blade. Even with the Duke pressing for an answer, Dane hesitates. He explains that his body is still growing, and he hasn't found the true soul of his blade just yet. He refuses to rush such a destiny-shaping decision. This level of prudence from a mere child brings a smile of genuine amusement to Ryan's face. But the moment is cut short. The butler appears to summon the Duke to his wife's side, leaving Dane alone with the heavy silence of the Duchess's condition. It is a stagnant tragedy. Suddenly, Layla arrives with news that is neither good nor bad. Her mother is trapped in the same endless stasis. Years of suffering without change. Dane feels a pang of sympathy, yet he keeps his silence, knowing that cheap words cannot heal the deep wounds of this family. 2 days later, the stage is set. The headmaster, Arkwald Humet, stands before the sea of freshmen at the Imperial Academy, radiating authority. He lauds the survivors who clawed their way through the fierce competition. He declares that the Empire's golden future rests on their young shoulders. Every student here is a genius, but among these diamonds, there is one star that shines with blinding intensity, an anomaly among the elites, a legend in the making who conquered the autonomous major exam, a feat achieved by only 2 individuals in the last 100 years. The deans of magic, spearmanship, and summoning bowed to his talent unanimously. The crowd erupts into absolute pandemonium at the news. It's unheard of. The headmaster calls the name Dane Sogres. Our boy walks to the stage, radiating the confident aura of a king while the crowd loses their minds. Disbelief washes over the audience. This young child is the monster they spoke of? Count Sogres watches from the crowd, his chest swelling with immense pride. Beside him, Duke Thermian offers praise, but inside, bitterness takes root. He looks at Sogres and feels the crushing weight of his own failures as a father. What has he built? One son absent on a mission, the other a runaway. Not a single one stands here to support their sister on this monumental day. Meanwhile, House Sogers stands united and glorious. Envy gnaws at the Duke's heart as he looks toward his lonely daughter, Layla, with deep sorrow. The tragedy is that her mother cannot witness this milestone. While Dane basks in glory, Delfinazzo turns to Dane's sister with a burning question. Did the spirits always favor him? The sister answers instantly, as if it were a universal truth. It was exactly what Delfinazzo expected to hear. This confirms it. Dane possesses a terrifying level of innate affinity, a gift he was likely born with. He is a singularity among summoners. He outclasses experts who have spent lifetimes training. The sister then poses a chilling possibility. Could his affinity reach beyond the veil? She speaks of beyond the horizon, the lost dimension. A link severed 100 years ago, isolating their world from the true spirits of legend. But Aniso believes the impossible is now within reach. If the spirits choose the master, then Dane might just shatter the century-old silence. Back on stage, the headmaster finally stands eye to level with the prodigy. He hands over the certificate, placing the Academy's hopes squarely in Dane's hands. Dane accepts his destiny with a fearless smile. Meanwhile, the scattered students are corralled into formation for the sacred oath ceremony. As the ceremony begins, Dane tunes out the noise. He is lost in the euphoria of his first major victory in this second chance at life. He has finally arrived. The road was long, but he vows to squeeze every drop of potential from this new timeline. This is only the prologue. He is ready to conquer the heavens. The scene shifts to the auditorium, where the droning speeches of the representatives finally come to an end. Freedom at last. The students are released for a brief respite, offered snacks and a moment to breathe before the madness continues. Layla immediately activates her concerned wife mode. She warns Dane that the spotlight brings shadows. Everyone is watching him now. Wolves in sheep's clothing are everywhere. She begs him to scrutinize every offer, but Dane just waves her off with casual arrogance. He claims he has it under control, but Layla is relentless. She brings up the student clubs, but Dane instantly shuts it down. He has zero interest. But the seniors are already on the hunt. They are scouring the crowd for fresh talent to bolster their ranks. Dane suddenly recalls a memory. His sister had mentioned the Academy's vibrant club life. Suddenly, a desperate roar cuts through the air. Someone is screaming Dane's name. It begins. A human tsunami swarms toward him, fighting to claim the top student. Layla reacts on instinct, grabbing his hand to flee the madness. But there is no escape. Another group of desperate recruiters blocks their path. The auditorium descends into absolute anarchy. It's a war zone of sales pitches. Layla sprints like an Olympic athlete, dragging poor Dane behind her through the chaotic sea of students. The mob is relentless. As Dane runs, he finds it ironic he's used to soldiers hunting him for his head, not students hunting him for a signature. While the chaos unfolds, the scene shifts to a quiet corridor. Enter Keltis Redfield, a man radiating an aura of absolute boredom. Seniors whisper in hushed tones as he passes. His reputation precedes him, though the mystery of his true nature is about to be unveiled. The former commander of the Imperial Knights, a living legend who retired to become a professor. He is worshipped as a god of the Academy, but the truth? He hates working, and his dream of a lazy retirement is about to be shattered by a single anomaly. For the first time in decades, a student has entered the autonomous department. Keltis had been coasting, writing nonsense papers for easy paychecks, but now? He actually has to teach. We hear Keltis's inner thoughts. He is praying for the orientation to end so he can go back to sleep. It infuriates him that he, the department head, has to deal with a student. Suddenly, he spots the culprit Dane waiting by his office door. He calls out, shocked by the brat's punctuality. Dane, ever the noble, bows with perfect etiquette, greeting his new nightmare of a professor. Once inside, Keltis's soul screams in agony. He climbed to the top of the world just to be lazy, and now this kid is ruining everything. If he wanted to babysit, he would have remained in the Night Order. He has had quite enough of that life. However, since there is no turning back now, Keltis turns to Dane with a sharp question. He demands to know why the boy chose the autonomous department. Our protagonist simply replies that he refuses to be shackled to a single path. Hearing this, Keltis narrows his eyes and fires off another query. He asks if the boy plans to specialize later on. Dane nods, admitting he will eventually choose a path, but for now, he cannot bear to miss the golden opportunity standing right in front of him. The chance to study in the legendary autonomous department is too good to pass up. Keltis looks visibly annoyed. If this keeps up, he will be stuck teaching this kid forever. But then, a sudden stroke of genius lights up his mind. He recalls a crucial detail. Dane never took the swordsmanship entrance exam. Skipping the test implies a lack of confidence in that field. Seeing his escape route, Keltis smirks and asks our boy a loaded question. He asks if Dane knows the first thing about wielding a blade. Naturally, this catches Dane off guard. The question comes out of nowhere, leaving him puzzled. Keltis quickly waves his hands, clarifying that he isn't trying to be rude. But as a student of the autonomous department, and with Keltis being the professor, he insists that Dane must demonstrate some martial knowledge. It is a strange request, and Dane can tell immediately. His teacher is not exactly thrilled to have him there. So, Dane decides to keep his answer simple and brutally honest, telling the professor that he has absolutely no interest in the way of the sword. This is the moment Keltis has been praying for. He instantly seizes the opening, declaring that he must test Dane's abilities personally. You see, Keltis holds the absolute authority to evaluate his students, and if the boy's swordsmanship is as pathetic as he suspects, this lazy professor can use it as valid grounds to expel him from the department. With a devious plan in mind, Keltis leads the way to the training grounds. It is time to test Dane's aptitude. Once they arrive, the professor gestures grandly toward the walls lined with an arsenal of weapons, telling Dane to choose his instrument of war. Our boy steps forward. He browses through the staggering collection of cold steel. Looking at the sheer number of blades, he cannot help but wonder why such a high-end training facility exists in a place meant for academics. And more suspiciously, why is the armory so well stocked when there haven't been any autonomous students in decades? After a moment of thought, Dane shrugs off the mystery and grabs a random sword. Keltis raises an eyebrow at the choice, but Dane confirms he is ready, showing zero hesitation. With the weapon selected, Keltis lays out the rules of engagement, and they are deceptively simple. If Dane can land a single tag on him, he passes. To make it seem fair, or perhaps out of arrogance, Keltis imposes a restriction on himself. He will not move more than 2 steps during the entire bout. Dane agrees to the terms instantly. The two warriors take their stances, the air growing heavy between them. As the duel begins, Keltis feels a mix of relief and sudden anxiety. He is glad Dane took the bait, but at the same time, it is unsettling. Dane did not hesitate for a split second, almost as if he is absolutely certain of his victory. The moment the match starts, the atmosphere shifts. Dane explodes forward, dashing straight for Keltis. He swings the blade, aiming to tag his teacher, but Keltis effortlessly sidesteps. However, even as he dodges with minimal effort, the professor notices something alarming. Dane is fast. Much faster than a student has any right to be. For a fleeting second, Keltis fears this boy might actually be qualified for the department. But there is no time to regret his life choices now. Dane presses the attack with relentless fury, each swing more precise than the last. At one point, Keltis finds the blade mere inches from his skin, and a cold realization sends shivers down his spine. When Dane swings again, Keltis is forced to draw his own sword to parry. If he had moved even a fraction of a second slower, the match would have ended right there, and definitely not in his favor. What is even more shocking is Dane's swordsmanship. It is unconventional, wild, yet undeniably effective. Keltis is now convinced of one thing. This boy definitely knows how to kill with a sword. It is clear this is not beginner's luck. Dane is unpredictable, a quality that makes him incredibly dangerous. Dane steps back, panting, while Keltis studies him. Something about the boy's stance leaves the professor bewildered. It stirs a dormant memory, recalling a swordsman he once witnessed on a blood-soaked battlefield. What puzzles Keltis the most is that Dane's posture is not the polished, textbook-perfect stance of a Knight Order soldier or a noble. It is rough, raw, and born from survival instincts rather than a classroom. But the battle allows no time for nostalgia. Dane charges in again, and their blades crash together in a shower of sparks. The speed of their exchange is nothing short of astonishing. Their movements blur into silhouettes, the clashing steel ringing out like a violent symphony. Keltis cannot believe his eyes. This makes no sense. This was not in the script. Not even in his wildest nightmares did he expect this. He is a Hexa-class swordsman, an elite among elites. Yet here he is, burning a significant amount of mana just to keep up with a 14-year-old kid. It is both frustrating and thrilling, a testament to Dane's monstrous potential, but also a challenge Keltis never signed up for. He even starts to lose his footing. Despite his best efforts to stick to the 2-step restriction, he is being pushed back. Each swing from Dane feels heavier, and the way the boy fights tugs harder at that buried memory. It is terrifyingly familiar. Keltis's mind flashes back to the war, where he once faced a lone knight possessing that same wild, unyielding aura. He remembers the shock he felt that day. Witnessing such a courageous warrior, someone who fought with reckless abandon and owed allegiance to no flag or king. That madman tore through the battlefield, a force of chaos that no one could tame. As the memory fades, Keltis snaps back to reality, just in time to feel the cold steel of Dane's blade tapping against him. He has been tagged. Dane cracks a small, satisfied smile, but he doesn't laugh, knowing it would be a grave insult to his teacher. Instead, he innocently states, "I think my sword hit you." As much as Keltis hates to admit defeat, a promise is a promise. He grinds his teeth and gives Dane a passing grade. Meanwhile, Dane finally relaxes his guard. It was no easy feat keeping up with a monster like Keltis. If not for the handicap, Dane knows he would have been obliterated in seconds. Meanwhile, Keltis is reeling from the shock. He cannot deny the ridiculous talent dormant within this boy, even with the restriction. A student should never have been able to pressure a Hexa-class professor. He finally understands why Dane wasn't nervous about the test. With this kind of monster talent, it is no wonder. He turns to Dane, bewildered, and asks why on earth he didn't apply to the swordsmanship department. Dane replies simply that he thought his family would be sad. Keltis stares blankly. The remark makes no sense at first, but then, the gears in his head start turning. Dane's father is a genius spearman, and his sisters are prodigies in magic and summoning. Suddenly, it clicks. That is why Dane applied to the 3 other departments. He was trying to fulfill the diverse expectations of his monstrous family. Keltis finally realizes the truth the hard way. It wasn't that Dane lacked confidence. It was simply that he didn't want to practice the sword. With the evaluation over, our boy receives permission to leave. He bows respectfully, thanks Keltis, and quietly exits the hall. As the professor watches him walk away, a harsh reality crashes down on him. His master plan to chase this boy away and return to his comfortable, lazy life has failed miserably. There is no escape now. As the heavy doors shut, Keltis closes his eyes. His mind drifts back to the past, recalling a conversation he had with a comrade about that legendary night. His comrade had revealed that the madman was none other than Argrik. Later, Dane meets his second sister, who is completely bewildered to learn he passed. As far as she knows, Professor Keltis is not the kind of man to let anyone pass easily. You see, that professor has only attended one faculty meeting in history, and only because the headmaster dragged him there. He absolutely despises being bothered. He moves like the wind, following only his own whim. That unpredictable nature is precisely why fear gripped his sister's heart. But seeing him unscathed, a massive wave of relief washes over her. Normally, a sister would bask in the glory of her brother's victory. Yet, her eyes hold only gratitude for his safety. This is why he cherishes her. She cares not for the hero, but for the human. Finally, the eldest sister sprints toward them, completing the triad. As the siblings reunite, a hush falls over the crowd. Whispers ignite like wildfire. Every eye is glued to the legendary heirs of House Sagres. The house was already a titan with just Arabella and Claire holding the fort. But now, the youngest scion has stepped into the light, proving his brilliance rivals even the brightest stars of his bloodline. Suddenly, a shadow approaches. Meet Max Hauer, a senior with authority in his stride. He introduces himself as the overseer, the one holding the reins of the dormitory's entire operation. The living quarters are split into a triad of halls, a hierarchy built on power and grades. The apex, Dante Hall, bearing the name of the first emperor. And naturally, as the top ranker, having conquered the autonomous major exam, Dane claims his throne in Dante Hall. Max details the spoils of victory, gourmet dining, elite training grounds, grand libraries, and high-tier magic projection chambers. Then, Max drops a hint about secret facilities, a mystery wrapped in silence. Dane has no clue what lies in the dark, but he keeps his curiosity leashed, simply listening as the senior continues his briefing. Max notes that while a prodigy need not fear, weakness is punished here. If grades slip, exile follows. He adds that Dane's sisters held their ground in Dante Hall until the very end, a legendary feat in its own right. It is yet another reminder of the crushing weight the Sagres name carries. With the briefing complete, Max hands over the key to his sanctuary, mentioning a spare exists, just in case the main character ever misplaces the original. But then, the senior's voice drops. A warning. The students here are unique, not evil, per se, but you will often find yourself questioning their sanity. Max suggests Dane witness the madness firsthand, and should questions arise, just reach out through the communication crystal. With that, Dane ventures into the belly of the beast. The hallway screams opulence, yet something is wrong. The silence is deafening. Not a single soul can be sensed. It is as if humanity simply vanished into the ether. A cold unease settles in. He expands his perception, and instantly his senses catch it. The faint, metallic scent of lubricating oil hangs in the air, followed by the ghostly groan of turning gears. The conclusion strikes him like lightning. It is an ambush. He has walked straight into the lion's den. But panic? No. A smirk curls on his lips. Such a pathetic, amateurish attempt at an assassination. Meanwhile, the perpetrators watch from the shadows, confused. Why has their target frozen? Has the prey realized it is being hunted? Perhaps he has already stumbled into the web? Impossible, declares Arnold, the bespectacled mastermind. He boasts of his lineage, the House of Colored, hunters by blood for centuries. Trap-making runs in his veins. This is Arnold Colored, third-year sharpshooter and the heir to his barony. His confidence is absolute. One lackey trembles, fearing the prank has gone too far. But Arnold laughs it off. He claims to have defanged the traps. This is his debut hazing ceremony, and he is drunk on the excitement. Adrenaline pumps through his veins, even as his cohorts hesitate. Is targeting a monster from House Sogers truly wise? Arnold silences their doubts with a reminder. We all survived the hazing, didn't we? He is eager to pass on the suffering. He envisions Dane, broken and humiliated. But, amidst the glee, a female voice cuts through. Priscilla Norell, fourth-year theologian of noble blood. She sees what the boys ignore. This isn't just a freshman. He is the top ranker, an autonomous scholar. His sisters were prodigies, but he stands above even them. If he conquered the autonomous exam, his genius is terrifying. Can their petty toys really stop a monster like that? Arnold scoffs at the skepticism. He is certain the prey is oblivious. He camouflaged every trigger, greased every gear. The trap is silent, invisible, flawless. Finally, Dane takes a step. The fools erupt in premature celebration, but our main character sees the world in high definition. Knowing exactly where danger lies, he deliberately triggers the first mechanism. A water balloon drops from the ceiling, but he doesn't flinch. He expected it. With a flick of his finger, a mana bullet disintegrates the projectile before it can touch him. Next, a stench bomb triggers, but Arnold watches in horror. He cannot process what he is seeing. How could he spot them? Pure luck, he insists, voice cracking. Priscilla's eyes narrow in doubt, but Arnold doubles down on his delusion. Those were merely appetizers, he claims. The true nightmare awaits at the end. He swears Dane will crumble. His lackeys cling to this hope, desperate to believe in their leader. Priscilla remains unconvinced, and rightly so. The main character strolls through the minefield like he is on a morning walk. His eyes lock onto every hidden trigger before he even moves. The hallway is a death trap, yet Dane Sogres wears a smile of anticipation. He charges. The first mechanism snaps. A barrage of boxing gloves flies from the shadows, but his footwork is divine. The attack hits nothing but air. Next, the floor gives way, a classic pitfall, but he dances over it as feathers explode harmlessly in his wake. Immediately, bronze spikes erupt from the earth, seeking to skewer him, yet even these are useless against his reflexes. The seniors watching the screen are left with their jaws on the floor. This is the power of House Sogres, but the shock goes deeper. Years ago, even his legendary sisters stumbled during this very initiation. Dane is rewriting history. Arnold is on the verge of a mental breakdown. Weeks of preparation, destroyed in seconds. The young master breezes through the chaos as if he holds the blueprints in his mind. His hunter's pride is in tatters, but he refuses to yield. He has one card left to play, the final trap, the masterpiece that will surely humble the arrogant freshman. Curiosity piqued. Priscilla demands to know the nature of the finale. Arnold merely grins, a chaotic glint in his eye. Just watch, he urges. The surprise is best served cold. In the hallway, Dane finally halts. Before him looms a nightmare. A mythical dragon roars into existence, flanked by an avatar of death, a skeletal stag radiating dread. They tower over him like ancient gods, charging with malicious intent. Yet, the young Sogres does not flinch. He stands his ground, analyzing the threat with icy calculation. He is momentarily impressed. Summoning such beasts is high-tier magic. But then, the illusion cracks. The heads and torsos are terrifyingly real, but the lower bodies? A closer look reveals the truth. The beasts are glitching, warping unnaturally around the hallway corners. The fear evaporates, replaced by a knowing smirk. It is all smoke and mirrors, a loud, intimidating mirage. He realizes that no random prankster in this dorm could possibly command entities of such catastrophic power. An ordinary student would have fled, screaming for their mother. But having pierced the veil of deceit, this ultimate trap becomes the most pathetic challenge of all. Dodge? Block? No. That would be a waste of calories. He only needs to disrupt the foundation. By tweaking the mana flow in the atmosphere, he can starve the illusion of its fuel. Pure mana begins to gather in his palms. In the observation room, confusion reigns. Why isn't he running? Why does he look so bored? A cold pit opens in Arnold's stomach. He never calculated for this variable. A freshman seeing through a high-level illusion in seconds? It is absurd. That is a feat even the seniors would struggle to achieve. Priscilla froze, realizing their scheme had crumbled to dust and they were completely done for. Meanwhile, Dane gathered his power, unleashing a spiraling tempest of pure mana. The energy wave cleaved through the illusory dragon without a shred of mercy. The magical construct flickered and died, filling the majestic halls with choking smoke. For a prodigy like him, manipulating magic was as natural as breathing air. Honestly, he found this pitiful welcome ceremony rather dull for his refined tastes. With the obstacle cleared, it was time to hunt the mastermind. He pinpointed their aura instantly. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echoed through the corridor as the seniors scrambled for their lives. A ferocious beast, the Eater Arc, was hot on their heels. Desperate, the group looked to Arnold, their trap expert, for salvation. But their leader was just as clueless as the rest of them. Facing such overwhelming retaliation, they were paralyzed. The beast cornered the trembling seniors, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundation of the building. Terror seized their hearts. Just as the savage wolf prepared to feast, Dane stepped forward to intervene. His method of flushing out the rats hiding in the shadows had been supremely effective. Hearing his footsteps, the seniors turned to him with pleading eyes. They begged for mercy. Knowing this nightmare was his creation, they swore to apologize for their foolishness. They would do anything to escape the jaws of that hairy, bloodthirsty monster. Dane simply waved his hand, and the air shimmered as mysterious runes danced to his command. A massive void tore open behind the Eater Arc, binding the beast and dragging it into the abyss. With a casual flick of his wrist, Dane sealed the portal. The monster vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Arnold and his crew stood there, jaws dropped. The proud heir of the hunting clan couldn't tell if that beast was real or just a terrifying illusion. Slowly, the seniors rose from their humiliating postures. One of them cleared his throat, admitting their initiation ritual was a catastrophic failure. The senior with the glasses approached Dane first. He introduced himself as Drogan Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He proudly declared himself the sole direct descendant of Marquis Valentine before extending a hand to the freshman. Drogan piled on the flattery, praising Dane's handsome face and chiseled features. It was no surprise, considering Dane's sisters were legendary across the continent for their breathtaking beauty and talent. Confused by this guy's rambling, Dane chose the path of politeness and shook his hand. The four-eyed senior continued gushing about Dane's mesmerizing ability to evade their traps. Rumors said this kid was the first student in the autonomous department in decades. Failure was inevitable. Drogan slyly mentioned that Arnold was the mastermind behind the setup. He explained that Arnold is the heir of House Colored, a family renowned for hunting expertise. Hearing his name dropped, Arnold flushed with embarrassment at being called out. So, he was the architect behind this trap-infested hallway. Trying to salvage the awkward atmosphere, Drogan gestured for the others to introduce themselves properly. The blonde beauty is Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Drogan warned Dane not to flirt, as she has devoted her life to the holy path of a cleric. Cutting him off, Priscilla declared herself a kind and elegant lady. She revealed she was the abandoned child of House Nariel, and that the theology department required sacrifice. It meant forsaking marriage and worldly desires. Dane offered an awkward smile and a polite stutter. But the moment their hands touched, Priscilla's eyes snapped open. It was as if she had seen a ghost. In that brief skin-to-skin contact, she felt a density of mana unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was suffocating. A power this vast shouldn't exist in someone his age. The sheer magnitude shattered her understanding of magic. Poor Priscilla stared at her own hand in utter disbelief. Dane looked entirely unfazed, expecting that exact reaction. Meanwhile, Arnold was seething. He refused to believe they were freaking out over some above-average mana capacity. While the others spiraled, Xiao Hasbro stepped up for damage control. Introducing himself as a second-year martial artist, he immediately clarified a crucial point. He was nothing like those muscle-brained pests from the Physical Beauty Club. Dane recalled seeing those steroid-fueled gym rats trying to recruit people earlier. Xiao insisted that while muscles matter, true martial arts isn't just about flexing showy biceps. He even invited Dane to audit his course if he was interested in the warrior's path. The only one left was the trapmaster himself. The seniors urged Arnold to swallow his noble pride and greet the freshman, but the heir of House Colored kept sulking like a brat. Finally, he caved. Arnold Colored and Dane Sawgrass locked eyes as they shook hands. It was obvious the upperclassman was still bitter about his failure. Since Dane had dismantled his masterpieces so easily, he decided to offer a little praise. Dane admitted the traps were decent, complimenting Arnold's mechanical knowledge. The triggers were solid. However, to Dane's assassin-trained eyes, they were amateurish. He pointed out the fatal flaw, the paint job. Arnold blinked in surprise at the critique. Dane explained that instead of standard F6 black, he should mix F3 silver and D6 black in a 4:6 ratio to match the hallway's light. That specific blend would render the wires invisible. Arnold realized the freshman made terrifying sense. Aside from the color, the traps were actually lethal. Any ordinary student would have been caught instantly. The other seniors were flabbergasted. A mere freshman was lecturing the mighty Arnold on trap mechanics. They knew they were witnessing greatness in the making. With introductions finished, the humbled seniors offered to escort Dane to his new quarters. Walking down the halls where he would spend his academic life, Dane smiled. Despite the chaotic prank, these seniors seemed like a genuinely fun crowd. Watching their banter and dynamic, he felt like he had already made some goofy friends. Things were definitely going to get interesting from here on out. The very next day, Layla was already scolding him. Dane had signed up for 6 classes related to his major this semester, starting first thing in the morning. It made sense, though. With 3 majors, he needed 2 classes for each. Coupled with liberal arts, his schedule was filled to the absolute brim. At this rate, he wouldn't even have time to sleep. Usually, first years took a maximum of 4 classes. Layla urged him to reconsider and drop a few subjects, but Dane assured her he would be fine. In fact, he went all in. He added 2 more liberal classes and even military science. This guy was playing life on hard mode. Layla couldn't relate at all. Military science had scarred her during the entrance exam, costing her precious points. But as expected of the Academy's top-ranked monster, Dane actually enjoyed it. Finally, the duo bid farewell, agreeing to meet up in the swordsmanship class later that afternoon. Layla headed for her liberal arts elective, understanding cosmetics and skin. Even the fiercest swordswoman of her generation is still a young lady at heart. Dane arrived at his first period, and the room buzzed with whispers. The other students were confused. Why would the number 1 rank take this specific subject? The air in the liberal arts hall was thick with tension, heavy with the unsaid words of classmates, too terrified to approach the icy enigma in their midst. Their hushed whispers followed him like shadows. Today marked the first period of Introduction to Military Science, a subject Dane had researched just yesterday, yet found lacking. The text was filled with contradictions, preaching ideals that would crumble instantly under the crushing reality of actual warfare. If books won wars, no kingdom would ever fall. The fact that such theory was still revered in this era of peace only proved how desperate the world was to cling to order. Suddenly, the door slid open, and a heavy silence fell. As the professor took the podium, the students rose in a wave of nervous respect. But the burly man waved them down, his impatience palpable. He wasn't here for pleasantries. This was Professor Francisco Gavious, with silver hair and eyes that held the haunted look of a survivor. The battle scars on his face told a story no textbook could match. Dane's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming that this man was the real deal. A true warrior who had walked through the valley of death and returned. A spark of excitement ignited in Dane's chest. Finally, something interesting. The professor didn't waste a second, immediately tearing into the very concept of military theory. He declared that, on the blood-soaked battlefield, rigid rules meant death. Commanders weighed human lives on a scale of victory, a burden no diagram could explain. Theory was merely the skeleton, reality was the flesh and blood. This class wasn't about memorizing lines, it was about shattering illusions. Professor Gavious swept his gaze across the lecture hall, his eyes searching. He looked for diamonds in the rough, wondering who among these children would rise to become a legend. Then, he threw out a single, piercing question. What is the absolute core of war? Silence stretched across the room. Dozens of students averted their eyes, but one hand cut through the air with unwavering confidence. It was Dane Sawgrass. Supply lines, Dane declared, his voice cutting through the quiet. The professor's eyebrows shot up. A perfect answer, sharp and precise as a blade. Without a secure path for resources, victory is just a fantasy. The old veteran leaned forward, intrigued that the first correct strike came from a mere freshman. He decided to push harder. Name the 3 pillars of logistics, Gavious challenged. Dane didn't even blink. First, absolute military discipline and management. He explained that a supply line stretching from the capital to the front is a fragile vein. If even a single link in that chain is weak or corrupt, the entire system collapses. Corruption breeds shortages, and shortages breed defeat. Dane spoke not from study, but from the memories of a past life, where greed cost lives. If supplies are embezzled, the army starves. The professor nodded, his interest turning into fascination. Continue. Second, Dane said, is standardization. Uniformity in weight, length, and width allows for mass production. It creates speed. It prevents chaos when a soldier reaches for a magazine in the heat of battle. Efficiency keeps the war machine oiling. As Dane rattled off concepts far beyond the curriculum, the other students exchanged confused glances. But Professor Gavious? He was trembling with delight. And the final pillar? Dane's eyes darkened slightly. Local procurement. Because the longer a war drags on, the more the first 2 pillars crumble. When the lines form cracks, you must survive on what the land offers. Self-sufficiency becomes the only law. Grow crops, hunt, or trade with the locals. Quality may drop, but survival is non-negotiable. This wasn't textbook knowledge. This was the grit of the trenches, wisdom forged in fire and blood. The entire lecture hall sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the depth of his words. But Gavious looked like he had just discovered a legendary artifact. "What year are you?" the professor demanded. When Dane replied he was a freshman, Gavious reeled back as if struck physically. It was impossible for a rookie to understand the nitty-gritty darkness of prolonged warfare. Gavious turned to the class, his voice booming as he validated every word Dane had spoken. These were the lessons of veteran commanders, not green recruits. How could a boy who had never seen a battlefield possess the wisdom of a general? Sensing the suspicion, Dane quickly played his trump card. "My father told me war stories," he lied smoothly. "And who is your father?" Gavious pressed. "Arkan Sagres." The veteran's jaw practically hit the floor. The son of the Blue Whirlwind? The legendary hero's bloodline? Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. This was the rumored prodigy who had crushed the autonomous major exam. It made perfect sense. A dragon does not beget a snake. Reinvigorated, Professor Gavious announced that the entire semester would pivot to align with Dane's practical philosophy. The textbook was now just a suggestion. Reality would be the teacher. This was the true essence of military science. The old professor grinned, ecstatic to have found such a promising seedling to nurture into a mighty tree. As the bell rang and students flooded the hallways, Dane was already making a tactical retreat, sprinting away from the lecture hall like an assassin in the night. He had to escape. The professor had tried to corner him after class, eyes gleaming with the manic desire to drag him into a graduate research program on day one. A freshman in graduate school? That was a death sentence for his peaceful life. Thank the gods for his second sister, Claire, and her infinite wisdom. She had warned him. If the Imperial Graduate School tries to recruit you, run. Don't look back, just run. And judging by the professor's hunger, he wouldn't give up easily. Putting distance between himself and the academic predator, Dane pulled out a map. The academy was a labyrinth, and he was still a stranger to its twisting paths. He had a rendezvous with Layla at the central fountain square, which looked like a trek across the continent from here. Analyzing the route, his finger traced a path through the misty garden. It was the optimal shortcut. After a few minutes of brisk walking, the garden's entrance loomed. Rumors said a single cloud could turn this place into a blinding maze of white fog, causing travelers to wander endlessly. Most students avoided it, like a cursed dungeon. Ghost stories and tales of vanishing students clung to the place. But Dane looked around and shrugged. The sun was shining, and the garden looked peaceful. Compared to the hellscapes his sister described, this was a paradise. With clear skies above, he decided to speed through the shortcut without fear, or so he thought. Just as he was enjoying the tranquility, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. "Help me!" Dane froze, his senses sharpening instantly. He triangulated the source of the desperate plea. It was coming from beyond the thicket of greenery. His body moved before his mind could debate. His mother, the legendary assassin, had drilled one rule into him. If you see someone in trouble, save them, and he would obey. With plenty of time before his next lecture, Dane decided to execute a swift rescue operation. Relying on his lightning-fast speed and predator-like perception, he zeroed in on the lost soul in record time. The target was a young man, buckled under the weight of an enormous backpack. He thanked Dane profusely, his voice trembling with relief, having thought he was doomed to be stranded. Fortunately, his body was intact, though his spirit was utterly drained. After wandering in an endless labyrinth for hours, the boy introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first year from the exploration department. Dane found it tragically ironic that a student majoring in exploration had managed to get himself so hopelessly lost. Once safe within the campus perimeter, Ernest sheepishly admitted the truth. He had gotten swept up in the thrill of adventure, exploring too deep until his stamina hit zero and his sense of direction vanished. The House of Dillon is a prestigious noble family from the West, their sigil bearing the proud image of a sailor and his vessel. Ernest was shocked that Dane recognized his lineage. Indeed, his bloodline has been famous for birthing legendary explorers for generations. His ancestors had conquered vast oceans and braved the terrors of unknown continents. Yet, looking at young Ernest, the legacy seemed to have skipped him. With his scrawny frame, he looked ill-equipped for even a walk in the park, let alone a grand adventure. However, the mere fact that Dane knew his family history swelled Ernest's chest with pride. He politely asked for his savior's name. When the genius introduced himself as the first autonomous department student in 50 years, the reaction was instantaneous. Ernest nearly fainted from sheer shock. His eyes sparkled with hero worship as he praised the heavens for his incredible luck in meeting such a mythical figure in the flesh. But Dane's awkward chuckle died in his throat as his gaze locked onto something alarming. Though the kid claimed he was unhurt, jagged scars and dark discolorations peeked out from his collar. Bruises encircled his neck and wrists like shackles. Dane's sharp instincts told him these weren't injuries from tripping in the woods, they were signs of deliberate violence. However, he chose to silence his questions for now. Sensing it was a wound too deep to probe, Dane steered the conversation back to their surroundings. Ernest's mood instantly flipped, his eyes burning with the manic fire of a true exploration junkie. Every new face, every strange artifact, every hidden path, he wanted to see it all. He dropped his heavy bag with a thud and gleefully displayed his chaotic collection of survival gear. Though it was a messy pile of equipment, his passion was genuine. His current mission was to map the entire academy, starting with the most enigmatic location of all, the Misty Garden. Ernest was convinced that this place held a dark secret. The official story claimed the fog was just a weather anomaly, but that explanation defied all logic and natural laws. Dane had to agree. The boy's intuition was sharp. He asked if Ernest had found the source of this phenomenon. Sadly, the explorer was empty-handed, possessing only a gut feeling that a powerful, hidden force governed this garden. It seemed impossible that no one had solved this riddle yet. Perhaps people had tried, only to be stopped by something or someone. The reason remains shrouded in darkness, but Ernest swore he wouldn't rest until he unveiled the truth. Whether it's a legacy of a fallen kingdom or a summons from another dimension, he would find it. The kid's infectious determination began to spark a sense of curiosity within Dane as well. But reality came crashing back. He was supposed to meet Layla for class. They needed to move, and fast. But as Ernest packed his gear, the heavens turned against them. The clear blue sky was instantly choked by gray clouds, and a cold rain began to fall. Within seconds, the drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. This was a catastrophe. According to the rumors, the rain here acts as a catalyst, summoning the fog with terrifying speed. With the storm raging, escaping the garden became a near impossible feat. Just as the legends warned, a thick, supernatural white mist began to rise from the earth. It didn't drift in, it seeped from the ground like a curse, possessed by a magic that stripped victims of their sense of direction. Panic rising, Ernest whipped out his trusty compass, but the mysterious magnetic force mocked him. The needle spun wildly, utterly useless. Ernest began to hyperventilate. Without the compass, they were blind in a world of white. They were frozen in place, risking getting swallowed by the abyss if they took a single wrong step. Dane asked if Ernest could navigate, but the boy was paralyzed by fear. In any other forest, he would be fine, but this place was a monster. The Misty Garden was a beast that defied the laws of nature. It finally dawned on Dane. On his very first day of school, he was trapped in a magical anomaly. The atmospheric pressure crushed down on them. The combination of rain and enchanted fog made Ernest's body feel like lead. He apologized profusely, terrified he had dragged a genius down with him. But Dane remained calm. They needed to observe before acting. But as the fog wrapped its cold tendrils around them, Dane felt something strange. Unlike Ernest, who was withering away, Dane felt a surge of power. His body felt lighter, energized by the mist itself. While Dane resonated with the atmospheric mana, Ernest was sobbing, guilt eating him alive for endangering a fellow student. But the boy's tears were dried by a blinding flash of light. Violent energy erupted from Dane's core. His mana surged like a dragon, visible to the naked eye as it forcibly pushed the encroaching fog back. The shockwave was so intense, it nearly knocked Ernest onto his backside. Watching the terrifying mist retreat before Dane's presence, Ernest's fear was replaced by absolute awe. What kind of monster was this guy? With eyes burning with determination, Dane declared that he could see the path. This wasn't just an escape, it was a fortuitous encounter. Destiny had thrown a secret right into his lap. There was a high probability he could crack the code of the Misty Garden right here and now. The duo began to march, moving through the forbidden zone as if they owned it. With Dane as the vanguard, his overflowing mana acted as a divine shield, cleansing the path ahead. Ernest followed close behind, stepping in the footprints of a giant. Countless mages had failed to pierce this veil, yet Dane walked through it like it was nothing more than smoke. The fog parted in reverence to his power. Ernest realized he was witnessing the stride of a peerless genius. After minutes of traversing the white void, they arrived at a clearing. Ernest thought they had escaped, but he was dead wrong. They weren't at the exit, they were in the belly of the beast. They had reached the absolute center of the Misty Garden. Before them stood a structure of breathtaking beauty, an ornate, ancient design resting atop a crystal-clear pool. Ernest's jaw dropped. He never dreamed he would lay eyes on the myth itself, the magical fountain. This was the holy grail of the garden. Students ventured into the danger zone specifically for this, driven by a legend that Dane was completely oblivious to. Ernest recited the lore with breathless excitement. They say if you reach the fountain before the mist clears, you are destined to unite with the one your heart desires most. A typical romance trope wrapped in a fantasy wrapper. But Dane ignored the romantic fluff. His senses were screaming that this fountain was an anomaly. How could such powerful magic remain active for centuries? If it's this hard to reach, who maintains it? How does the mana circuit not burn out? Hearing Dane's analytical deconstruction, Ernest was left speechless. The logic was undeniable. If no wizard is constantly refilling its mana, there must be an internal power source, a battery of immense, ancient energy that never runs dry. And if that's true, it implies the entire garden isn't just a park, it's a colossal machine. Considering the complex, twisted layout of the grounds, Ernest's hypothesis suddenly seemed terrifyingly plausible. If the garden is a mechanism, then this fountain is the engine, an ancient relic of lost technology. All the mysteries, the fog, the disorientation, it all radiated from this single point. The mist was merely a defense mechanism for what lay here. Driven by instinct, Dane stepped forward. He reached out, his hand making contact with the cold, ancient surface of the structure. The sensation against his skin confirmed it. His mana hummed, greeting the energy like a long-lost brother. Something inside him resonated violently. There was no doubt about it. This fountain was bleeding ancient magic, injecting its essence directly into the structure. As unknown glyphs surfaced, Ernest gasped. He recognized the script immediately as the ancient secret language. At first, the blurriness obscured the truth, but the moment Dane made contact, the characters sharpened into focus. This was the tongue of the lost kingdom of secret. For a scion of the Dylan family, mastering dead languages is not a hobby, but a requirement for survival. Nothing is more frustrating than risking your life to reach a ruin, only to hit a wall because you cannot decipher the warning signs. Ernest hadn't mastered every dialect in existence, but the memory of this one was burned into his mind. He recalled the grueling lessons with his father from his childhood. With trembling hands, Ernest pulled out his notebook and pen, stepping up to decode the riddle of the fountain. Dane stepped back, recognizing the shift in the atmosphere. The kid's explorer instincts had taken over. It was best to let the specialist work. Ernest deciphered the first keyword, qualification. His eyes darted between the glowing runes and his scribbled notes, terrified of missing a single nuance. After a painstaking struggle, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. He combined the fragments, and the message became clear. The sentiment was absolute. The inscription read, "Only those who are qualified shall prove their might." Qualification and proof. It all pointed to a trial, but if this test required the manipulation of ancient magic, it was an impossible request. Dane leaned in closer to the fountain. The closer he got to the core, the louder his blood sang with familiarity. Ernest scratched his head in defeat. If the requirement was truly ancient power, then no living soul in this era could possibly pass. But Dane begged to differ. With a flick of his wrist, pure mana gathered, swirling in a dazzling display of light. Ernest stared, bewildered. "What are you doing?" Dane didn't answer. His focus was absolute, manipulating the mana in the air with surgical precision. In this world, shape defines power. If he used the artifact he and Old Man Sidrain discovered, the fountain might just respond. The runes on his bracelet began to resonate with the structure's engravings. The symbols on the bracelet were alien and indecipherable, but the reaction was undeniable. A grin tugged at the corner of Dane's mouth. It was working. With the confidence of a man who knows the future, he reached out to touch the secret symbols. The structure roared to life. The runes didn't just glow, they danced, flowing like liquid light, mimicking the ebb and flow of the water itself. Finally, the fountain's array lit up, synchronizing perfectly with Dane's bracelet. The unlikely duo held their breath, waiting for the verdict. Suddenly, the earth groaned. Ernest panicked as the ground shook, the fountain acting as the epicenter of a localized quake. "What did you do?" Ernest screamed as the entire fountain began to sink into the earth. The young genius just smiled. He took a calculated risk, and the payout was massive. He had solved the riddle of the misty garden. Violent winds of mana converged on their position, nearly blowing the scrawny explorer wannabe into the next week. From the mist to the activation of a relic, Ernest's mind was reeling from shock after shock. Who could have predicted that the one to inherit the ancient test would be Dane? As the water drained away, a blinding light erupted from the center. The sun pierced the dark clouds, revealing a polished, pristine jewel. Ernest realized the truth instantly. That jewel wasn't just a decoration, it was the heart of the array. The engine driving every strange phenomenon in this garden. Opportunities like this are 1 in a million, and Dane was ready to seize it with both hands, even if it meant facing the abyss. The mysterious energy pulsating from the centerpiece surged toward Dane, pooling at his feet in an intricate formation of light. He could feel it, the remnants of a forgotten era, calling out to the magic already sleeping within him. Miraculously, the indecipherable symbols surrounding the fountain began to translate themselves in his mind. The knowledge of Arcana flourished, a glimpse of the glory before the calamity. This was the legacy of the Forgotten Empire. Dane stood in awe as the scribbles transformed into meaning. It was as if destiny itself had ordained him to inherit the ruined magic kingdom of Arcana. But the revelation came with a price. A sharp agony pierced his chest. Pain radiated through his nervous system, crashing over him in waves. Dane gritted his teeth, forcing his perception inward. Something was invading his heart. Tendrils of ancient mana wrapped around the organ like a vice, constricting, invading every vessel and artery. With one final, brutal push, the power burrowed into his very soul. As the blinding radiance faded, Dane realized the impossible had happened. A magic circle had formed. In the laws of this world, a core and a circle can never coexist. They are natural enemies, opposing forces destined to destroy the vessel that tries to hold both. To possess them simultaneously is not a gift, it is a curse. The efficiency is terrible, and the strain destroys the body. This is why magic swordsmen, despite their power, are tragic figures with short lifespans and failing hearts. That is exactly why Dane had avoided creating a magic circle. He had already established his cores. He had no desire to walk the path of self-destruction. But the legacy of the ancient empire didn't care about his plans. It had forcibly implanted itself in his heart. Seeing his pale face, Ernest stepped forward. "Are you all right?" Dane forced a smile, burying the pain deep. "I'm fine," he lied smoothly. "Just processing." Ernest wasn't entirely convinced. Did you just absorb that power?" Even to an untrained eye, the connection between the mist, the runes, and Dane was undeniable. Ernest was bursting with questions. His curiosity peaked to the limit. He had witnessed a miracle, after all. But Dane needed to keep his cards close to his chest. "My sister taught me a few tricks," he said, using his talented sibling as a convenient shield. Ernest seemed to buy it. In fact, the day's events had set his explorer's blood on fire. "We should do this again," Ernest proposed, his eyes shining. "Search for more mysteries. We can share information. If there's one place with ancient magic, there must be others." Dane nodded in agreement. A partnership with a scholar could be useful, but as the adrenaline faded, reality set in. Ernest checked the time. "Don't you have class?" The reminder hit Dane like a physical blow. The ancient legacy had distracted him completely. He had promised to meet Layla before the lecture. He slapped Ernest on the shoulder. "Sorry, I've got to run." If he was late, he was dead. That unruly young lady would absolutely destroy him. Bidding a hasty farewell to his new ally, Dane sprinted toward the lecture hall. Ernest watched him go, a smile playing on his lips. He had found a truly interesting friend today. If he stuck with Dane, life would never be boring. Once he was out of sight, Dane decided to test his limits. It was strange. Movement felt effortless, weightless. Fierce undulations of mana wrapped around his limbs, boosting his speed to godlike levels. He could feel it now, the circle and the cores, humming together. Deep within his spiritual vessel, defying the very laws of this world, two opposing forces resonated in perfect harmony. Normally, the circle would reject the core's energy, causing a catastrophic clash, but a miracle was occurring. No matter how much mana he flooded into his system, there was zero backlash. No pain, no rejection. Instead, it was a sensation of pure euphoria. His magic wasn't just stable, it was evolving. Energy surged through the circle, looping back to supercharge his core in an infinite cycle of purification. This was an unprecedented anomaly. With this new, heaven-defying cultivation method, everything changed. Dane's mind raced. He needed to inform his eldest sister immediately. Just moments ago, he feared his heart would explode. But now, he was grinning like a madman at the limitless power unfolding before him. With his physical parameters boosted by the awakening, it took mere moments for Dane to reach the Hengston district. He arrived precisely on time, meeting up with Layla for a tour of the legendary grounds. After a leisurely stroll, the massive gates of the district loomed before them. The architecture was alien, twisting in strange geometries. Layla explained that they were standing before the infamous magic barrier. This wasn't just a gate, it was a masterpiece created by Saul Hengston, a wizard whose name echoed through history. A grand formation that only activates once a year during the intake season. It was the ultimate appraisal for freshmen. Stepping through would trigger a spiritual light. The color would ruthlessly judge a student's potential, classifying their magic quality and grade for all to see. In ancient times, this complex array was a defense mechanism to incinerate dark wizards attempting to infiltrate. But with the dark arts eradicated, it now served a new purpose, separating the geniuses from the mediocrities. Intrigued, Dane asked about the color hierarchy. Layla, ever the scholar, broke it down. For those with zero talent, the barrier would remain dormant, a silent rejection. For common talent, a yellow light would flicker. Considerable talent commanded a blue glow. But for the monsters, the absolute prodigies, the light would burn a deep, crimson red. Layla had done her homework. She had memorized every detail of the academy before even setting foot inside. She noted that both of Dane's sisters, Arabella and Claire, had summoned blinding red lights, proof of the Sagra's bloodline's dominance. It was expected. They possessed a monstrous affinity for magic that left normal mages trembling. Unable to contain her anticipation, Layla dashed toward the barrier. Her heart pounded as she stepped onto the platform, eager to see her destiny unfold. Instantly, a blazing red light engulfed the entrance. A genius had appeared. Dane smiled, his chest swelling with pride. The crimson glow danced in her sparkling eyes. It was a result befitting his childhood friend. Congratulating her, Dane stepped forward. His own fighting spirit ignited. He stared at the ancient structure, his eyes sharp. With steady, rhythmic strides, he entered the formation. He fully expected a crimson light. No, after absorbing that ancient magic, he expected to surpass even the red light prodigies of the past. But when he turned to witness his glory, his jaw dropped. A brilliant, blinding green light pulsed around him. Green? That color wasn't in the textbooks. Even Layla, the walking encyclopedia of academy lore, froze in disbelief. She stared at Dane, her face asking the silent question, why does this guy defy logic at every turn? Dane stood there, clueless, offering only a wry, awkward smile. What on earth did green signify? Pushing the mystery aside, Layla and Dane hurried to the grand lecture hall. It was packed. Students from every department had gathered, drawn by the prestige of the magic department. The orientation was the hottest ticket in the academy, attracting curious onlookers from all backgrounds. But among the sea of freshmen, a shark was swimming. Senior Arthur was in the building. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The big man was a heavyweight, the fifth-year representative of the magic department, Arthur Diamant, and he was hunting for one specific freshman, the sole interdisciplinary anomaly, Dane Sagres. The juniors had been warned that the young master of the Sagres clan would be attending, but the man of the hour was nowhere to be seen. Arthur barked orders at his lackeys to drag Dane to him the moment he appeared. Since Dane was the brother of the terrifying Arabella, the entire upper crust was watching his every move. Suddenly, the doors swung open. A hush fell over the room as two figures walked in. Students craned their necks to glimpse the rumored prodigy, instantly captivated by his noble features and piercing emerald eyes. And beside him stood the famous genius, Duke Thermian. Dane wasn't built for this celebrity status. Seeing him stiffen up, Layla smirked, teasing him about his newfound fan club. Arthur Diamant turned, a predatory smirk curling his lips. He finally found his prey. Striding forward with an aura of arrogance, he intercepted Dane, praising his commanding presence with a voice dripping with sarcasm. Dane blinked, confused. Why was this overgrown upperclassman acting like they were old war buddies? Unimpressed, Dane hit the giant with a stinging rebuttal. "And who might you be?" he asked coldly, questioning why a stranger was interrupting his flow. Dane stood tall, refusing to be intimidated by the senior's pressure. He demanded an introduction, flipping the social hierarchy on its head. The fifth-year representative's smile twitched. He wasn't used to juniors with a sharp tongue. The air between them turned icy. The surrounding juniors held their breath. Disrespecting a senior? That was academic suicide. Arthur fired back, claiming he only came to pay respects to senior Arabella's brother. But he accused Dane of arrogance, warning him that his attitude would tarnish the prestigious Sagres family name. It was a thinly veiled threat, but Dane didn't flinch. To him, the only one being rude was this lumbering oaf demanding respect he hadn't earned. Arthur gritted his teeth, his plan crumbling. If he let this brat walk all over him, his reputation as a leader would be shattered. He needed to crush Dane's spirit without triggering Arabella's wrath. But the fool didn't realize he should be worried about the monster standing in front of him. Without warning, Arthur escalated. Mana flared in his palms. He prepared to teach this mouthy junior a physical lesson in respect. Dane's eyes narrowed. He sensed the mana gathering, his own energy coiling to strike back. But before the first blow could be thrown, a heavy textbook slammed onto the lectern like a judge's gavel. "Is there a problem here?" The voice boomed with authority. It was the professor. Caught in the act, Arthur quickly bowed, stammering that he was merely welcoming the new blood. Department head De Novo wasn't buying it. He scolded Arthur, ordering him to save the socializing for later. Dismissed like a naughty child, Arthur retreated. But the venom in his eyes remained. Layla leaned in, whispering a warning. That guy was trouble. As Arthur walked away, the tension didn't dissipate. He whispered to a subordinate, ordering him to lure Dane into a trap later. The lackey hesitated. Laying a hand on Arabella's brother? That was like poking a sleeping dragon. Arthur insisted, swearing he would handle the politics. He just wanted to break the little Sagres' pride, a decision he would likely regret. Taking control of the room, Professor De Novo announced that today was purely for orientation. But since this was a practical combat course, talk was cheap. "We need to measure your capacity," he declared. slamming a mana measurement artifact onto the table. Every eye locked onto the crystal device. The test was simple. Touch the sphere, channel your mana. To demonstrate, Danovo placed his hand on the device. Instantly, a blinding blue light erupted, and behind him, the air warped. 8 majestic magic circles materialized, spinning in perfect unison. The students gasped in horror and awe. An 8-circle mage? That was the realm of Tower Masters. The professor wasn't just teaching, he was flexing on them all. Professor De Novo lectured on the laws of mana rings, elaborating that even within the same rank, the depth of color dictates one's true power. Sometimes the circles remain invisible to the naked eye. However, the absence of a visible ring does not equate to a lack of potential. There is no cause for despair, as some vessels have yet to fully awaken their core. Thus, today's assessment will not rest solely on the circle verification. To survive the magic department's rigorous standards, one must wield at least the fundamentals. With a snap, Dinovo summoned a swarm of spheres, declaring they would serve as the ultimate gauge to accurately measure magical precision. Dane stared at the floating blue orbs, skeptical that such simple objects could measure the depths of one's mana with superior accuracy. To silence the doubts, the professor began his demonstration. By unleashing the elementary spell, psychokinesis, commanding the spheres to dance through the air in unison. The trial was simple. How many orbs could a student enslave to their will with a basic incantation? With a mere flick of his wrist, De Novo flooded the objects with kinetic force. A torrent of mana surged forth, pushing the orbs' velocity to their absolute breaking point. The students watched unblinking, desperate to analyze the intricacies of his hand seals. Never had they witnessed runes inscribed with such divine perfection. It was terrifying to see a master elevate a basic spell, like psychokinesis, to the realm of high art. While the commoners gaped in awe, Layla remained unimpressed. She understood the truth of this world. Even the simplest magic can become a weapon of mass destruction, depending on the sorcerer. The key lies in splitting one's focus across each individual sphere. For a novice, controlling 3 at once is already considered a feat of genius. Layla turned to Dane, asking if he could possibly surpass the 3-piece limit. But before he could reply, De Novo summoned Arthur from the shadows. The 5th-year senior was merely auditing the class, but fate had other plans. De Novo seized the chance to display the towering wall between an elite senior and the fresh blood given the stage, to flex his authority before the rookies. Arthur's eyes lit up with arrogant glee. He intended to crush the spirit of that haughty first year beneath his boot. Ironically, Dane watched with amusement, eager to see what a so-called elite could actually do. Arthur strode to the artifact, channeling his energy. The air vibrated, and the class erupted in shock as 4 mana rings materialized, their color deep and profound. Professor De Novo lauded the seniors' cultivation progress. Arthur feigned humility, but the achievement spoke for itself. Attaining 4 chains before graduation was a feat reserved for the chosen few. Arthur was living proof that true talent cannot be buried. The professor continued to shower him with praise, urging the freshmen to cling to this 5th-year representative like a lifeline. Arthur basked in the glory, his ego swelling with every second in his delusion he imagined. Dane trembling in fear, crushed by the difference in their standing. Little did he know, the young lord could not care less about those measly 4 rings. Next came the test of control, like a predator toying with its prey. Arthur's psychokinesis was impeccable, his manipulation was seamless, but what truly terrified the onlookers was the sheer quantity of spheres he held in his magical grasp. Yet if one looked closely, beads of sweat betrayed his struggle. He was pushing his mental fortitude to the brink, straining to maintain dominion over his maximum limit. He was certain this display of dominance would shatter the rookie's confidence. But when he glanced over, Dane merely stared back with eyes devoid of interest, completely unimpressed by the weak performance. Professor De Novo signaled for applause, his eyes shining with the pride of a mentor. He saw Arthur not just as a student, but as a masterpiece of his teaching. As his former disciple Arthur shot a provocative smirk at Dane, challenging the young lord to match him. Suddenly, De Novo's expression hardened as he turned his gaze back to the terrified novices. He offered a cruel mercy leave. Now, if you fear humiliation, but silence hung heavy in the hall. Not a single soul retreated. They had sacrificed too much to turn back now. There was no retreat in the path of magic. The examination officially commenced, like sheep to the slaughter. The front row shuffled toward the judgment seat. Layla and Dane watched from the shadows. She scoffed at the charade. They called it an orientation, but in reality, it was a public execution of one's pride and secrets. Dane silently agreed, but this was the ruthless nature of the academy. One by one, students stepped into the light, exposing their mana cores to the professor's scrutiny. Some wept with joy at the sight of a single faint ring manifesting before them. Others stood in crushing silence, their mana too weak to form even the ghost of a circle. The sphere test proved even more brutal. It exposed the harsh reality. Possessing mana is one thing, but wielding psychokinesis with surgical precision is a different realm entirely. Arthur and his lackeys sneered from the sidelines, mocking the failures of the weak, but the atmosphere shifted instantly. When a specific student approached the lectern, the seniors locked in. Dane Sogres placed his hand on the artifact, his expression unreadable. Arthur leaned forward, desperate to watch the arrogant brat's facade crumble into dust. He wanted to prove the insurmountable gap between a veteran and a novice, but since the incident in the Misty Garden, Dane had changed. Ancient magic now coursed through his veins. A dormant power had awakened. The room was suddenly bathed in light, as thick, potent mana flooded the artifact. Professor De Novo's eyes widened. The genius had arrived. After Dane's flawless performance in the theoretical exams, De Novo expected greatness. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as they waited for his circles to manifest every second, feeling like an eternity. Every gaze was pinned on the golden boy. A heartbeat later, a blinding radiance erupted, a light far purer and more intense than anything witnessed that day. Dane felt the device forcefully drawing from the circle embedded in his heart. Just as the brilliance reached its zenith, the machine faltered, flashing a sudden crimson warning. Measurement failed. The prompt blinked ominously. The class froze. This artifact could measure up to 8 rings, yet it choked on Dane's power. Confusion reigned supreme. Dane stared at the red text. Logic had been defied. Layla, Arthur, and the entire hall held their breath in the suffocating silence. Professor De Novo stared at the readout, his eyes swirling with a complex mix of shock and fear. Jealous whispers broke the silence. Students complained that the Sogres kid had broken the machine, refusing to believe the error message. They assumed Dane possessed no circles at all. Meanwhile, our protagonist realized the ancient magic in his heart was beyond modern comprehension. De Novo was shaken. He had trusted this machine for decades. It was designed to expose even the most cunning liars with 100% accuracy. Yet the unable to measure error was unprecedented in his career. Even the archmages hadn't encountered this. Desperate to maintain order, De Novo dismissed it as a system overload. He hurriedly ushered Dane toward the physical assessment to regain control. The foolish senior took the error as proof of Dane's incompetence. Dane stifled his disappointment regarding the artifact and shifted his focus to the spheres. He was unsure if his volatile power would obey, but he had no choice. Closing his eyes, he visualized the structure of the psychokinesis spell reaching into the abyss of his core. With absolute focus, the young lord raised his hand. Innumerable tendrils of raging mana exploded forth, mimicking the professor's technique. Every single orb was ripped from the container, ascending into the heavens, bound by wild strings of ancient power. Jaws hit the floor as a deathly silence descended. Dane Sogres was commanding the entire swarm as if it were child's play. Until now, making 5 spheres levitate for even a heartbeat seemed like a feat reserved for the gods. Arthur stood frozen, his soul practically leaving his body, as he watched the impossible unfold. The swagger he wore just moments ago? Pulverized. It had shattered completely in the presence of a true prodigy, his mind short-circuited, unable to fathom how a freshman could wield such terrifying control. Layla, however, had already built up an immunity to Dane's absurdity. She snapped out of her shock faster than the rest. At this point, she had resigned herself to fate. Common sense simply did not apply to this walking anomaly. Meanwhile, Dane was screaming internally. He never intended for every single orb to rise. It seemed the ancient mana coursing through his veins was far more potent than he anticipated. But he composed himself instantly. Since the spotlight was already burning on him, he might as well put on a legendary show. With a thought, he infused the floating spheres with that volatile, primordial energy. The orbs accelerated, blurring into streaks of blinding light. He was performing mana manipulation that even Professor De Novo had never witnessed in his decades of tenure. With his heightened magical sensitivity, the professor was the first to realize this wasn't just spinning. The boy was painting with mana. The energy swirling around the spheres expanded, morphing into distinct shapes and sizes, weaving together until a magnificent image materialized in thin air. A majestic lion intertwined with a serpent, the undeniable crest of the illustrious House of Sogres. Dane smirked, satisfied with his impromptu masterpiece. Professor De Novo felt his knees go weak. Even Arabella, the Academy's acclaimed genius, had never displayed such artistic control. Layla, on the other hand, clicked her tongue in annoyance. How could she follow an act like that? Her performance was guaranteed to look like child's play now. As the orbs returned to their container, the professor heaped praises upon the young noble. It finally made sense why Tower Master Sidrain, that eccentric old bat who despised teaching, had taken this boy under his wing. Dane bowed with practiced humility, soaking in the applause. The classroom erupted in whispers. The Golden Boy was not just a title, it was a terrifying reality. Public opinion was shifting rapidly in his favor. One of Arthur's lackeys stammered, asking if their scheme was still in motion. Arthur's fist trembled with suppressed rage. Damn, that House of Sogres for breeding monster after monster. If Dane was operating at this level, their original strategy was trash. Arthur had to swallow his pride. As frustrating as it was to admit, a direct confrontation would only end in his absolute humiliation. If they couldn't crush the kid with skill, they would have to own him. His gears turned, churning out a desperate alternative. He would bring Dane into the fold. Politics was the only way. If he could recruit Dane into the student council, he could keep the young master under his thumb. Sure, the kid was a freshman, and even for seniors, entering the council was a bloodbath. But Arthur was willing to shatter tradition. He would break the rules to secure this asset. He was confident he could ride Dane's coattails to the top. By leeching off the freshman's brilliance, the prestige of the magic department and Arthur's own career would skyrocket to the heavens. Professor De Novo, meanwhile, dragged Dane to the corner, showering him with adulation. Had he known a diamond like this existed, he would have waged war against the other professors to claim him. The sly instructor then used Dane's talent to shame the rest of the class into working harder. Before releasing him, De Novo extended an open invitation. Dane, ever the opportunist for knowledge, accepted the gesture gracefully. As they exited the lecture hall, Layla immediately lunged at him for stealing the show. Dane replied with a devilish grin, blatantly teasing the young lady. If not for his god-tier performance, Layla's manipulation of 5 spheres would have been the headline. But alas, she was overshadowed by a monster. She sulked, marching away. But Arthur and his entourage intercepted them. The senior's attitude performed a complete 180, his face plastered with a fake smile as he lauded Dane's skills. He claimed he just wanted a chat, but Dane's instincts flared. The sudden shift in demeanor reeked of ulterior motives. Arthur launched into his pitch about the Imperial Academy Student Council. He waxed poetic about how they decided academy policies, managed massive budgets, and held absolute authority. From disciplinary actions against troublemakers to approving department events, they were the true rulers of the school. Dane tuned out the lecture. His eldest sister had already briefed him on the council's tyranny and exclusivity. Finally, Arthur dropped the bait, a direct recommendation to become an officer. Since Dane's skills were undeniable, induction should be a breeze. Plus, being an officer meant automatic entry into the elite Dantier Hall. Arthur seemed to have forgotten, however, that this year's top student was already part of Dantier Hall. As the annoying senior continued to ramble about privileges, Dane scoffed internally. Did these people truly believe themselves to be gods walking among mortals? When Arthur finally paused for breath, Dane shut him down cold. If he wanted a seat on the council, he would claim it with his own power, not through some shady back-channel deal. Besides, free perks always carried a hidden debt. Arthur's lackeys watched in horror as their grand master plan crumbled into dust. They resorted to desperation, trying to upsell the prestige of the offer. Layla was forced to endure this senseless drivel, and her patience snapped. She grabbed Dane's hand and physically dragged him toward the cafeteria, leaving Arthur standing there like a jilted lover. Dane silently thanked the gods for Layla's impeccable timing. Layla saw right through those snakes. They only wanted to use Dane as a political pawn. More importantly, the young duchess was insulted she wasn't offered a spot, but she swallowed her pride, accepting that Dane existed on a dimension far beyond normal logic. Now, the only mission that mattered was securing the limited edition sweet tarts at the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Arthur retreated to lick his wounds with Professor De Novo. The professor dropped a bombshell. Dane's potential likely eclipsed even his terrifying eldest sister, Arabella. In the vast world of magic, Dane was a certified monster. Arthur's head spun. He was trying to manipulate someone more talented than the idol he worshipped. The professor demanded Arthur find a way to make the young Saugers exclusive to the magic department. Everyone who saw the boy was enchanted by his brilliance. Arthur confessed his failure to recruit him, but De Novo refused to listen. Such monstrous potential was too precious to let slip through their fingers. Changing tactics, Arthur asked the professor about his own recommendation letter. The professor dismissed him with a wave, claiming magic towers would be lining up for Arthur in 2 years. But Arthur wasn't stupid. He saw through the manipulation. If he secured an early placement, Dynovo would lose his favorite errand boy. Rumors had it that Dynovo had sabotaged students before just to keep them under his thumb. Knowing his future hung in this egotistical maniac's hands, Arthur swallowed his rage and accepted his orders. He had no choice but to obey. The cafeteria route was a battlefield due to the club recruitment chaos, with every group scrambling for survival. The duo navigated the madness, clearing out booth games like pros. Dane's inventory was now stuffed. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, and enough vouchers to feed an army. But one item stood out: a treasure map. The senior running the booth claimed it came from a blind auction at the legendary Arcandor auction house. Layla's eyes sparkled with the thrill of adventure. Dane paused. His father had once whispered stories about the mysteries of Arcandor, the house, a sanctuary for the rarest and most exquisite treasures in the entire empire. The country's finest appraisers scrutinize every item, guaranteeing that only the authentic survive here. The seal on this treasure map remains unbroken without a single scratch. Considering the legends of hidden mysteries circulating the Academy, the existence of such a treasure isn't just a fantasy. Gazing at the map, Dane's mind drifted to the one person who lived for this stuff, the exploration fanatic, Ernest. Demetra Hall, the beating heart of general education lectures. Dane strode toward the hall for his imperial history class, though, truthfully, the head butler of the Sogras estate had already drilled this knowledge into his skull long ago. He walked with absolute confidence. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air, brimming with excitement. It was none other than Ernest, the resident nerd. Since imperial history is mandatory for all freshmen, fate had placed them in the same class. Ernest immediately asked about Dane's physical transformation, but that was a secret too complex to explain, so Dane skillfully dodged the question. Just as he prepared to share the legendary news about the map with his naive friend, the atmosphere shifted. A group of generic copy-paste thugs blocked their path. Ernest froze in sheer terror. The air grew heavy with bad blood. The leader, looking less like a student and more like a middle-aged father with a mortgage, sneered at Ernest. Four Eyes couldn't even muster a breath to respond. To Dane, Ernest looked like a soldier paralyzed by war trauma. When he finally found his voice, the villain's name was revealed. Braun, a man who built his pride on bullying children. Is this the future of our glorious king's legacy? The thug palmed Ernest's head like a basketball, mocking his trembling frame. These background villains didn't even deign to glance at Dane. Reunited with their favorite toy, they sought to restore the master-servant dynamic. Braun demanded a sandwich. When Ernest hesitated, cruel laughter erupted, silenced only by Braun's razor-sharp glare. Finally, the oversized student acknowledged Dane's existence with overflowing arrogance. Since Ernest called him a friend, Braun assumed Dane was just another pushover waiting to be broken. That look, it reminded Dane of the lowest trash he had slaughtered on the battlefield. But before violence could erupt, a hall monitor's shout pierced the tension, ordering them to class. Like a seasoned predator, Braun masked his malice with a polite smile. But as he turned, he shot a side-eye at Ernest. "Let's talk after class." The words hit Ernest like a curse, resurrecting his old nightmares. Braun grinned, thrilled that his academy life was finally becoming entertaining. Meanwhile, even with the predator gone, Ernest remained frozen, trembling in absolute fear. Dane pulled him back to reality. The poor boy stammered an apology for dragging a new friend into his messy past. Ernest confessed the dark history he shared with Braun back home. He had hoped the academy's vastness would shield him forever. Dane dismissed the apology with a wave. But deep down, he couldn't stand seeing his friend tormented by such garbage. He decided to walk Ernest to safety. He knew that without intervention, this coward would slide right back into being a slave, obeying Braun's every whim. If that happened, Ernest would be trapped in his childhood hell forever. But he had witnessed Dane's transformation at the fountain. Logic said there was no need to fear. Yet, knowing Dane's strength didn't stop the guilt. He feared dragging Dane into his personal war. But the moment classes ended, the copy-paste thug club was waiting in the shadows. When Dane told Braun to shut his trap, the bastard only barked louder. He realized too late that Dane wasn't some spineless worm who would crumble under a few threats. Cornered, Braun played the only card nobles know: lineage. He puffed out his chest, claiming to be the heir of the Sower family, the so-called rulers of the West. As if that carried any weight, Dane simply picked his ear and smirked. He had never heard of such an insignificant bloodline. Braun's fury spiked, and his lackeys began to bay like hounds. Acting like a kingpin, Braun ordered his dogs to do the dirty work, teach him a lesson. The goons stepped forward, looking as if they had waited their whole lives for that command. The nameless extras approached, arrogance plastered on their faces. Ernest panicked, desperate to salvage the situation. "We have to run." He warned Dane that Braun was hailed as a swordsmanship prodigy since childhood. But that warning only sparked a fire in Dane's eyes. He couldn't wait to humble this genius. He turned to his trembling friend. "Take on one of the nobodies. One clean strike to the jaw is all it takes to turn out the lights." Ernest couldn't live in fear forever. "Fight back." As the first thug charged, Dane barely registered the threat. He saw every telegraphed motion, letting the punch land without even raising a hand. He rolled his neck with the impact, neutralizing the damage instantly. The balding thug grinned, and Braun swelled with pride at his minion's competence. The fool wound up for a second strike, but this time, Dane's guard was an iron wall. He had taken the first hit solely to justify what came next. "Self-defense," he whispered. Ignoring the warning, the thug threw a desperate hook. Dane ducked effortlessly. In a flash, he retaliated. A precision liver blow that sent waves of agonizing shock through the bastard's entire nervous system. To maximize the humiliation, Dane swept the trash off his feet. The thug's skull met the pavement with a sickening crack. Hopefully, his health insurance is premium. Ignoring the body, Dane moved on. He went to work on the second victim, defense full of holes. Dane clamped a palm over his jaw and delivered a shoulder bash that launched the goon like a rag doll, crashing into the third attacker. While they were still tangled, mana coalesced in Dane's palm. He launched the blue sphere, slapping it directly into the third goon's face with explosive force. In seconds, 3 enemies were erased. As they kissed the dirt, Dane broke the silence with a sigh. He had used too much force. He still hadn't fully mastered the ancient manticore's overwhelming power. Ernest's jaw hit the floor. Braun and his remaining dogs stared in disbelief. The boss immediately turned on his own men, cursing their incompetence. His men tried to warn him that the white-haired kid was a monster, but Braun silenced them. "Shut your mouths." Getting wrecked by a freshman was humiliating enough without excuses. Dane poured oil on the fire, goading the big man to back up his trash talk. The only thug with a functioning brain begged Braun to back down, but pride is a blinding poison. Braun refused to bow to a brat. He flared his mana, tearing open a dimensional portal. Dane watched the flashy display with bored eyes. From the void, Braun pulled out a mediocre blade, brandishing it like Excalibur. "We're alone here," he sneered. "A little bloody accident in this isolation won't leave any witnesses." Ernest shrieked, but Dane stood like a statue. This location was notorious. The weather turned so foggy here that the authorities couldn't find a corpse even if they tripped over it. The smart lackey tried to reason with his boss one last time. "Shut up and beat the nerd," Braun roared. The stage was set. A 2 versus 2 showdown. Dane turned to Ernest. "You can take him." The kid was an exploration junkie. His legs were built for mountains. "Just time your strike," Dane coached. "Use that strength. Send him flying." Ernest doubted he had that savage instinct within him, but Dane saw the potential. The battle began. Dane leaped away, deliberately isolating Braun from his prey. Braun assumed Dane was just another fragile mage fleeing a swordsman. Dane smiled at the gross miscalculation. He would string this big idiot along until his spirit broke. Dane's words echoed in his soul. He could no longer live as a trembling prey. As the thug approached with a predator's sneer, he assumed the terrified boy wouldn't dare lift a finger. Even as Ernest's knuckles turned white, breaking his knuckles with arrogant cracks, the bully taunted Four Eyes to just accept his fate. "Lie down and take your beating," he sneered. After all, a coward can't shake off a lifetime of fear overnight. But in that split second, time seemed to slow. Ernest didn't see fear. He saw Dane. His mind replayed his friend's godlike dodge from earlier, burning the movement into his muscle memory. When the fist came flying, Ernest moved. It wasn't perfect. The blow grazed his skull, but for the first time, he didn't cower. He drove his own fist forward in a desperate counterstrike. Squaring his shoulders, he channeled every ounce of his courage. He locked, loaded, and fired another strike straight into the bully's face. The old, trembling Ernest was dead. A warrior was born in his place. Caught completely off guard, the thug crumbled to the earth like a pathetic worm. Looking at the unconscious body, it was undeniable once the fear vanished. Ernest truly had the heart of a lion buried beneath that timid exterior. His legs turned to jelly as the adrenaline faded, replaced by a wave of overwhelming liberation. He had finally fought back. Meanwhile, sensing his friend's victory, Dane and Braun had relocated to a secluded stage for the main event. Dane halted his steps. Behind him, Braun cursed his incompetent lackeys for falling so easily. Ignoring the noise, Dane's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on a pile of discarded cleaning tools. Perfect. He picked up an old broom and casually snapped off the bristles. Braun's face twisted in humiliation. This brat intended to face his refined steel blade with a literal stick of wood. To Dane, it was fitting the only way to handle human trash is with a broom. Braun, humiliated and cornered, abandoned all reason. He charged forward, his eyes burning with genuine murderous intent. His arrogance knew no bounds. He claimed he would show mercy by carving a permanent scar onto the pretty boy's face, a mark of terror to remind Dane of his superiority every time he looked in a mirror. Talk about delusions of grandeur. This guy really thought he was the main character. Entering striking range, Braun unleashed a chaotic storm of slashes and stabs, convinced of his victory, but Dane stood there with a serene smile. Clack, clack. Every lethal strike was effortlessly swatted away by a wooden stick. Braun's confidence began to crack as he realized Dane wasn't fighting, he was playing. His movements were painfully predictable. The big guy raged as his swordsmanship was silently mocked. In his mind, the only one worthy of critiquing him was a sword saint like Duke Thermian, not this first-year brat. Dane quietly began to infuse mana into the wood, a fragile vessel against cold steel. Braun, sensing the weapon's limit, prepared his ultimate technique, believing one decisive strike would shatter the stick and the boy holding it. But Dane was faster. Calmly focusing his mana into a single point, he thrust the stick forward. A simple motion, yet it struck with the force of a cannon. The tip buried into Braun's gut, sending a shockwave of agony through his entire nervous system. An impossible impact from a mere wooden stick. Ernest watched from the sidelines, his jaw on the floor. He knew Dane was capable. But this? This was a realm of power he couldn't even comprehend. As Braun retched on the ground, coughing up bile and blood, Dane looked down with cold eyes. "Get up," he commanded. "You drew live steel. By the laws of combat, we don't stop until one of us can't move." His father taught him well. A duel with real weapons is a dance with death. Finally, through the haze of pain, Braun gasped out a question. "Who are you?" Dane Sogers straightened his back and delivered the revelation, the only son of Count Sogers. First-year Autonomous Division. The truth hit Braun like a sledgehammer. This wasn't just a student, this was the golden boy. The prodigy every noble house was whispering about, the continent's youngest, brightest genius, standing right before him. But his brain short-circuited. Why would a dragon like Dane Sogers associate with a bottom-feeder like Ernest? Dane's gaze remained icy. Since Braun had escalated to lethal force and lost, the laws of nobility gave Dane every right to sever his head right then and there. It wouldn't be murder, it would be justice. Staring into those bottomless eyes, Braun felt the cold touch of the Reaper. He realized Dane wasn't bluffing, he would really kill him. Swallowing his ego, the bully scrambled to his feet only to collapse onto his knees. He slammed his head into the dirt, rattling off desperate apologies. Dane looked down at the groveling figure, as if he were stepping in sewage. This man had no spine, no honor, he was truly beyond redemption. "Why are you bowing to me?" Dane scoffed. Even in defeat, this fool couldn't understand his sin. He shouldn't be prostrating before the Count's son, he should be kissing the boots of the boy he tormented. Realizing his life hung by a thread, the spineless coward crawled over to Ernest. He clung to the boy's legs, tears streaming down his bruised face, stuttering out apologies, purely out of the terror that Dane might behead him. He begged forgiveness for years of hell he had inflicted. Ernest stared into the eyes that used to haunt his nightmares. The monster that once loomed so large was now just a pathetic, weeping mess. The terrifying tyrant of Ernest's world was now snot-nosed and trembling on the dirt. Dane folded his arms, handing the sword of judgment to his friend. "It's your call, Ernest. What should we do with him? I can beat him within an inch of his life, or we accept this pathetic apology." Desperate to keep breathing, Braun begged his former victim to just beat him up. Pain was better than death. Ernest clenched his fist. Every fiber of his being wanted to unleash years of repressed rage, but looking at this broken man, it felt empty. A beatdown now wouldn't be a victory, it would be pity. "I'll beat you later," Ernest declared, on even ground. "Forgiveness comes after I win properly." Dane smiled, pride swelling in his chest. It took a true man to walk away from cheap revenge. Ernest thanked Dane, his destiny had shifted forever. As they made their way back to campus, they ran into a frantic Layla. Her sharp eyes immediately locked onto the fresh cut on Dane's cheek. "You fought," she stated, not asking. She glanced at the bruised goons trailing behind them, recognition flashing in her eyes. Braun froze again. Layla Thermian. If Dane was a monster, she was the daughter of the sword god. They had likely crossed paths in the swordsmanship department. But to Layla, Braun was just background noise. Ignoring the trash, she pointed to the glasses-wearing boy. "Who's this?" Dane stepped in. "Meet Ernest Dillon, Exploration Department." Ernest, terrified of her high noble status, kept stammering Miss Layla. But she cut him off with a grin. "If you're Dane's friend, you're my friend. Drop the miss," Dane bragged. "Ernest comes from a famous lineage of ruin hunters." Layla's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. She whipped out the item they had won earlier, the mysterious map. "We snagged a treasure map from the event," Dane explained. Ernest blinked. He had heard rumors of a lucky student winning a grand prize, but he never imagined it was his own buddy. At the mention of treasure map, Ernest's timid shell shattered. His eyes gleamed with fanatical obsession. Moving to a secluded corner, the trio spread the parchment, ready to decode its secrets. Even with his trained eye, the map was a labyrinth of riddles. However, one thing was clear to the young explorer. This isn't a world map. It points to a location hidden right here inside the academy. But the markings were bizarre, strange scriptures sprawled across the parchment. It was definitely a cipher, a code meant to keep the unworthy out. "We need to profile the cartographer," Ernest muttered. "If we analyze the creator's style, we can build a decoder key." He pointed to the structural sketches. "These forms are exclusive to the campus architecture, but the magical signature is ancient. This esoteric architectural magic." Ernest's voice dropped to a whisper. "Only one man used this style, Saul Hengston." The name hung in the air, the legendary archmage who built the academy itself. "We're dealing with primordial magic," Ernest explained, sweating. "Saul never took disciples, so this style has been lost to time." Layla frowned. She knew this would be tough, But this was next level. She sighed. I didn't expect a history lesson, but they had no choice. We have to dig, research the founder, find his patterns, and crack the code. It was the only way to unlock the path. Once we decipher it, the real treasure awaits. Ernest was vibrating with excitement, and Layla, who had lived a sheltered life within her family's domain, felt a spark of thrill. A secret hunt with friends? The adventure was just beginning. Ernest naturally took the command position. Dane was bewildered when Four Eyes handed the map back instantly. But Ernest just tapped his temple, claiming he had already downloaded the entire layout into his brain. Dane and Layla were absolutely floored. This guy absorbs complex codes like a sponge. He must cheat on every exam without even trying. But for Ernest, this wasn't just homework. This was his first real dive into the unknown without his father breathing down his neck. He looked at Dane with pure gratitude. To seal their new alliance, Layla suggested a victory feast. And so, the team was born. Eventually, Dane retreated to his dormitory sanctuary. He did some light cleaning, arranging his personal treasures. He made sure the heirlooms from his family were always in plain sight, a reminder of home. But there was one item that refused to fit in. The mysterious egg. Living things can't enter his subspace inventory after all. Suddenly, as he lifted it, the shell began to tremble violently. 7 years of constantly feeding it mana, and nothing. Why now? The Academy's air was rich, but the real catalyst had to be the ancient magic he absorbed in the garden. Time to test that theory. Dane channeled his energy into the shell. His heart raced with anticipation. Was the little guy finally waking up? But the egg was a bottomless pit. It devoured his mana like a starving beast. The energy output became so intense, the very reality of his dorm room started to warp. However, stopping now meant losing a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Dane bundled up the chaotic egg and sprinted straight for the one person who could help Claire. His big sister might be a summoning genius, but even she was baffled. The vibrations were off the charts. While they frantically analyzed the anomaly, Claire panicked. Dane, you're going to miss the roll call. But our hero just smirked with unearned confidence. Relax, Nuna. I'm already there. Meanwhile, back at Dante Hall, the terrifying Albert stormed in. The elite students stood in perfect formation, trembling before the disciplinary committee. This was a standard raid across all dorms. Poor trap boy Arnold was sweating bullets. Where were Priscilla and Dane? The ranks were empty. Albert laid down the law. Late arrival, 1 penalty point. No show, 2 points. Strike 3 in a semester, and you face disciplinary action. 2 unexcused absences, and you are expelled from the elite dorms. Silence fell over the hall. No one dared to breathe. Even in Dante Hall, the rules were absolute. To catch the rats, they had even installed magical surveillance cameras recently, and they already had a victim. Priscilla, a resident of this very floor, was caught red-handed trying to sneak out. The system tracked her, leaving the grounds. She was gone 5 minutes ago. Usually, bedrooms were safe zones, but Albert was on a warpath. A total inspection was now in effect. It was going to be a massacre of points this semester. Priscilla's room was raided, and she was slapped with a heavy penalty instantly. That left only one missing sheep freshman, Dane Saugers. His new dorm mates tried to make excuses, sweating nervously on his behalf. But Albert is relentless. He kicked the door open. Yet, sitting there calmly, was Dane. The boy scratched his head. Sorry, sir. Did I miss the lineup? I was just busy unpacking. It was the perfect excuse. Albert grunted and let him off with a warning. But in reality, Dane was still in the lab, using an illusion generator, the MK1, a device Arabella built to project his hologram remotely. But the ping on this thing was terrible. The connection was hanging by a thread. One lag spike, and the jig would be up. Dane thought it was hilarious, but Claire just sighed. Still, she had to admit her little brother was clever. Back in the lab, things were heating up. The egg was pulsing. Hatching was imminent. This was the moment of truth. Safety first, Claire ordered. They moved the volatile egg into the magic stabilizer. Her lab was a fortress, reinforced with high-tier shields to contain the blast. It was the perfect incubator. Claire added extra filters, even though Dane's mana was already purer than distilled water. Round 2, Dane unleashed his aura, but the egg was greedy. It was draining him dry. Just what kind of monster was sleeping inside that shell? Buying an egg is easy. Hatching it is a nightmare. There is no manual. The only rule? The master's mana must resonate perfectly with the beast. It is all about frequency synchronization. Basically, it is a high-stakes gotcha pull. Dane just had to pray to the RNG gods for a legendary drop. Claire watched in awe. She knew her brother was talented, but this mana pressure was insane. Suddenly, crack. The sound echoed through the lab. Don't stop. Push it, Claire screamed. Azure mana swirled like a typhoon, and then, boom, the egg detonated. Shrapnel flew everywhere. A shockwave of mana blasted the room. As the smoke cleared, a slimy little figure emerged from the chaotic goo. Claire rushed to Dane, who had been tossed like a rag doll. Ignoring his spinning head, he looked up. The prize was finally revealed. White scales, tiny wings, and little nubby horns. It blinked its curious eyes. Claire analyzed it instantly. Traits of a wyvern. Suddenly the little rascal burped a puff of fire. Showing off already? Claire shoved Dane forward. It needs to see you first. Establish the bond. White hair met white scales. Boy and beast locked eyes. Dane smiled gently at his new partner. Hey there, little guy. I'm Dane. Click. The soul contract was sealed. Claire squealed. It is so cute. She couldn't believe her brother pulled off such a legendary hatch on his first try. Now for the science. She examined the goo-covered baby. Her eyes widened. This wasn't just a rare pet. It was summoned from beyond the horizon. That dimension is legendary. Even elite summoners can't reach it. Claire herself could only pull weak spirits from that realm. But Dane yanked a whole physical entity across the rift. It was a historic feat. Claire knew every beast in the textbooks, but she had never seen this. It looked like a wyvern, but the anatomy was wrong. It was something else, a true anomaly. They couldn't be certain what it was. Claire vowed to research it, but she doubted even the Imperial Library had records on this mysterious species. The only clue was its hunger for ancient mana. Dane, grab the shell fragments, Claire ordered. Some species eat their cradles for power. It needs the nutrients. And you, she pointed a finger. Start a journal. Sleep cycles, diet, mood swings, record everything about this little beast. The creature's ferocity and explosive growth rate were off the charts. It was a chaotic burden to handle, but deep within his soul, Dane knew that forging this bond was worth every drop of sweat. An overwhelming instinct to protect and nurture this little life took root in his heart. Claire, ever the pragmatist, suggested hiding the familiar in the lab to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the public eye. But locking his partner away was out of the question. If trouble came knocking, he had two legendary sisters to back him up. Besides, a beast of this caliber belonged under the open sky, not cooped up in a cage. Claire advised him to secure an official summoning sign immediately. Though technically a novice, his raw talent demanded recognition far beyond his rank. He was ready to claim his status. His schedule was packed with commitments, but destiny wouldn't wait. Tomorrow was the orientation under the infamous Professor Temeric Spiano. Claire insisted he just had to display his brilliance to the world. The special recruitment was approaching fast. Despite the upcoming faculty meeting, Claire was absolutely certain he would secure those special qualifications before he even walked out the door. Now, the real dilemma. What to name the little rascal? Back at Dante Hall, Purple Four Eyes immediately grilled him for nearly missing roll call. His sisters were legendary for their reckless stunts, so he fit right in. Having narrowly escaped punishment, he finally retreated to the sanctuary of his room. Dane collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. But peace was short-lived. The little lizard was tearing through the air, zooming around the dorm like a chaotic streak of light. Bursts of flame erupted everywhere. Earlier, Dane had used a secret passage taught by his sisters, but the disciplinary committee was psychotic enough to seal the entire building with magic. They had erected a massive magic barrier. To solve this, Dane analyzed the mana flow with a predator's gaze. A structure this large always had a fatal flaw waiting to be exploited. But before he could finish his analysis, the impatient scale ball unleashed a breath of fire. To Dane's shock, the absolute barrier didn't just crack, it crumbled instantly. It was torn wide open. Logic dictated that normal fire shouldn't scratch it. The only explanation? His familiar's flames possessed a unique property, the ability to nullify mana itself. He had struck gold with this mythical potential. The next day, Dane rushed to meet Ernest and share the incredible news. He proudly introduced the little guy as Happy. Ernest looked ready to vomit at such a weak name. Since Four Eyes was so critical, Dane dared him to do better. A creature this cute needed a title with gravity and power. Ernest racked his brain until a single word escaped his lips. Carnass. Mysterious. Powerful. It suited the fire breather perfectly. The name Happy was banished to the void. With Carnass named, Dane headed to Bermuda's Hall, the sanctuary of summoners. This was the battleground for all summoning theory. As students flooded in, a familiar face surfaced in the sea of people. Degran Tyran, the very same brat Dane had utterly humiliated years ago. Degran froze. He would never forget the monster who snatched his summons and crushed his pride. That day of shame caused House Tyran to plummet, barely clinging to their noble status. Degran was a failure who flunked last year, forcing him to crawl back to this class. Luckily, the brat had learned fear. He desperately tried to become invisible. A senior approached the trembling noble, offering hollow comfort. There's no shame in failing, the senior said, admitting it was his second retake. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Professor Temeric Spiano had arrived. He laid down the law immediately. They were here to master the theory of summoning, the foundation of their power. Everyone knew Professor Temeric was a ruthless taskmaster. Then, he dropped the bomb. There was a path to glory, a special selection test open to anyone brave enough to claim they were qualified. Magic screens flared to life, revealing the impossible criteria. First condition, summon a beast of the 5th rank or higher, using a blank sign. Second, maintain the summon for 30 grueling minutes. The hall erupted in protest. Most struggled with a 7th rank beast. This was madness. Even with a sign, it was absurd. But Temeric wasn't finished. The final hurdle was the subjective eye test. Fail any condition, and you were disqualified instantly. To be special requires a miracle, after all. The physical feats were brutal, but satisfying the whims of an examiner, that was the true nightmare. Dane scoffed internally at the bureaucracy. It was a rigged game where the examiner held all the cards, a system designed to crush the unworthy. To make matters worse, candidates needed 2 recommendation letters from high authorities. Temeric smirked, enjoying the despair on the faces of the fresh meat. His sharp gaze swept the room and locked onto a single target. Dane Sagres, the boy who had conquered the autonomous major exam. He had heard the rumors from Professor Delfinesso. A freshman linking with a 4th rank Edorak? Impossible. He refused to believe it without proof. He needed to verify this so-called prodigy's skill with his own eyes. Surely, the boy had used the influence of the mighty House Sogres to cheat the system. Ordinary students should be content with mediocrity, and the retakers like that fool Dagron were hopeless. But a true summoner required more. Dane sensed the shift. This theory class was a different beast entirely from the entrance exam. The pressure was tangible. Temeric challenged the room. Is there a freshman here capable of summoning, or are you all disappointments? His glare bored into Dane like a drill. If he wanted a show, Dane would give him one. He stood up, calm amidst the tension. The professor demanded his name, though he already knew it. Dane Sogres, he announced. Autonomous department, he added. Temeric offered praise dripping with venomous sarcasm, but Dane didn't flinch. He responded with perfect, icy etiquette. He expertly credited the deans instead of boasting. Without missing a beat, he was summoned to the stage. Dane hated the doubt in the man's eyes, but he kept his mask of respect intact. However, he wasn't going up there for free. He made a bold counterproposal. If I prove my qualifications, you will write my recommendation letter for the special selection. The professor froze. The entire hall gasped. For Dane, showing off his special talent was child's play. Failure wasn't even in his vocabulary. Temeric boiled with rage. Even the legendary Claire hadn't been this arrogantly fearless as a freshman. Very well. Temeric accepted the wager, his eyes narrowing dangerously. But be warned. I am not easily impressed by mere parlor tricks. The class exploded into whispers. Was this the freshman golden boy, or just Claire's little brother? Conveniently, the professor produced a blank summoning sign. Dane stepped onto the stage, his grip firm on the blank sign. This ambush wasn't part of the plan, but it was the perfect chance to seize everything he needed. He poured raw mana into a literal piece of scrap paper and whispered a command. Boom! A massive wolf materialized from the void, mana swirling around the room like a magical disco ball. The beast hit the floor, glaring at the peasants in the cheap seats. Anyone with eyes knew this was a grade 5 summon. Doing this with a blank page? That is not just hard. It is basically cheating at physics. No one was clutching their pearls harder than the wolf's original owner, Digron Tyran. One look, and he knew. That was Gendu Dane, looking better than ever. Dane looked at the professor like, well, even Temeric had to admit this kid was a monster. But the prof was preying on his downfall, hoping Dane did not have the mana tank to keep it up. For 30 agonizing minutes? Please. Temeric put on his best poker face, praised Dane through gritted teeth, and warned him about part 2. But Dane? He is a benevolent god. He refused to waste 30 minutes of everyone's life. He decided to skip the tutorial and go straight to the boss battle. He grinned at the professor's cracking face while the class watched, totally mesmerized. Since the final test was to dazzle the audience, he would let the professor decide his fate. If Temeric thought this next trick was trash, well, he could fail Dane in front of everyone. Surely, a teacher would not be petty, right? With a smirk, Dane called Genpo over and gave the good boy some aggressive head pats. He stood up, letting his mana coil around the rank 5 beast like a snake. Temeric's eyes bulged as he realized what was happening. Dane started chanting some ancient gibberish, pure magic injected straight into the wolf's veins. His eyes blazed, fangs grew into daggers, and the whole beast swole up, floating on a cushion of raw power. The claws evolved into lethal weapons. Dane knew he was nailing it. Honestly, he never thought he would be this overpowered so early in the game. Thank you, ancient cheat codes. Finally, the peanut gallery realized what they were seeing. Dane was performing summon enhancement. That is a technique reserved for 5th-year seniors, not fresh meat. Genpo howled, showing off his shiny new stats. Dane turned to the stunned teacher. Is this unique enough for you, Teach? Professor Temerick was glued to the spot. Seeing a freshman pull off a perfect link buff confirmed it. The rumors were not hype, they were facts. He had never seen a student this cracked in his entire career. The room went silent for a few awkward seconds. Temerick stuttered out a pass, promising to write that recommendation letter later. Dane smirked, satisfied that he had successfully bullied the teacher into submission. Meanwhile, de Grand Tyran was having an existential crisis. He finally realized how arrogant he had been back in the day. Once the fan club calmed down, class resumed. Turns out, Temerick is actually a decent teacher. Dane could feel the man staring at him like a creepy stalker, but he played it cool. The prof knew his stuff, but his brain was still rebooting from the shock. Dane enjoyed watching the grown man sweat. Rumor has it Temerick is a nightmare, but look at him now. Claire would absolutely lose it if she saw this guy falling apart. Temerick was debating calling for backup because his mental HP was critical. Still, he swallowed his pride and powered through the lecture. He somehow finished the intro to summoning without fainting. Class dismissed. Dane tried to escape, but someone shouted his full government name. He instantly recognized that voice. It was de Grand Tyran, Genpo's ex. De Grand felt a weird pang of emotion just because Dane remembered who he was. Dane braced himself, thinking the redhead wanted round 2. But Dygron looked surprisingly chill. He admitted he planned to hide in a hole until graduation, but he could not just walk away. He wanted to apologize. He bowed his head low, regretting every moment he spent acting like a total jerk. Taking full responsibility for his childhood villain arc, he held that bow. Dane smiled, seeing the sincerity. He waved it off like it was nothing. Dygron promised to behave, probably terrified Dane would get him expelled. When the Golden Boy accepted the apology, Dygron lit up like a puppy. Bromance achieved? After enduring that endless lecture, Dane sensed a disturbance inside his blazer. The beast within had awakened. Karnas was restless and thrashing about. The little monster was starving after his long slumber, since Dygron knew the summoning department inside out. His presence was a stroke of luck for Dane, who desperately needed supplies. Dygron flashed a helpful smile and offered to guide him to a legendary shop Use and Botan founded by alumni 30 years ago. Dygron even lectured him on current familiar dietary trends. Sensing no killing intent from the upperclassman, Dane finally lowered his guard. Meanwhile, Karnas was practically rioting inside his jacket, demanding sustenance. Dygron played the perfect guide, dutifully helping him locate every necessity within the shop. He even offered to prepare a full starter kit for the summoning curriculum that Dane is taking this year. But honestly, all he wanted was feed for the beast. Nothing more, nothing less. Dygron boasted of his expertise, claiming to be a former affinity training instructor. He knew feeding schedules by heart. Suddenly, he asked the million-dollar question, what kind of summon is it? Dane hesitated before stammering the truth. A wyvern, since Karnas resembled one he hoped the diet would match. Dygron was thunderstruck. Wyverns are rare, rank 3 entities. It is unheard of for a freshman to possess such a mythical creature, since the beast is still in its infancy. Dane silenced Dygron, demanding he keep this explosive information a secret for now. Consider this a warning. If word gets out, Dane will hunt down the leak, and punishment will be swift, since they are catering to a baby wyvern. Liquid nutrients are essential despite their size. Wyvern hatchlings have bottomless appetites and crave meat within a week. Surprisingly, Dygron actually knew his stuff. It is a mystery why such a knowledgeable student was held back a year. After a few minutes of expert browsing, Dygron presented a blend of 7 concentrated ingredients and a liquid formula for milk. Combining these creates the ultimate starter fuel. Dane was grateful to have such a capable guide. He would have been wandering aimlessly without Dygron's wisdom. He secured the essentials, but since they were already there, they decided to scout for hidden treasures. The duo scanned the shelves, eyes peeling for anything of value. Potions, tinctures, and ancient artifacts lined the walls. One section was dedicated entirely to magical conduits of all the glittering weapons. One singular scepter called out to Dane before they could even approach it. The store manager barked a warning back off rookie that hardware is not a toy for novices with barely concealed disdain. The manager grumbled about fresh meat, always grabbing the shiny weapons. When they lacked the skill to wield them, to be fair, the shop had plastered warning signs all over their high-end gear, warning freshmen to stay away, unless they wanted their mana drained to 0. Dygron noted that such equipment is reserved for 4th years and above, but the prohibition only fueled Dane's curiosity. Forbidden fruit tastes the sweetest hearing. That touching was banned made him want to break every rule before the manager could curse him out. Dane already held the scepter in his grasp. Dygran didn't intervene, he simply watched in awe of the craftsmanship. Instantly, the scepter resonated with Dane's mana, erupting in a fluorescent blue glow. The artifact had been starving. Craving energy for ages since Dane had mana to burn, he decided to feed the weapon generously. The manager froze, sensing the terrifying rate of absorption. It was stabilizing. Usually only the elite possess the mana pool for this, but even they lack the control to maintain stability. Yet this freshman did it as easily as breathing. Even Dygran recognized true excellence when he saw it shaken. The manager demanded to know the student's identity, afraid of the backlash. Dygran dropped the bomb, revealing Dane's full name and the prestigious Sogra's title. He even mentioned his blood relation to Senior Claire. Upon hearing that name, the manager's attitude did a complete 180. Everyone knows the legendary student enrolled in the self-directed major. If the manager had known, he would have rolled out the red carpet. Dane felt awkward about the sudden shift. All that arrogance evaporated the moment his lineage was revealed. When asked if he wanted to purchase the weapon, Dane gave a cold no. The manager and Dygran were stunned. It is not every day a prodigy appears who can wield such high-tier gear, so why refuse? Dane's reasoning was brutal. The thing is simply too bulky. Furthermore, its mana capacity is pathetic. No matter how much the manager hyped it up, the scepter was flawed. Sure, it could hold more mana than most 5th or 6th year students have in their entire bodies, but for Dane it had the capacity of a teacup while he possessed an ocean of mana. The manager was crushed that Dane only bought the feed. He recalled the striking resemblance to Dane's older sister. While most students scramble for wands by their 4th year, Claire refused them all, claiming bulky weapons were uncool. Leaving her hands empty to maintain her aura, Dane could absolutely see his sister, saying that, well, if he ever needs a weapon in the future, he knows where to look before the manager could peddle more useless junk. Dane demanded to settle the bill. The manager sighed heavily. He will never understand these eccentric geniuses after securing the supplies. Dane fed Karnas until the little beast was satisfied. Next on the agenda was general education. Class begins in 5 minutes. He had a moment to swing by the dorm, but the sound of violence caught his ear. Hostile intent radiated from a nearby alley. A group of lowlifes was threatening someone frankly. Dane is getting tired of dealing with these third-rate villains. Flexing their minuscule power on the weak, he was about to ignore the trash until he heard a familiar voice amidst the insults. The victim was none other than his buddy, Ernest. But instead of cowering like a turtle, waiting for a beating, Four Eyes had learned to stand his ground. Unfortunately, his bravery did not deter the predators. These bastards had been stalking him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, cornering him in the academy's blind spot, ensuring no witnesses or snitches. Even though he trembled in fear, Ernest raised his fists, ready to fight for his dignity. He landed hits last time, but the odds were worse today. Before the situation could turn bloody, Dane stepped in when the thugs saw him strolling casually towards them. Their blood ran cold. Dane gave his friend a lazy wave and turned his gaze to the goons. Panic set in. They thought they had cornered a weakling, only to be confronted by the school's apex predator. They stood frozen like statues, too terrified to breathe. Dane noted the isolation of the alley. He could do whatever he wanted here, with no witnesses to report him. So he flared his mana, letting the air scream with power determined to teach these trash mobs a lesson. Out of thin air he manifested a full set of mana, spears sharp and deadly, the signature art of the Sagres family, known for their lethal spear techniques. The bullies nearly wet themselves. Furthermore, Dane is connected to the previous generation's greatest magic prospect, Arabella, to level the playing field. Dane offered the trembling goons a cruel choice. Between a silent retreat and a death wish, their choice was made in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, it was the fatal one. The narrow alleyway had become a zone of absolute devastation. The stone walls were riddled with impact craters from terrifying spear strikes. The earth itself was torn asunder. And those arrogant bullies? They were plastered against the pavement, twisted into a mosaic of misery. Gasps of agony filled the air as they choked for breath, utterly broken by the beating of a lifetime. As for Ernest, he could only stammer a thank you to his savior, his legs trembling like leaves in a storm. To prevent history from repeating itself, Dane made an offer that would change everything. Train with me. But Ernest hesitated. How could a weakling like him stand beside the golden boy of the academy? Dane didn't give a damn about status or talent. He simply wanted his friend to rise from the ashes. Leaving the groaning bodies behind, the duo strolled toward the next lecture hall, their conversation shifting to the topic of student clubs. To Ernest's shock, the academy's roster was a wasteland. There were no clubs for true exploration or grand adventure. The closest match was a stiff, boring research society, but that was practically mandatory coursework, not a place for passion. Desperate, Ernest looked into the map analysis club, but it was a sham, just a front for lazy students to slack off and sleep. With so many registered organizations, it was natural for parasites to exploit the system. Dane, however, was intrigued for a different reason. Every senior he met was like a starving wolf. They were desperate to recruit fresh meat. Rumor had it that once you pledged loyalty to a club, you were locked in for 2 agonizing years. Choose wrong, and your academy life would be 2 years of wasted potential. Since the current options were trash, Dane came to a legendary conclusion. If the perfect sanctuary didn't exist, they would build it themselves. A club where they played by their own rules. No limits, no restrictions. They could train until they dropped, explore ancient ruins, or just stuff their faces with food. A kingdom of absolute freedom. The idea didn't just sound good. It sounded like paradise. Ernest was all in, but the administration was a fortress of red tape. Dane, however, smirked. He would handle the bureaucracy. He was sick of being hunted by recruiters at every corner. Politely rejecting them was a full-time job. With his own club, he could finally find some peace. Ernest, meanwhile, was vibrating with excitement. To learn the art of the spear and sword directly from a monster like Dane, it was the opportunity of a lifetime. Perhaps, deep down, a hidden talent was waiting to awaken. But according to the rulebook, there was a catch. They needed a trinity of members to file the proposal. Fate, however, was on their side. Layla was still a free agent. Riding their momentum, the duo hunted her down. They needed to launch this ship before the sun set. Locating her was the easy part. Dragging her on board required finesse. Dane was relieved to hear she had abandoned the Desert Exploration Club, but she was devastated about missing out on the weekly cake tasting. Dane countered with a masterstroke. We'll just add dessert tasting to our club's official activities. After a heavy dose of guilt-tripping, Layla finally surrendered to the flow. The trio marched into the administration office, application in hand, ready for victory. Instead, they were met with a harsh reality check. Over 3,000 clubs cluttered the Academy's registry. Most were zombie organizations, inactive and useless. To fix this chaos, the administration had overhauled the entire approval system. The new era brought new chains. To even be considered, they required a signed recommendation from a full-time professor. Dane had expected a sprint, but this was turning into a marathon. The three convened outside, plotting their next move. Which professor would stick their neck out for a bunch of rookie freshmen? You couldn't just walk up to a scholar and demand their seal of approval, but Dane's eyes glinted with a scheme. He already had a target in his sights. While his friends panicked about offending a tenured master, Dane was cool as ice. Leave it to me. Moments later, he sat across from Professor Keltis, sipping coffee like an old friend. But Keltis was the advisor of the autonomous department, a man who notoriously avoided students like the plague. Dane analyzed the battlefield. How could he slip his request past the man's defenses? Subtlety was out the window. He decided to rip the bandage off and strike directly. Surprisingly, Keltas, the ultimate slacker, wasn't opposed to the idea. Dane began his sales pitch, framing the club's principles perfectly. We focus on the way of the sword, exploration, and the spirit of adventure. He knew Keltis was a swordsman at heart. This was the hook. But to seal the deal, Dane deployed his secret weapon, aggressive flattery. He claimed he was searching for a truly exceptional mentor to guide them. Keltis was cornered. His ego swelled, and he walked right into the trap. He practically demanded the right to be their backer. Dane pulled back slightly, playing hard to get, until Keltis insisted on giving the recommendation himself. The fish had bitten the bait. Dane whipped out the document with the speed of a striking viper. If you insist, Professor, Keltis signed on the dotted line with a flourish, thrilled to support his only student. Dane politely thanked the gullible man for removing the obstacle. It was almost too easy. When he returned to the crew, their jaws dropped. He had secured a tenured signature in record time. Dane Sagras had manipulated his way to victory. By feigning a burning passion for swordsmanship, he had cleared the path. The method didn't matter, only the result. The club was effectively born. All that remained was to turn in the paper. The excitement was palpable. The start of their legend was within reach. But before they could cross the finish line, they needed one final component, a name. A name defines a legacy. It shapes how the world perceives your power. Layla insisted on dignity, no childish nonsense. They racked their brains, searching for a title worthy of their ambition, but creativity failed them. Suddenly, Dane felt a disturbance beneath his jacket. The little rascal was awake. Karnas wiggled around like a hyperactive toddler. Layla's train of thought derailed. She stared at Dane's midsection, eyes wide with a mix of terror and curiosity. What is that? She clearly thought he was packing a weapon of a different kind. Dane had planned to keep this a secret, but the jig was up. Layla and Ernest stared intensely at the mysterious bulge. The dragon could be contained no longer. The fabric tore open as the mighty beast burst forth. Relax, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't an adult webtoon. It was just little Karnas, gasping for fresh air. Now Dane had some explaining to do. Layla immediately scolded him for smuggling a summon into class. But then, the realization hit her. This must be the hatchling from the egg Claire had gifted him. Dane awkwardly recapped the events, introducing Layla to Karnas. The little dragon cooed, instantly taking a liking to her, but Layla couldn't focus on the cuteness. Rage bubbled up within her. Ernest knew about Karnas before she did. The betrayal stung. Sensing the danger, Dane pivoted. He refocused their energy on the mission. The name. They marched to the admin office. The attendant took the form, read it, and froze. She couldn't believe her eyes. The Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club. Layla and Ernest wanted the ground to swallow them whole. Dane, however, beamed with pride. He thought it was a masterpiece. As the official stamp slammed down, Layla made a solemn vow. She would never let this boy name anything ever again. Dane was genuinely confused by her fury. I thought it was descriptive. Well, hopefully, they could rebrand later. But while they celebrated their questionable victory, on the other side of the academy, a meeting between the Titans had just begun. Department head Delfinoso began the meeting with pleasantries about the recent influx of talented applicants. But behind her smiling mask, her eyes were locked on a singular prize. One extremely eccentric anomaly. Professor Temerick saw right through her. She brought up the incident in his class, despite swearing not to interfere. Her greed had eclipsed her honor. She spilled the details of the student's feat, a story even more shocking than Claire's own history. But Delfinoso expected nothing less from Dane Sagres. She was the gatekeeper who approved his admission, after all, and hearing that Temerick planned to write a recommendation, she couldn't let that stand. Since 2 letters were required, she graciously snatched the second slot, claiming it was her duty to support such qualifications. She smiled, but her intent was ironclad. Temerick realized too late. This venomous viper was slithering in to steal the glory. He had made a fatal blunder by letting the news leak. Now, he sat paralyzed before his superior, terrified of offending the department head. She demanded to review his letter before submission. Forced to bow under the pretense of coordination, Temerick swallowed his pride. But as Delfinoso exited, his rage boiled over. He had been played. That snake was plotting to poach Dane for her own faction. But a talent of that magnitude could launch a career into the stratosphere. He wouldn't let that diamond fall into a rival's clutch. However, unbeknownst to these scheming adults, Dane Sagres couldn't care less about their political games. He was currently strolling to his final class on Imperial history, calculating if he had time to snag a tart beforehand. But his detour was cut short. An academy messenger blocked his path. It was an urgent summons. Professor Delfinoso demanded to see him immediately. Dane was perplexed. He expected Temerick, not the high-ranking department head. The messenger only knew it concerned the special admissions recommendation. But Dane's survival instincts were screaming. Something about this situation smelled foul. The Imperial Academy is known as the cradle of geniuses, a place of endless passion. But beneath the surface, the competition is brutal. The political warfare between professors is ruthless. Budgets and facilities depend entirely on a department's influence. The so-called Big Three swordsmanship, magic, and summoning hoard the lion's share. Power dictates respect in these halls, and this hierarchy bleeds into everything. Inside her office, Delfinoso was racking her brain. She was tired of being stuck in third place. They were falling behind. But if she could secure Dane Sagres, they could crush the magic department and reclaim their glory. There was just one obstacle. That autonomous wildcard, Professor Keltis. But Delfinoso had an ace up her sleeve, Dane's sister, Claire. Surely, he couldn't refuse the summoning department so easily. If she could just hook him. Suddenly, the door opened. The object of her ambition had arrived. She immediately launched into a calculated offensive of flattery. Dane parried with practiced humility. She even praised his modesty. This woman was glazing him like a donut. When asked about his interests, Dane gave a vague, non-committal answer. A safe response for a student of his age. But Delfinoso wasn't done. After hearing of his exploits in Temerick's class, she couldn't remain passive. With his monstrous talent, the special admissions track was his birthright. She revealed her hand. She would write his recommendation personally. Dane extended his gratitude. She emphasized the rarity of this honor. Never before had she vouched for a student outside her direct control. Then, the trap snapped shut. She proposed he study summoning more seriously. Under her direct guidance, even though Dane hardly needed the lessons, she offered a direct, one-on-one mentorship. Dane could practically taste the desperation in the air. She then pivoted to the topic of student clubs. But Dane shut that door instantly. He had already founded his own club. Despite the stricter regulations, he had achieved the impossible. And the advisor backing him? None other than Professor Keltis. Delfinoso internally screamed. That lazy bum Keltis? The man who skipped every faculty meeting had snatched the golden boy first? Her frustration spiked, but her mask remained flawless. She forced a smile, congratulating him. Then, she played her final card, an invitation to her private lab. She would show him wonders beyond imagination. As bait, she mentioned a treasure worth a kingdom. An unhatched familiar's egg. Poor Delfinoso. She didn't know Dane was already raising a literal dragon. She urged him to bring any exam questions to her. With the trap set, they shared the tarts Dane had brought. She was already fantasizing about flexing his talent before the examiners. The very next day, Claire sought out her brother. Delfinoso had pulled massive political strings. The Summoner Association was dispatching examiners immediately. The woman was moving heaven and earth to indebt Dane to her. Even Claire was shocked by the department head's aggressive courtship. With the exam looming, Claire recounted her own hellish experience. She had to summon 3 creatures simultaneously and maintain the link under crushing pressure. It sounded like a brutal gauntlet, but Dane had been training for exactly this. However, the examiner's methods were always shrouded in mystery, and getting a recommendation from Delfinoso was a double-edged sword. There was bad blood involved. She had a history of spurning the association. They despised her over there. Anyone she supported would likely face a rigged trial. The difficulty would be spiked intentionally. Claire wasn't worried about his skill. She was furious that he was caught in their crossfire. If those bastards hurt him, she would burn them down. Dane assured his sister he would be fine. He wasn't one to fall for petty tricks. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of judgment arrived. The examiners descended upon the academy. Leading them was Elgard Poten, the chairman of the Imperial Summoner Association himself. He greeted Delfinoso with a barbed smile. "This would be easier if you had just joined us," he teased. The air crackled with tension. She claimed the academy was her sanctuary, placing scholarship above the dirty games of influence. But in reality, she just wanted to shield herself from their toxic power struggles. The association's ambition had nearly cost her life on more than one reckless crusade. She refused to be their lapdog any longer, masking her disdain with a polite smile. Professor Delfinoso led the examiners down the hall, the air thick with mutual disdain. Elgard had done his homework. He knew exactly whose blood ran through the boy's veins. The younger brother of the legendary Claire Sawgrass. To be blunt, Dane's terrifying potential had already sent tremors through the Summoners Association. It was inconceivable that a younger sibling could eclipse a son as bright as Claire. Perhaps the boy rivaled Galderin himself. Delfinoso modestly shut down the comparison, playing her cards close to her chest. Yet, her faith in Dane's potential was unshakable. Elgard made one thing clear. This evaluation would be merciless, honoring the ruthless traditions of the past. As the group approached the summoning department, a ripple of fear tore through the student body. The robes of the association, a symbol of absolute authority. Rumors of Dane's special trial spread like wildfire. A first year generating this level of chaos? Unheard of. Most knew the kid was a monster with a sword and spear, a true martial prodigy. But now, they were about to witness his awakening as a summoner. The stage was set within the training hall. Dane Sogras stepped forward, embodying the grace of a true noble. "I am Dane, youngest son of Count Arkan Sogras, Lord of the South." With a bow that commanded respect, he welcomed the wolves from the association. Chairman Elgard paused, genuinely struck by the boy's oppressive aura of nobility. It was clear why the reports spoke of him with such reverence. The chairman masked his intent and introduced himself. He echoed the praise, sweet words dripping with poison. But the warning that followed was sharp. This exam would be a walk through hell. Dane saw right through the old fox's mask. The geezer wasn't happy about this arrangement one bit. Cutting the pleasantries short, Elgard signaled his subordinates. Delfinoso watched closely, anxious to see what trap the chairman had prepared. She held onto the hope that Dane would pass with flying colors. Then, the examiners announced the absolute rule. The final verdict lay solely in the hands of Chairman Elgard. Zero tolerance for cheating. If the test was deemed impure, the results would be voided and qualifications stripped instantly. Dane accepted the tyrant's terms without flinching. His eyes burned with the eagerness of a warrior ready for war. Elgard smirked, wishing him luck, desperate to see if the boy was a diamond or just glass. The signal was given. The subordinates moved in perfect sync, their monoresonance locking together to form a geometric formation. Dane scanned the area, recognizing the technique immediately. Both Dane and the professor felt a chill run down their spines. It was a high-level containment barrier. This implied one thing. The situation was about to become lethal. With the cage locked, Chairman Elgard stepped forward, unleashing his own overwhelming mana. Pushing his power to the breaking point, he tore a rift into the dimension beyond. From the void emerged a nightmare. A hulking beast of darkness, its presence suffocating the entire hall. As expected of the old monster, he wasn't playing games. This was no ordinary summon. It was a beast radiating pure hostility. The lion-bear hybrid locked eyes with Dane, flexing muscles that looked like boulders carved from granite. From the sidelines, Delfinoso gasped. It was a rank 3 demonic beast Antares. Its roar shattered the silence like a thunderclap from hell. Without the barrier, That savage battle cry alone would have knocked the spectators unconscious. Now Dane understood why his sister despised the muddy waters of adult politics. Chairman Elgard dropped the pretense, his eyes filled with disdain for the so-called genius. He sneered, declaring that a true prodigy should easily crush a bug like this. Use whatever weapon you possess. Subdue the beast, or die trying. The instructions were brutal in their simplicity. This wasn't a summoning exam at all. It was a political assassination attempt on a talented youth. Delfinesso ground her teeth in fury. It was a blatant, underhanded move designed to humiliate her and break the boy's spirit publicly. Elgard gestured to his monstrous pet, waiting for the boy to crumble. He offered the examinee a final chance to forfeit his dignity and flee. In response, the young master simply shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. No more words were needed. Dane reached into his subspace dimension, the air rippling around his hand. He retrieved the weapon destined to slay this nightmare. It was time to debut the true power of the short spear, a legacy gift from his father on his 7th birthday. Antares was a massive son of a bitch, tough and tyrannical. But every fortress has a gate, and every beast has an opening. If Dane could strike like lightning and retreat like the wind, victory was within reach. Elgard narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated the Sogras bloodline would rely on the spear. On the upper balcony, Professor Temeric arrived just in time to witness the madness. A student clashing with a rank 3 summon? He realized Delfinesso had lost control of the situation. He wanted to intervene, but the trap was already sprung. Elgard wouldn't tolerate an interruption now. With a roar that shook the walls, the old geezer gave the kill order. Eliminate the enemy. Like a sleeper agent activated, the beast's eyes glowed crimson. It launched forward like a bullet, crossing dozens of meters in a heartbeat. Dane stood his ground, unmoving against the approaching avalanche of fur and muscle. Clutching his spear, he welcomed the bastard's charge. The counterattack was ready. In a flash, the spectators saw only sparks and afterimages. Dane seemed to vanish, ghosting around the enemy's titanic frame. When he reappeared outside the monster's reach, he had already carved deep wounds into its hide. The chairman's jaw nearly hit the floor. Delfinesso went from despair to awe in a fraction of a second. Professor Temeric clutched the railing, his heart pounding against his ribs. In the crowd, Digran Tyran watched the golden boy work his magic. But the average students, the summoning nerds, couldn't even process what their eyes were seeing. Dane's speed had transcended logic. Knowing the battle was far from over, Dane pivoted, keeping the target in his sights. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He silently thanked his mother for the hellish assassin training. It was finally paying dividends. Antares howled in pain, but pain only fueled its rage. It wasn't enough to put the monster down. It swiped with claws that could shear through steel. Dane read the trajectory perfectly, dodging by a hair's breadth. The claws smashed into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Impatient and berserk, the beast unleashed a flurry of wild attacks. Simple, linear patterns that Dane dissected with ease. Yet, a rank 3 beast is a monster for a reason. Its speed and power defied the laws of nature. To make matters worse, Antares decided to stop holding back its magical arsenal. Flames erupted around its body, turning the arena into an oven. With a roar, it launched a cataclysmic fireball straight at him. To survive the hellfire raging around him, Dane didn't dodge. He raised his spear to tank the hit head-on. The spectators felt their stomachs drop as the explosion consumed him. Chairman Elgard grinned, savoring the brutality of his pet. By his estimation, no simple mana shield could withstand Antares's magic. Just as despair loomed, the song of whirling steel pierced the air. With a mastery that defied his age, Dane's spear danced, scattering the flames into nothingness. It was close, but the inferno was merely a breeze to him. Riding the momentum of his rotating weapon, he surged toward the beast. It was time to end this farce. With the heat dispersed, his mana roared to life, coating his spear. Focusing every ounce of force into the spearhead, he flashed into the kill zone. Antares roared, countering with a desperate wave of brutish hellfire, but the beast lacked discipline. Dane, however, possessed the precision of a master marksman. To conclude this battle, he unleashed the technique inherited from his father. Mana compressed to a singularity at the tip, he drove it home. One-point explosion. The condensed force detonated like a tactical nuke against Antares's defenseless abdomen. The chimera howled as the blast ravaged its internal organs. But Dane showed no mercy. He drove the steel deeper, intent on obliterating the enemy into dust. The blast vaporized half the monster's torso, leaving a gaping void in its flesh. Satisfied with the carnage, he almost missed a crucial detail. Antares still clung to life. Even with its side blown open, the beast refused to die. The crowd gasped, terror seizing those who had wagered their futures on Dane. Slowly, shock turned to awe. They were witnessing absolute cinema. Dane was treating a third-rank summon like a harmless toy. However, the monster looked like a ruined ragdoll. Despite the lethal wound, the beast's vitality was monstrous. For the first time, the predator turned the tables. The intensifying hellfire finally melted Dane's weapon. Outside, Professor Keltas sprinted with frantic desperation. He was racing against time to witness his student's special exam, furious that he had been kept in the dark. To make matters worse, the fools held the test in the desolate outskirts. Bursting through the gates, he finally spotted the shimmering barrier of the testing grounds. The mana fluctuations were suffocating. He knew instantly that something diabolical had been summoned. Then, he saw it, the bear-lion hybrid roaring with primal fury. Keltas froze in horror. Who was insane enough to cage a freshman with a third-rank death machine? Even worse, the beast was already regenerating from a fatal blow. That spear strike should have been an execution. Yet, Antares shrugged it off with terrifying endurance. Dane had slightly underestimated the monster's resilience. The spear given to him at age 7 could no longer withstand the heat. With a silent apology to his father, he decided to stop holding back. It was time for his main weapon. From his subspace inventory, Dane drew a sword. He adjusted his grip, feeling the familiar weight. Now, the real battle could truly begin. Chairman Elgard's smug expression faltered as the blade appeared. The helpless Delfinesso confirmed it. Weapon switching was not a violation of the rules. But what chilled them to the bone was Dane's shift in demeanor. He stopped dodging. He stood his ground like a veteran of 1,000 wars. Professor Keltas focused entirely on the boy. With the stakes at their peak, he would finally witness the true extent of the kid's swordsmanship. Antares launched a devastating claw strike. But Dane met the full power with elite timing, parrying the blow effortlessly. He was reading the attack chain before it even began. Every savage attack was met with a perfect defensive counter. In mere seconds, Keltas realized the truth. This kid was a sword savant. He shifted seamlessly between heavy power and blinding speed. However, Antares was evolving, slowly adapting to Dane's rhythm. The beast seized a microsecond opening, clawing forward to shred Dane's defense. Dane was forced to rapidly adjust his grip to neutralize the crushing force. The situation was turning grim for the Golden Boy. With both enemy arms engulfed in hellfire, his sword aura struggled to pierce through. He was forced into a purely defensive stance. Truth be told, he could obliterate this bear with a single blast of ancient magic, but with so many prying eyes, he had to keep his true power hidden. He couldn't reveal his trump card here. He had to rely on raw swordsmanship alone. Seeing Dane pushed to the brink, Department Head Delfinesso finally voiced her panic. If a genius like Dane fell here, heads would roll. Knowing the chairman would sit idly by, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She began chanting a forced reverse summoning spell. But suddenly, Professor Keltas interrupted her casting, urging her to remain calm. "Sit back and watch," he commanded. He knew she only feared a scandal born of negligence, but Keltas saw something else. Dane had already calculated the path to victory. He was simply waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, Dane Sagras shifted gears, dashing across the arena like a phantom. An opening appeared. Pushing his concentration to the absolute limit, he channeled mana directly into his retinas. A new world unraveled before his eyes. Time slowed to a crawl. He could see the microscopic gaps in the monster's defense. His enhanced vision guided his body, moving with terrifying efficiency. Every step, every jump, every slash was mathematically perfect. By the time his inhuman combo concluded, Antares stood frozen like a statue. Suddenly, deep gashes erupted across the beast's lower body. Dane had systematically targeted the legs, crippling the beast and sealing away its annoying speed. It was no longer a fight. It was a public execution. The chairman watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A freshman blending high-level swordsmanship and magic on the fly? Impossible. Professor Keltas smirked. "You should have summoned something stronger, old man." Elgard thought a third-rank summon would crush the Academy's rising star. He didn't realize that Dane Sagras is him, the boy who exists to shatter every expectation. Cornered, Antares gathered every shred of its remaining energy for one final stand. The bear lion's persistence was truly commendable. Out of respect for the beast's resolve, Dane prepared a fitting end. With a cold smile, he activated the rank 2 spell he had perfected, Spear of Mana. It was time to close the curtains on this flaming fury. Raging hellfire clashed against spears of concentrated mana in a reckless explosion of power. But the beast's fire was extinguished instantly. The mana spears were too fast, too strong. A sea of blades riddled the monster, tearing through fur, flesh, and bone alike. The insurmountable challenge was turned into Swiss cheese in a heartbeat. Antares was launched backward as if he weighed nothing more than a sheet of paper. Dane remained rooted to the spot, his breathing calm. He had used a negligible amount of mana to end the performance. With the trial concluded, Professor Delfinesso, Delfinezo finally found the spine to corner the chairman. He pressed the old man on his blatant corruption, asking a freshman to subdue a calamity-class beast like Antares? It was madness to anyone with half a brain. Knowing his petty scheme had backfired, the old fox tried to bury the truth. He claimed, since the student survived, no harm was done. But Dane didn't just survive. He shattered the impossible. Today's triumph will be etched into the Empire's history forever. No freshman has ever brought an Antares to its knees. Spear arts, swordsmanship, and magic, woven into a symphony of destruction. The finale was dripping with overwhelming aura. Discarding his blade, the boy walked straight toward the beast. He stepped into the predator's domain. Forcing a mana link with forbidden summoning arts, he seized control. With the spiritual chain forged, the fallen monster surrendered. The terrifying Antares lost all hostility, bowing before its new master. It was a picture-perfect victory, a showcase of talent that defied all logic and reason. A flawless performance. When the public hears of this, the Academy will face a storm of criticism. An exam designed to crush a student's future? Chairman Elgard claimed it was merely a rigorous safety test. But Delfinezo wasn't buying those lies. He swore on his honor as a professor of this prestigious institute. This injustice would not be overlooked. Elgard's dirty schemes were crumbling around him. If news of his tampering reached the High Council, he would be finished. Pushing aside the political theater, Professor Keltis watched in stunned silence. He knew Dane was a genius, but this, to reach such a realm at his age, is simply legendary. It wasn't just a student fighting. It was like watching a war god on the battlefield. Keltis's blood boiled with inspiration. He had to claim this young prodigy as his personal disciple. Once the dust settled, the award ceremony began. Though he was walking a tightrope of punishment, the chairman had a job to do. Elgard had to officially recognize Dane Sogras as a formal summoner. Gritting his teeth, the old geezer recited the standard congratulations. It was time to bestow the special mark. Dane accepted the golden artifact with cold professionalism. He offered a curt thanks to the man who tried to fail him. This golden mark is a badge of honor for the elite. It symbolizes an achievement that happens once in a generation. Pushing his mana into the gold, he called out to the void. The heavens split open. His signature was recognized by the world itself. A figure dropped from the portal, crashing down like a meteor. The professors and spectators watched with bated breath. What terrifying beast would answer the call of a monster like Dane? Fuzzy white ears, a twitchy nose, a face designed for cuddles, not carnage. After a god-tier battle performance, fate rewarded him with a cute bunny, Altamar, a fourth-ranked support beast hidden in a fluffball's body. It possesses the power to massively buff its master's physical stats. But the crowd was too confused to notice. Dane didn't care about their shock. He was already smitten. He greeted Altamar with the love a loyal companion deserves. Meanwhile, the entire arena remained frozen in disbelief. They expected a dragon or a demon to match Dane's terrifying talent. But one thing is certain. This event will have the entire academy buzzing for weeks. As expected, Dane became a celebrity overnight. He couldn't walk 10 steps without eyes following him. The only son of the Sogras family is a confirmed monster, a genius who might even surpass his legendary sisters. Dane stuck close to his squad, Ernest and Layla. Layla had long accepted that her friend was a magnet for chaos. But today, Ernest brought exciting news. The ancient treasure map was finally deciphered. The Magic Summon Exploration Spearsword Club is ready for its first real adventure. Layla was hyped, and Ernest finally felt like a useful member of the team. Dane was eager to uncover the secrets of the map he won. But before they could depart, duty called. Professor Keltis summoned him for a private chat. The professor reflected on the battle with Antares. His memory drifted back to a dark time in the past, a war zone where a master summoner struggled to control just 2 of those beasts. That day, the enemy army lost 3 knights and dozens of soldiers, slaughtered by those creatures. Dane stayed silent, unable to reveal the truth. He had been there too. In his past life, he had shared that blood-soaked battlefield with Professor Keltis. When praised for his flawless victory, Dane humbly called it luck. But Keltis narrowed his eyes. Humility can be a poison if you drink too much of it. The professor saw through the facade. That final sword strike was not luck, it was calculation. Only a warrior with trained eyes could see the mastery behind it. Keltis is definitely not just a lazy slacker. He praised Dane's boldness, seeing swordsmanship far beyond his years. Finally, the mysterious teacher popped the question. Will you formally walk the path of the sword under my guidance? Dane weighed the offer carefully. There was a hidden depth to this bum that intrigued him. After the drama settled, Dane played the role of the dutiful son. He wrote a letter home as the summer heat began to rise. But there was no rest for the wicked. Academy life was a whirlwind of chaos. He accepted Keltis's offer and dove into grueling training. Theory was finally transforming into instinct. Every lesson justified his choice to attend this academy. Now, he could wield a blade with lethal competence. It was time to cash in his tokens. He needed to forge a weapon worthy of his growth. Meanwhile, Ernest cracked the final code of the map. It was confirmed beyond a doubt. The architect of this puzzle was none other than Saul Hankston, hidden deep within the derelict St. Amar's Hall. Something incredible sleeps in the saintly catacombs. Dane was so excited, he nearly spilled state secrets in his letter to his parents. Catching himself just in time, he scribbled out the dangerous details. Loose lips sink ships, after all. They were about to trespass into a restricted zone, but the biggest obstacle wasn't the rules. It was the army of undead crawling in the shadows. When the club heard about the zombies, they hesitated. Even Dane considered scrapping the mission. The risk was becoming too great for a simple adventure, but genius always finds a way. He approached Priscilla, a top senior from the Holy Studies department. If you want to kill undead, you get a specialist. Naturally, she looked at him like he was crazy. Sneaking into a forbidden area? Insanity. Yet, she couldn't help but offer some vital advice. To kill the undead, you must shatter their cores. She even offered a holy baptism to boost their defenses. But Dane needed more than just a blessing. On the day of the operation, he convinced Priscilla to join the raid. She became the tactician, coordinating their assault. Her holy power was the ultimate weapon against the darkness. When it came to busting skeletons, she was a one-woman army. Her baptism bolstered their firepower immensely. Dane noticed Layla's movements sharpening in the chaos. Grinding her steel against bone was accelerating her growth. Pushing through the forbidden hall was no walk in the park. They fought back to back, a symphony of violence in the dark. Dane stood amidst the silence. A few rattling skeletons were nothing compared to the hellish gauntlet of undead he had just survived. His confidence remained unshaken. The party descended into the abyss without a scratch. Deep within the forgotten catacombs, they found it. A hidden legacy, untouched for 300 years. This was the vault the Emperor coveted, but could never breach. Their small club's first expedition was a legendary success. Surrounded by dust and history, triumph washed over them. The prize for risking their very souls? A jewel pulsing with a crimson radiance, a breathtaking gem. The group unanimously bowed to their ace and leader. Dane deserved the first spoil of war. Though it was a team effort, this victory cemented their bond, a brotherhood forged in the fires of their first adventure. Adrenaline kept them awake long after the dungeon closed. Thanks to Dane and his squad's absurd discovery, the entire academy was sent into shockwaves. Chaos reigned. Dane decided to conceal his fangs for a while, but as daily life returned, the truth of the jewel revealed itself. It wasn't just a gem, it was an ancient mana core. He devoured its essence completely. The energy surged, granting him another circle. His magical realm had ascended. Since he couldn't put these insane details in a letter, he kept it vague for his parents. The full story would have to wait until he returned home. Until then, his big sister was his only confidant in the magical world. But as he sealed the letter, the silence broke. Boisterous shouts erupted from the hallway. His clubmates were calling him to arms. Get up, or we miss the mission. Dane grabbed his gear, racing toward the call of adventure. Since that first dive, Priscilla had officially joined their ranks. The squad now stood at 4 members strong. Dane's circle of influence was expanding, both socially and magically. Unfortunately, the group had a bone to pick with his naming sense. They thought the title was tragic, so they rebranded themselves with a name that screamed youth. The Romantic Club. On paper, they were still the Magic Summon Exploration Spear Sword Club. From cringy to suspicious, their reputation grew. But time waits for no one, and the season of despair arrived. Exams. To torture the magic department, the academy devised a test from hell. A 24-hour marathon, where sleep and food were forbidden. Students had to endure a full day of mental siege. Open notes were allowed, but outside help was banned. The test's brutal reputation was legendary for a reason. That is why Professor Donavo froze in disbelief. Dane Sagres didn't just pass. He dominated the exam with terrifying ease. The boy saw through the assessment's very soul. He didn't just solve problems. He analyzed the chaotic environment around them. Such extraordinary insight. The strict professor actually pitied the other so-called geniuses. For the first time, Donavo felt a burning greed for a student outside his department. He already had an agent working to poach Dane. Now, he demanded a progress report. Standing before the man who held his future, Arthur trembled. With eyes cast down, he delivered the bad news. Dane had rejected every offer to join the student council. They promised him an officer's badge, power to shape the academy's future policies. But Dane dismissed the offer like it was trash. The boy wouldn't budge an inch. Arthur hoped a fifth-year senior could pressure a freshman. But he was wrong. Dane Sagres was an absolute enigma. He possessed monstrous talent in every field, yet lacked the arrogance of youth. Professor Donavo's predictions were shattered. His usual tricks were useless against this anomaly, but obsession is a dangerous thing. Donavo refused to throw in the towel. He would cook up a new scheme to trap the Academy's brightest rising star. While the creeping professor plotted, Dane found sanctuary in Arabella's laboratory. He vented about that arrogant student council prick, Arthur. Arabella's eyes flashed with fury. Professor Donavo hadn't changed a bit since her student days. They had tried to crown her head of the academic society back then, too. But she knew the truth. She saw through Donavo's habit of grooming talented kids into obedient pawns. Specifically, those from lesser families with uncertain futures. They were easy prey for his manipulation. That's why Arthur clung to Donavo like a parasite to a host. Dane was right to trust his gut and reject the poison. Still, Arabella issued a grave warning. Never underestimate a shady professor. Donavo is a powerful mage and a master of puppetry. One wrong move, and Dane could become a marionette for a corrupt master. She implored her little brother, refuse every offer, no matter how shiny the gold. Suddenly, the laboratory door slammed open. The silence shattered as the romantic club barged in. Layla shouted that they had something incredible to show their captain. Ernest had breached the forbidden zone again, and he brought back a souvenir. Arabella turned pale. These brats dared to infiltrate the restricted area? They acted like it was a walk in the park. Under her glare, Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla smiled awkwardly. In the heat of the moment, they forgot who they were talking to. They forgot Arabella was Academy staff. Dane slapped his forehead in dismay. He specifically told these idiots to lay low. His teammates clearly weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Worried, he confronted Ernest about his recklessness. Security had been airtight since the incident. Guards were everywhere after the St. Amara's Hall event. But Ernest was an explorer to his core. Danger was just another invitation. Dane realized this was his friend's nature. It wasn't stupidity. It was instinct. The explorer's blood boiling in Ernest's veins couldn't be cooled. He couldn't sit still when the scent of adventure was in the air. Since their first victory, the timid Ernest had transformed. He was now proactive, fearless, a true seeker, restless to dig up the past. Specifically, the relics of Saul Hanston, the only man to reach the mythical 9 circles after the kingdom's fall. A labyrinth designed by such a genius, it was enough to make any explorer tremble with greed. Arabella scolded the unruly kids, but was pulled into the mystery. She examined the artifact, asking if they tested its mana waves. Ernest spilled the details. Insomnia had driven him to the Forbidden Zone last night. He was desperate to find Saul Hanston's hidden laboratory. Rumors said it was buried there. But while exploring, the silence was broken. Strange noises echoed from the abandoned building, the grinding of gears, the hum of a factory coming to life. In the dead of night, an industrial symphony played, and mixed within the mechanical sounds were human voices. Dane frowned. Voices in a restricted zone? It should have been the patrol guards. But Ernest was adamant. These were not the voices of security personnel. Something else was lurking in the dark. His scanner had screamed a warning. A massive torrent of mana was present, but Saul Hanston's lab was stripped clean years ago. Nothing there should emit energy. This meant one thing. Something unknown was active inside that forsaken laboratory. An ancient power was waking up. Arabella's curiosity was finally piqued. The analysis results were absolute. The artifact wasn't just dormant, it was suppressing a chaotic power that defied logic. Any mage worth their salt would be trembling right now. The mana waveforms on the graph were an anomaly that shouldn't exist in this realm. But beneath the chaos lay a pattern. Arabella realized the terrifying truth. Something massive was slumbering deep within those ruins. Hearing a high-ranking mage confirm their suspicions, it sent a jolt of electricity through the entire club. This was no longer a game. Ernest's sample was just the tip of the iceberg. A powerful force was actively blocking the mana leakage. Was it the ghost of Saul Hanston? Or perhaps a third party was already pulling the strings from the shadows. Whatever lay inside was worth erasing its own existence to hide. The security was tighter than a dragon's hoard. Yet, Arabella confessed she used to sneak in there too. A shocking revelation for the students. To think the Academy's darling professor was a delinquent in her youth. It proves that no mage can resist the siren song of a legend's legacy. If this power is connected to the Archmage, it could be a trace of his original mana, or a treasure that could shake the very foundations of the world. But why leave a god-tier artifact in a dusty lab? If not for Ernest's eagle-eyed instincts, this secret would have remained buried forever. Dane, however, let out a sigh. He realized this mystery likely wasn't a tasty mana core he could simply devour to level up. He had hoped for a feast of power, but his instincts told him this discovery. It was far more significant than a simple meal. Logic dictated they should lay low, but destiny had other plans. If the club didn't go, Ernest would march into hell alone. Sneaking past patrols was child's play. The real nightmare was the unknown variables waiting in the dark. Dane couldn't fathom their confidence. Looking at his chaotic teammates, Dane realized his fate was sealed. Even senior Priscilla was ready to dive into the abyss. Since talk was cheap, Arabella took action. She placed 3 scrolls on the table, a final gift for her reckless students. These weren't just papers, they were lifelines. Instant teleportation scrolls linked directly to her laboratory. The backlash would be agonizing, but a shattered spirit circuit is better than a corpse. The girls looked at the scrolls like they were gold. Then came the cold water. Arabella's voice dropped an octave. Enter the restricted zone, and you face suspension. Do it twice. Expulsion. The threat hung heavy in the air. But Dane looked his sister in the eye. Trust me, if she didn't adore her little brother, she'd have locked him up. All she asked for was their survival. Now began the War Council. Ernest, the strategist, unveiled a map detailed enough to impress a general. Infiltration points, blind spots. He had dissected the building's security like a surgeon. The plan was set. 0 hour was in 2 days. They geared up like they were heading to war. Ernest even prepared anti-tracking dust to cover their footsteps. And the ace in the hole? Dane's mythical beast, Karnas. The little creature would melt the barrier like butter on a hot skillet. Dane smiled. Using a legendary beast for breaking and entering? Perfect. But Priscilla, the cautious senior, demanded a plan B. They couldn't just burn their escape scrolls at the first sign of trouble. They needed protocols. Dane stepped up as the battle commander. He would take point as the mana sensor. Layla and Ernest would guard the rear, and Priscilla, the VIP, would be protected in the center. Dane tossed the short bow to Ernest. Ditch the staff. You're a sniper tonight. Their survival depended on silence, not firepower. The unknown lurked ahead. Layla gripped her weapon. I can handle monsters. Just keep the ghosts away. The romantic club was ready to roll. The night of the operation. The moon was high, and the guards were low-spirited. Complaining about overtime was their only activity, hidden within the shadows of the foliage. Ernest and Layla watched their prey. The security was heavy, but human error is inevitable. Ernest checked his watch. Wait for the exhaustion to set in. He pointed to the weakest link in the perimeter. Shift change approaching. The guards were eager to leave. Discipline crumbled. In that split second of distraction, the club moved like phantoms. One guard paused. A chill ran down his neck. Just the wind, his partner scoffed. Ignorance is bliss, until it kills you. The perimeter was sealed tight, but the rats were already inside the walls. The infiltration was a textbook flawless victory. Deep underground they went. Ernest led the way with mechanical precision. Suddenly, Dane stopped. The air grew heavy, a mana barrier. Dense, suffocating. The repulsive force warned them to turn back. The Archmage was protective of his secrets. But Dane's eyes narrowed. This isn't ancient mana. The energy signature was fresh. Someone had been here recently. A new barrier meant new players. Someone was trying desperately to hide the truth within. The plot had just thickened. Danger pulsated from behind the door. Priscilla's resolve wavered. Should we retreat? But Layla shook her head, eyes gleaming. It must be the Academy protecting a treasure, she reasoned. We didn't come this far to walk away empty-handed. Ernest pushed up his glasses. No, if the Academy found a relic, they'd be bragging about it. This is the work of an intruder. Layla's greed flared up. Outsiders stealing times, my time's treasure? Priscilla sighed. We are explorers, Layla, not grave robbers. The situation had shifted. If they encountered the ones who set the barrier, it wouldn't be a chat. It would be a slaughter. Could a group of students stand against professionals? Dane clenched his fist. He didn't just believe in his team. He knew they were unstoppable. She buried her true emotions deep within her heart, nodding in silent agreement to the dangerous plan. The time had come to unleash their trump card. Fear hung heavy in the air, thick enough to choke on. They pressed forward. Their pint-sized secret weapon proved his worth, tearing through the formidable mana barrier with apocalyptic flames. The shield was strong, but the fire of a mythical beast was absolute. As the heavy doors groaned open, they stepped into the abyss. Danger spiked immediately. A corridor of infinite darkness stretched before them, every inch rigged with deadly traps. Survival required perfect coordination. Dane took the vanguard, his senses sharp, guiding the team across collapsing floors. He kept them whole because the treasure of life was real. Countless tricks were left in their wake. Finally, they breached a massive underground chamber, a sanctuary void of traps. But their relief was short-lived. A stash of rations. Undeniable proof that living, breathing souls had made this dungeon their home. The dust settled, revealing a disturbing truth. People had been stationed here for a long time. This wasn't an Academy expedition. If a research team had vanished this deep underground, the Academy would have sent official gear. But these supplies? A chaotic mix of foreign origins and black market contraband. Besides, the Academy thrives on glory and public discovery. They aren't the type to hide in the shadows. The theory of intruders infiltrating the school grounds was becoming a terrifying reality. Ernest gulped, terror gripping his throat. They were on borrowed time. The tenants of this dark room could return at any moment. They had to move. With a vast area to investigate, they split up to scour every inch of the chamber. Layla raided the supply crates while Priscilla hunted for secrets within the stone walls. Dane crouched, inspecting the floor for tracks. But the moment his palm brushed the cold stone, a massive torrent of mana surged from beneath the earth. Simultaneously, Ernest's voice rang out. He had discovered a concealed staircase winding down into the darkness. It led directly to the source of that overwhelming power Dane sensed. The descent was long and spiraling, every footstep amplifying the tension and dread in their hearts. At the bottom, a small chamber awaited. And there it was, a mana stone of impossible magnitude, shackled in the center of a dark altar. Dane's instincts screamed this behemoth was radiating the legendary aura of Saul Hannington himself. Waves of mana crashed against them. The floor was etched with indecipherable magic circles, archaic and complex. Questions swirled in Dane's mind like a chaotic storm. Who found this first? What was their endgame? But as they stared into the abyss of the stone, Ernest snapped them back to reality. Someone is coming. The detection spells were screaming. Just outside the old ruins, a group of hooded figures had gathered. Somehow, these shadows had slipped past the incompetent academy guards. Led by a menacing captain, they rushed to breach the laboratory. Their mission was clear: harvest the essence of Saul Hannington, locked within the depths, and claim the ultimate glory. Fueled by cautious greed, they speed-ran the journey, descending rapidly toward the underground chamber. The intruders arrived, staring at the giant mana stone in reverent awe. The prize was within reach. The captain barked orders, sending 2 lackeys back up to the surface. They were to erase all tracks and report any anomalies immediately. Now that they had returned with the extraction gear, the real work could begin. A moment of respite. Their calculations dictated a confinement of 2 months, perhaps longer in this subterranean darkness. At least their rations were sufficient. Starvation wasn't the enemy here. As they absent-mindedly admired the ancient handiwork, a hooded figure took one careless step and triggered a perfectly concealed trap. A torrential rain of steel blades poured from the ceiling. Panic erupted. By the time the captain realized the ambush, his men were already down. Boom! The door to the treasure room slammed shut, sealing their fate. A dubious fog began to roll down the stairs, a high-grade sleeping gas. It was potent. The captain tried to cover his face, but deep down, he knew it was over. They hadn't just tripped a mechanism, they had walked straight into another hunter's trap. And the hunters were none other than Dane's Academy Club. Once the shady group was out cold, the students dragged the sleeping bodies into a heap. Ernest began the investigation, uncovering detailed field notes. Gold crowns and strange artifacts filled their pockets. Dane racked his brain. Who were these operatives? Their target was undeniably Saul Hannington's mana stone. Could they be insiders? Traitors within the academy? Before he could decide, Priscilla shoved a notebook into his view. Look at this. It outlined the extraction protocol. 2 extractors at all times, adding a third when stability hit 60%. If the magic circle faltered, halt immediately and reinforce the structure. The notes even contained a complex diagram of the magic circle. The precision was surgical and terrifying. Furthermore, Ernest pulled a map from a pocket, a comprehensive chart of the entire continent. Maps of this detail are strictly controlled by the imperial family. No common thug would possess this. Are they rebels? Dane tried to piece the puzzle together, but the picture remained fractured. Then, Dane noticed something odd. A faint glint inside the captain's open mouth, reflecting the eerie light of the mana stone. He carefully pried the object from the unconscious man's jaw, just as he feared. A suicide poison pill. A memory surfaced, his mother teaching him the dark arts of espionage. This was a cruel tool used by assassin guilds and secret societies to silence captured agents. Members are brainwashed to choose death over leakage. Hardcore doesn't even begin to describe it. A chill ran through the group. What kind of organization demands this level of loyalty? Priscilla flipped the page, her eyes widening. A header read, "For a new world." Below it, the sacred commandments of this shadow organization. First, security is absolute. Second, the mission supersedes existence itself. Members must act solely to reshape the world. Third, identity is irrelevant. Do not pry. They are one, yet they are many. The list spiraled into absurdity, but amidst the fanatic raving, Priscilla found the smoking gun a string of characters. Coordinates. They pointed to a location dangerously close to the academy. marked clearly with the numbers 3, 4, 5, 8. Ernest, the club's expert navigator, deciphered the code. It's the supply transport passage near the back gate. That was their entry point. They entered without alarms because they had help from the inside. A secret organization, conspiring to steal the essence of a mythical mage right under the Academy's nose. As for their ultimate goal, that remained a mystery. The Romantic Club decided it was time to vanish. But first, they swept every piece of the group's equipment into their dimensional storage. That included the deadly poison pills. With the evidence secured, the club took a vote. They would report this incident to the Academy leaders anonymously and let the chaos unfold. But returning to the surface empty-handed, that simply wasn't an option for their ambitious leader. Dane had his sights locked on the prize, the giant Mana Stone. Leaving it for the Academy's greedy higher-ups was out of the question. He drained every drop of its power for himself. By the time the unconscious agent stirred, the miracle was already complete. The lackeys shook their captain awake in a blind panic. Their legendary treasure was now nothing but a dull, gray rock, its essence completely devoured. The realization hit them like a truck. The trap wasn't just to capture them, it was to strip the stone of its power while they wallowed in despair. Suddenly, the heavy boots of the surface guards echoed in the chamber. The head of the guards was seething to find rats infesting the Academy's sacred soil. The thieves were cornered. In a final act of loyalty, they bit down on their suicide pills, only to hear a harmless crunch. Their teeth were clean. The poison was gone. The captain's heart sank. Had the organization discarded them as loose ends? As they were dragged to the surface, the head guard vented his frustration. Decades of peace, shattered in an instant. Why has the restricted zone suddenly become a playground for chaos? He demanded answers from the interrogator, but the news was grim. Requesting permission to use extreme measures, sir. These weren't common thugs. They were hardened professionals who wouldn't crack easily. They were transferred to the high-security deep chamber. Head guard Edgard felt the cold sweat on his back. He was in deep trouble. 5 intruders, bypassing doubled security? This wasn't just a failure. It was a career-ending catastrophe. To make matters worse, the magic department intervened the moment Saul Hankston was mentioned. If a sloth like Professor Donavo was moving, Edgard's neck was already on the chopping block. Yet, he had to deliver the report. Professor Donavo listened, his brow furrowing deeper with every detail of the timeline. Saul Hankston's barrier. Dispelled? It was an impossibility. And if they were strong enough to break it, how were they caught so easily? Searching for logic in the madness, Edgard presented a piece of evidence. A simple book found on the suspects. As Donavo flipped through the pages, his skepticism turned to horror. The text confirmed the room was sealed with ancient, authorized-only magic. Forcing it open should have been a suicide mission. Donavo seized the book, his mind racing with theories that Edgard dared not question. Secret societies. The mention of an underground organization finally sparked a fire in Donavo's eyes. And the giant Mana Stone? That was news to everyone. The underground was supposed to be a barren wasteland, not a treasure trove. A power source that massive, hidden right under their noses? Donavo demanded to see the crime scene immediately. Rumors of the breach spread through the campus like wildfire. The students could feel the shift in the atmosphere. Something dark was looming. Perfect cover for the Romantic Club to lay low. Priscilla gathered intel, noting the magic department's aggressive involvement. The Academy Daily was already running headlines. Though sparse on details, the head guard's public apology was plastered on the front page. Dane smirked. Let the magic department use their forbidden spells on the prisoners. They would find nothing. The club had covered their tracks perfectly. Priscilla joked that the Academy owed them a medal for stopping the real thieves. Twisted logic, perhaps, but Dane reminded them, silence is our best defense, we stay in the shadows. Meanwhile, Ernest was analyzing their loot. Tracing the items on his map, he realized they might have stumbled upon a treasure rivaling Hankston's essence. Just as the dust began to settle, the Academy gates were thrown open again. The Imperial Investigation Corps had arrived in full force. Banners flew high as an army marched onto campus. The Imperial family rarely intervened, making this a spectacle of historic proportions. Leading the charge was the 4th Knight Commander, Delphine. His patience was thin, and his frustration regarding the recent failures was palpable. Professor Donavo briefed him, sweating under the pressure. Even the Empire's elite investigators were baffled by the pristine state of the barrier. A barrier by a mythical mage, bypassed without a scratch? The implications were terrifying. Delphine turned to his VIP for insight. The third prince, Edward Dante. Dressed in silk but radiating fragility, he looked like he might shatter if the wind blew too hard. Donavo was stunned. Royalty here? Prince Edward approached the barrier, his demeanor shifting instantly. There, his eyes locked onto a microscopic melted trace that the experts had missed. The surface texture, it's been altered. Someone didn't just break the barrier, they dissolved it and rebuilt it perfectly. The prince stayed silent, hiding his shock. Saul Hangston's creations were absolute. An iron fortress that had stood for centuries, breached by an unknown entity. If this intruder could crack Hangston's code, the imperial barriers were next. A threat to the very foundation of the empire had just been born. As he turned to leave, agony ripped through the prince's body. He froze, fighting to keep the pain from showing on his face. Commander Delphine was at his side in a heartbeat. The hardened warrior looked at the frail prince with the eyes of a worried parent. "Your Highness, please. The investigation means nothing if your health is compromised." But Edward stood firm. "I am fine," he insisted, refusing to be a burden. Donavo watched closely. There was a deep bond here. These two held the keys to the empire. "Please, step outside," Delphine pleaded again. "Just for a moment, before the darkness takes hold." It was a tragedy written in his very DNA. A young man branded as the talentless prince, condemned to a life of persistent agony. If only the heavens had blessed him with a sound body, his destiny might have been glorious. Yet, no one hated this mysterious illness more than the third prince himself. The pain was a shackle holding him back. Even with the threat of a flare-up looming over him like a reaper, Edward refused to sit still. A fire burned within him to aid the investigation. His overprotective guards begged him to stay safe, but the blood of the Emperor does not hide in the shadows. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing. While speaking with Professor De Novo, Commander Delphéon received the grim details of the case, pieces of a dark puzzle, but the mystery was about to get complicated. A total mess. To make matters worse, an attendant burst in, screaming the news. Prince Edward had vanished into thin air. He must have slipped away like a phantom while the guards blinked. The Knight Commander's face twisted in fury. He cursed every single able-bodied soldier standing around like statues. Incompetence. He roared for all operations to halt immediately. The investigation was dead in the water. Every soul in the vicinity had one new mission: find the third prince or face the consequences. Instantly, the Empire's soldiers scrambled like ants. Their commander barked orders, cold sweat visible on his brow. But the runaway prince? That reckless fool. The third prince picked a direction and sprinted like the wind. He was so obsessed with proving his worth, so desperate to make progress, that he didn't even check where his feet were taking him. All he wanted, Afer, was for his father, the Emperor, to look at him. Just once. He knew he lacked talent. He knew he was weak. His only weapon was sheer, desperate effort. He would push past his limits or die trying. He refused to remain the worthless prince for another second. After running blindly for what felt like an eternity, fate led him deep into the Bonia forest. And in a clearing, he stumbled upon greatness. The romantic club was in the middle of intense combat training. Ernest on the bow, Layla with the blade, and Dane, weaving magic. Dane watched with pride. His wimpy friend was finally adapting to the harsh training, and Layla was correcting his form with a warrior's eye. Thanks to them, Dane could finally focus on his own cultivation. It was time to perfect his mana control. He had already forged 2 complete, solid mana circles, a genius feat. He even succeeded in layering a 4-chain code structure, utilizing ancient magic arts. However, there was a side effect. When he focused on the 4-chain spell, his vision shifted. He became a living scanner. He could see the mana flow inside a person's body with terrifying clarity. A nice flex to show off to his peers. Dane gathered his power. He summoned a wind bomb, a sphere of compressed air, conjured from pure mana. Ernest gazed in awe at the sheer size of it. Layla trembled. She had never witnessed a 4-chain code up close. The pressure was overwhelming. To avoid causing a catastrophe, Dane tried to be gentle. He threw the wind bomb with the lightest touch possible. But a dragon's whisper is still a hurricane to an ant. A bomb is still a bomb. It tore through the trees like a beast. And finally, detonation. Boom! A pained scream pierced the air, mixing with the roar of the explosion. Someone had been caught in the blast zone. Judging by the shredded trees, whoever took that hit was in a world of pain. Some unlucky soul had just walked into a disaster. Dane and the gang rushed forward. They followed the path of destruction. The obstacles were obliterated, leaving a clear view. Layla stammered, asking if that voice was real. She prayed it was her imagination. But Dane knew better. His gut told him the truth. His test had just claimed a victim. Moments earlier, third Prince Edward had finally stopped running. He realized he was hopelessly lost. Taking a breath, he looked around, feeling a bitter pang of jealousy. The students here, they lived such bright lives, studying, laughing with friends. If he hadn't been born a prince, if he were just a normal boy, the thought made his heart race with a sad longing. He shook his head. No time for self-pity. He had to focus on finding a trail left by the intruders. He scanned the earthy ground for clues. Suddenly, a sound pricked his ears. Voices? Someone was nearby. Curiosity piqued. Edward followed the noise. Peeking through the foliage, he saw the romantic club's training session. Kids his own age, honing their craft, showcasing their power. Edward's envy flared up like a wildfire. He watched the young lady ask for guidance on her sword form. She wanted to fix her awkward transitions. The confident young man instructed her on her footing. Pull back half a step after the swing. Edward hid behind the bushes, mesmerized. He became a silent spectator. Then, he heard the name. Dane. As in, Dane Sogras? The prince's eyes widened. The freshman who was making waves across the entire continent? Even the royal family whispered about this rising star. The boy accepted into the Autonomous Studies Department. A monster of talent, gifted in 4 distinct fields. A perfect genius who succeeds at everything he touches, compared to a prince who can't do a single thing right. Yet, this apex prodigy still trained with such desperation, Edward drifted back into his daydream. A life where he enrolled in the academy, where he befriended legends like Dane. He was so lost in a life he would never live, that he failed to sense the approaching doom. He looked up too late. Something was flying his way. The wind bomb exploded, uprooting ancient trees like weeds. The blast zone consumed him. Edward was caught in the burst. The impact forced him into a violent backflip. His pathetic scream was drowned out by the wind's fury. It didn't take long to find the body. The prince was knocked flat on the ground. Dane rushed over, apologizing profusely. He really thought the forest was empty. Finally, the third prince groaned and opened his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, dusting himself off. Ernest stared at the clothes. Wait, that uniform. He thought it was an imperial investigator. Layla panicked. Did they just blow up an officer of the law? But Dane saw the truth. Sure, the uniform was similar. But that hair, that crimson red hair, it was the unique symbol of the imperial family. Hurting an investigator is a crime. But bombing royalty? That is a death sentence. Layla was on the verge of tears. Dane cursed his terrible luck. And Prince Edward? He had the audacity to yell at them. Who throws a wind bomb blindly? Dane immediately dropped to one knee. He introduced himself as the son of Count Sogras, with trembling respect. A perfect apologetic bow. He begged forgiveness for such a grave offense against the Empire. Ernest followed suit instantly. Eldest son of Baron Dillon. First year, Department of Exploration. He bowed low. Layla dropped to her knee as well. Eldest daughter of Duke Thermian. Fear gripped their hearts as they awaited the prince's judgment. But after the shock wore off, Prince Edward's expression softened. He assured them he was fine. The blast didn't hurt at all, merely a surprise. But more importantly, his eyes sparkled. He was meeting Dane Sogras. Here. He had heard so many legends about the boy wonder. Edward turned to the others. He admired the Dillon family's history of exploration. And the daughter of House Thermian? He congratulated her on winning the recent Danterre Cup. He had watched the finals and was awed by her skill. The tension melted away. The prince commanded the 3 to rise and relax. But the air was still thick with questions. Ernest hesitated before asking, Your Highness, how did you end up here? This was the outskirts of the Bonia forest. A place so remote, even students rarely ventured here. It was their secret training ground. Edward's smile faltered. He confessed the truth. I intended to be a hero for the investigation. But instead, I ended up wandering like a lost fool. He assumed the 3 geniuses already knew about the dark incidents plaguing the school. The prince dropped a subtle hint about Saul Hangston's territory. He sensed the anomaly in the laboratory door, though he feigned uncertainty to test the waters. Dane knew better. No mere mortal could spot the microscopic flaw in his barrier art. It was fortunate the prince played the fool. But Ernest, that sly fox, began fishing for the truth. He confirmed the royal had kept his silence until now. For the first time, cold sweat pricked at them. It was the perfect moment to panic. Dane analyzed the fragile royalty before him. Unlike the domineering first and second princes, this youngest sibling was their age dismissed by the masses as a talentless extra. Yet, something did not add up. Dane had scattered anti-tracking dust and woven a perfect illusion. How did this supposedly powerless boy spot the infinitesimal crack in the barrier? He was no ordinary human. Prince Edward was clearly concealing a dormant ability. Yet, he continued to babble like a clueless airhead who had simply wandered off the path. He claimed to be lost in the forbidden woods by accident. Outside, the royal knights were likely tearing the academy apart, unaware of the vastness of this hidden sanctuary. Trapped in this secret respite, the prince made a humble request. He did not ask for power, but for stories, simple tales of their chaotic academy life. A peculiar wish for a royal. Beneath the crown, he was just a lonely teenage boy. Dane realized this caged bird had never tasted the freedom of the outside world. Ernest and Layla happily chattered away about training and exams. But Dane could not silence his instincts. A shadow hung over this boy. The prince's posture was rigid, as if invisible chains were crushing his lungs. Curiosity piqued. Dane activated his forechains, piercing through the royal's exterior to scan his internal mana circuits. While the students laughed, the Imperial investigation team was descending into madness. Their stoic masks shattered. Desperate guards scrambled across the campus like headless chickens. The air was thick with tension. The Knight Commander was on the brink of collapse. They were blind, ignorant of who had taken the prince or what dark forces backed them. If the wandering prince met with foul play, Commander Delphine would never find peace. Dismissal would be a mercy. His honor and career would be obliterated if a single hair on Edward's head was harmed. Fate offered a lifeline. An investigator located a witness. Someone had seen a figure in gold-trimmed royal robes vanishing toward the Academy's outer forest. The commander roared for the witness. He immediately redeployed his forces, ordering them to comb every inch of the ancient woods. Protecting the bloodline was absolute. But the question remained, why would a sickly boy venture into the monster-infested wilds? Had he uncovered a secret related to the case? Back in the hideout, Prince Edward's eyes shone with envy. He cursed his noble blood. If not for the throne, he could have lived freely, unbound by the suffocating weight of duty. He wondered if the heavens simply despised him. Dane, however, had no time for self-pity. He cut through the sentiment and pointed at the elephant in the room, the prince's right hand. Edward froze, his face twisting in sheer terror. The boy had zero poker face. Ernest and Layla blinked, clueless as to why Dane was obsessed with the royal limb. Instinctively, the prince shielded his cursed arm, vehemently denying the accusation. Layla rushed to intervene before Dane committed treason, but the two men only locked eyes in a silent duel. Dane relented. If the client refused to speak, he would simply erase this memory. But Edward's mind raced. How did this student discern his most guarded secret? Layla scrambled for damage control, bowing profusely to apologize for her leader's rudeness. But the prince raised a hand. He crumbled. For the first time, he stripped away the lies, admitting that his right arm was nothing more than a withered, useless appendage. How? Edward demanded. Dane replied coolly. He had not seen the flesh, but the energy. The mana flow toward the limb was being violently obstructed. To see mana without a spell was a godlike feat. Realizing his slip, Dane quickly fabricated a lie, claiming a lucky artifact fused with his eyes granted him the vision. In reality, it was the tyranny of his ancient mana, but revealing that would be suicide. He could not hand the royal family such dangerous leverage. It was a clumsy lie, yet the desperate prince devoured it. He begged for answers. Dane shook his head. He could not see the root of the curse. However, the symptoms were clear. The natural river of mana was dammed at the wrist, crashing against the blockage and forcing a painful, turbulent backflow. A limb starved of mana is a limb that rots. It was dying. Risking a charge of disrespect, Dane pressed on. What happened to you? The prince's defenses fell. He revealed the tragedy began in his infancy. Born perfect, he was cursed by the time he turned 1 year old. It was a mysterious affliction. He only mastered a spoon at age 7. Writing a simple letter took him until the age of 10. The sword and the staff were impossible dreams. While his brothers ascended, he was left in the dust, unable to learn the basics of royal survival. He was the shame of the empire, a living stain on the golden lineage. It was no wonder the public barely knew the face of the third prince. Ernest and Layla shifted uncomfortably, burdened by a secret that could topple courts. But Edward merely shrugged, accustomed to the weight of his own failure. He trusted them with his life. Besides, today was a good day. The greatest archmages and physicians had failed him for years. Yet, this student had seen what they could not. He clung to the belief that a noble of House Sagras would not dare commit the capital crime of deceiving a prince. Dane flinched at the dark humor. Edward's voice dropped. The sensation was fading. The paralysis was spreading. Soon, the arm would be dead weight. Dane's insight was the first ray of light in a decade of darkness. But Dane stepped back, apologizing. "I am no healer," he said. Edward wilted like a dying flower. Of course. If the Empire's best failed, what could a mere academy student do? But then, a smirk played on Dane's lips. "However, I can try." The prince's eyes ignited. He swore to grant any desire, any treasure, if he could be made whole. The procedure required forcibly rerouting the mana circuits. Dane issued a cold warning: one slip, and you die. If the prince perished, Dane would face the executioner's blade for regicide. Layla and Ernest would be dragged down with him. It was a gamble with infinite downsides. He had ambitions to fulfill, not a death wish. To risk his neck for a stranger was foolishness. He needed a guarantee. "What is your life worth to you, Your Highness?" Negotiating with royalty was madness, but Dane was a pragmatist. He would not bet on a losing hand. But if the payout was legendary, he would gladly dance with the Grim Reaper. Prince Edward was stunned. He had never faced such brutal honesty before. Usually, he was surrounded by groveling sycophants worshipping his royal bloodline. But Dane? He was a different breed entirely. Edward swore on his honor to repay this debt. No price was too high. The entire imperial treasury was at his disposal. His arm was a ticking time bomb anyway. At worst, failure would only hasten the inevitable tragedy of his cursed condition. If he failed, he was nothing but dead weight to the royal family. Edward vowed to leave a final testament, protecting Dane Sogers from any blame or wrath. Who could have guessed? A simple training session had spiraled into a gamble with the highest stakes imaginable. Dane accepted the challenge. This wasn't just a deal, it was the turning point of his destiny. If this succeeds, it's a legendary victory. But if it fails, absolute ruin. High risk, infinite reward. But for Dane, losing wasn't even in his vocabulary. He instructed the prince to relax. He had diligently mastered the flow of mana since before he could walk. His confidence wasn't arrogance, it was fact. He possessed the ancient mana. Across the entire continent, no other mage could replicate his technique. With laser-like focus, he grasped the prince's trembling hand. The world faded away. All that remained was the chaotic storm of mana raging inside Edward. Once he synchronized their wavelengths, the miracle began. He channeled his pure energy into the prince's circuits with surgical precision. He forced the twisted mana back into a harmonious rhythm. But while they were locked in this delicate trance, the royal investigators were tearing the Bonia forest apart. A sheer cliff blocked their path, stalling the advance. Worse yet, the road fractured into multiple paths, and they lacked the numbers to cover them all. Cornered by geography, the 4th Knight Commander felt it, a tremor in the mana atmosphere. He signaled a halt. "Conceal your presence, now." Delphéon unsheathed his steel, his men mirroring the motion. Like shadows, the Imperial unit surged through the trees with silent steps. Delphéon honed in on the magical anomaly, his heart pounding with fear for his liege. Meanwhile, Dane was a statue, pouring his soul into repairing Prince Edward's crippled circuits. Suddenly, Delphéon burst onto the scene. The elite soldiers flooded the clearing. Like a fanatical watchdog, the commander saw the situation and feared the worst. To him, it looked like Dane and his crew were assaulting royalty. He launched himself forward, roaring for the students to unhand Prince Edward. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This was a man past the point of negotiation. In a blink, steel encircled the club members. Even Dane had to admit holding the prince's hand in the deep woods. It looked incredibly suspicious. Instinctively, Dane flared his mana for defense, but Delphéon was a monster. The commander closed the gap instantly, proving why he led the Empire's finest. Dane was about to be obliterated, but then a blur of movement. The prince snapped out of his recovery and threw his body in front of Dane. The commander froze mid-strike. He couldn't strike his liege. He saw the righteous fury burning in Edward's eyes. Delphéon's killing intent vanished. He sheathed his blade, frantically checking the prince for injuries. "Your Highness, why are you this deep in the danger zone? And who are these three?" Edward gave a commandingly brief summary of the chaotic events. As for the details, those could wait. For the first time in years, Prince Edward flexed his hand. The pain was gone. Strength was flowing. It was profound. He turned to Dane with pure awe. "Thank you." Dane simply shrugged, maintaining his cool facade. "Just doing my duty." On the march back, Edward made it clear to the commander. "That is the son of Count Sogres. He is my benefactor." He spared the magical details but emphasized the weight of the deed. Now, the prince's mind raced. How does one repay a miracle? These were noble children he had just met. Yet the prince was vibrating with excitement. Delphéon was baffled by his master's enthusiasm. "Gold? Jewels? Trash." The prince scoffed. "I need something legendary." A light bulb went off. He leaned in and whispered his decision to the commander. Delphéon's eyes widened in horror. "Your Highness, that is too much." But Edward stood firm. For what he saved, this is the only payment that fits. Compared to his future as the emperor, it was a small price. "Send word to the palace immediately. Prepare the tokens." Even confused, the knight obeyed. Delphéon followed orders as they marched. Prince Edward hummed a happy tune, his burden lifted. The commander watched him and realized, perhaps this was for the best. After all, these weren't just random kids. They were heirs to the Sogres and Thermian bloodlines. Granting them such power wasn't just generous. It was a political masterstroke. It would bind the great houses to the crown forever. 1 week later, Dane, Ernest, and Layla stood before the royal gates. They were ushered into a reception room that screamed opulence. Edward greeted them, thanking Dane again. "Look," he said, flexing his healed hand. "Zero side effects." Dane let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His risky, improvised surgery was a flawless victory. The prince wasted no time getting to the reward. "For changing my destiny, I offer you this." Attendants revealed 3 ornate boxes. The lids creaked open. revealing the shimmering royal tokens inside. It was absolute power in physical form. Show this token, and the might of the Empire would solve any problem. It was, quite literally, a cheat code for life. Ernest trembled. I did nothing to deserve this. Dane, however, snatched his up immediately. Thanks. Don't mind if I do. Formalities complete. Enough stiffness. Edward laughed. Today, we feast as friends. The doors swung open to reveal a banquet fit for gods. The tension evaporated instantly. Layla began annihilating the dessert table, tears of joy streaming down her face. Ernest took one bite of a sandwich and saw heaven. Dane leaned back, calculating his luck. A random encounter led to this? Insane. But the mystery of the assassins still lingered. A cold case destined to fade into history. Time marched on. Midterms swept through the academy like a hurricane and vanished. Finally, freedom. The romantic club reconvened to debrief. Layla smirked. Too easy. Priscilla, however, radiated pure darkness. She wanted to burn the school to the ground. I memorized the entire codex, she hissed, and still failed. Dane kept his scores a secret. Who cares? Survival was the only grade that mattered. Now, the golden question. What to do with the break? Ernest was fired up. I'm joining the fitness club. I need muscles. The little guy wanted to get absolutely swole. Priscilla nodded. His combat grades were pathetic. After all, Layla sighed. I'm heading home. My mom is dying to see her precious baby girl. As for Dane, this absolute nerd was planning to rot in the library. He had zero social life. But then, a memory sparked. The Thermian Forge emblem he received on his 7th birthday. A gift from the Duke himself. It was time for a gear upgrade. Maybe crashing Layla's family trip wasn't a bad idea? I'm coming with you, Dane announced. Layla pouted, visibly disappointed. Oh, you just want to see the smithy? Not my secret workshop? But Dane was already locked in. This was going to be epic. Ernest stammered, asking if he could tag along to the Thermian household, his nerves clearly getting the better of him. Layla assured him he would survive, provided he didn't touch anything expensive. It was a shame the Saintess candidate Priscilla couldn't join the party. But being the top genius of the Holy Department meant zero downtime. The poor girl was already summoned by the High Temple, straight from the Academy. Luckily, the Thermian estate is merely an hour away by carriage. Meanwhile, reaching the Ernest family home requires a grueling month-long trek on horseback to the Wild West. Dane, of course, lives in a different world of convenience. His aunt installed a warp gate directly connecting to their mansion. No dusty carriage rides for the young master when he visits his kin. His sisters utilize the magical gate as well. Layla couldn't suppress a pang of envy, seeing Dane supported by his doting sisters in his academic life. It brought her thoughts back to her own bloodline. Layla rarely spoke of her siblings, keeping that part of her life shrouded in mystery. Dane, sensing a chance to deepen their bond, asked about the story behind Layla's brothers. Perhaps it was the nostalgic air of the journey. But Layla opened up. Her eldest brother is a paragon of virtue, currently guarding the eastern frontier. Before duty called, he was the one who always doted on little Layla. Her second brother, however, is a chaos incarnate, a master of getting under her skin. Yet, despite the annoyance, it was clear she was the cherished princess of the family. When asked if this troublemaker resided at the estate, Layla scoffed. That man is far too wild to be caged in a noble mansion. One day, he simply vanished into the wind without a word. No one knows his whereabouts, claiming he went off to train. But Layla saw right through that excuse. Ever since he took the knight's vow, he's been a drifter, avoiding home for reasons unknown. Ascending to knighthood at a young age seems to be a terrifying tradition in the Thermian bloodline. The eldest is the shield of the family, while the second is an unpredictable storm. Usually, noble houses are torn apart by succession wars, yet the Thermians seem immune to such petty greed. Perhaps there is a deeper secret to the second brother's exile. At last, the carriage arrived at the imposing gates of the Thermian duchy. Sir Asmar, a veteran knight serving the Duke, personally stepped out to receive them. The moment he heard the young mistress had returned, he practically flew to the entrance. Inside, the Iron Duke Thermian melted instantly, welcoming his precious daughter with a bear hug. She had blossomed beautifully since their last meeting. Layla proudly declared that her studies were unrivaled, warning her father that her grades might just give him a heart attack from pure shock. After doting on his daughter, the Duke's gaze shifted to the young man beside her. Dane offered a respectful bow and formal greeting. The Duke's eyes gleamed, praising the boy's growth. He had become sturdier, his aura more refined over the years. Ernest Dillon introduced himself, voice trembling under the overwhelming pressure of the Duke's presence. Layla had already briefed the family on Ernest via letters. The Duke, a collector of history, owned several artifacts unearthed by the Dillon family, so he recognized the boy's potential immediately. Layla beamed, clearly proud of the talented circle of friends she had cultivated. Formalities aside, the Duke ushered everyone into the main hall. He had prepared a small, welcoming banquet for his beloved daughter. Dane's eyes lit up. He was only here for one thing, the legendary Thermian tarts. A flavor he hadn't tasted in years. Thankfully, Layla knows her friend well. She had already ordered the kitchen to bake a mountain of them. Truly, a friend worth having. However, the Duke's definition of small was laughably skewed. Nobles from every corner of the empire filled the opulent halls. The air was thick with wealth, accompanied by the symphony of festive music. It was no wonder Layla was eager to return. This was luxury incarnate. The cuisine was divine, and the atmosphere was electric. They mentally noted to kidnap Priscilla next time. The Saintess needed this level of relaxation, but peace is a luxury for the strong. Dane felt the weight of several gazes locking onto him from across the hall. He asked Layla about the group. They were the Duchy's elite knights, and rumor had it they only showed up tonight for one reason. Because they heard the prodigy, Dane Sogres, was in the building. Dane's survival instincts screamed. A headache was approaching fast. Sure enough, the knights closed the distance. Their leader stepped forward, introducing himself as Qantas Daggerwelt. Their tone was polite, so Dane masked his annoyance with perfect noble etiquette. Qantas heaped praise upon Dane's young shoulders. He then requested permission to join their circle. Layla, unable to read the room, puffed out her chest. She boasted that the Thermian Knights were the apex predators of the Empire, second only to the Royal Guard. Countless warriors would kill to join their ranks. Qantas returned the favor, praising the renown of the Sogres Knights. Dane accepted the compliment with practiced grace. His family's order was legendary for their spearmanship, a legacy built by his father. It started as simple lessons for soldiers in the trenches of war, but soon evolved into a martial sect, becoming the Empire's sole specialized spear corps. Qantas smiled, his eyes sharp. He assumed Dane must also be a master of the spear. Layla, the agent of chaos, interrupted immediately. She bragged that Dane was a genius at anything he touched. Even if the entire Knight Order attacked at once, they would be nothing but leaves in the wind against him. Dane just wanted to eat his strawberry tarts in peace, but Layla's mouth was writing checks he would have to cash. Just as he feared, the Knight Order formally threw down the gauntlet, requesting a spar with utmost respect. Dane's bad premonitions are never wrong. Layla had hyped him up to the stratosphere. Now he had to deliver a legendary performance. Seeing the burning fighting spirit in Qantas's eyes, refusal was not an option. Dane accepted the challenge. Leaving the banquet's comfort, they marched to the training grounds. The Thermian knights armed themselves with practice swords. Dane casually picked up a training spear. It would be a one versus many battle royale. The moment the signal was given, the knights charged with ferocious aggression. Dane deflected the first strike with a yawn. He looked bored. Dealing with these elites was easier than breathing. For a combat genius, the spear was an extension of his own soul. Zero wasted movements. He parried, blocked, and countered with surgical precision, finding openings that shouldn't exist. Honestly, he could probably destroy them all blindfolded. Duke Thermian watched from the sidelines, burning with curiosity. He came to see a spark, but what he witnessed was a raging inferno. The boy surpassed every sky-high expectation. Dane Sogres was a monster in human skin. He was a mirror image of his father's prime, using the shaft, the tip, the very air around the weapon, to dismantle his opponents from angles they couldn't comprehend. In the blink of an eye, every proud knight lay defeated, stripped of their weapons and their dignity. Qantas thought numbers would overcome skill. He was devastatingly wrong. With the knights disarmed, Dane saw no point in continuing the massacre. He had crushed them without shedding a single drop of sweat. The Duke stepped forward, declaring Dane the undisputed victor. His voice boomed with admiration for the terrifying talent displayed before him. Afterwards, Duke Thermian presented Dane with a reward. Tomes written in the ancient language. Layla had mentioned Dane's fascination with history. It was the perfect gift for a scholar warrior. The Academy's library was filled with red tape and restrictions. It was better for these precious books to be in the hands of someone who could unlock their secrets. Ernest, meanwhile, was given a treat of his own. A private tour of the relic vault with the head butler. Dane felt a spike of jealousy. He wanted to see the artifacts too. Layla, noticing his energy, begged him to calm down. Exams were over. They were free. It was time to enjoy the moment. The Duke was still buzzing from the spar, looking at Dane with a fatherly pride, as if watching his own son conquer the world. During the conversation, Dane mentioned the second brother. The Duke froze, tension seizing his body. Layla too harbored frustration toward the runaway. The eldest still writes, but the second brother? Complete radio silence for years. No contact, no letters, just a ghost leaving a hole in the family. It was clearly a taboo subject in the Thermian household. Later, as Dane and Layla strolled through the gardens, their senses spiked. Movement in the foliage. The estate was a fortress. which meant someone had infiltrated the perimeter. Dane felt the unwanted presence lock onto them. Taking no chances, he conjured a mana bullet, ready to fire. He issued a cold warning to the shadows, "Come out before I blow you into oblivion." Seeing the condensed mana ready to explode, the intruder panicked and surrendered instantly. Layla squinted at the figure emerging from the bushes, realization dawning on her face. But she recognized that frantic voice immediately. The intruder strolled out of the foliage, looking completely unbothered. He claimed he was merely watching over his little sister, walking with a stranger. Speak of the devil. The intruder was none other than Duke Thermian, the Duke's second son. He had aged and looked rough around the edges, but Layla knew that rascal's face anywhere. Her reaction wasn't a hug, but a fist. She launched herself at him, channeling years of worry and frustration into a flurry of blows. How dare he go silent for so long? She had waited in agony for news of this fool, only to receive nothing. Delward took the beating, secretly impressed by the weight behind her strikes. His little sister had become a warrior in his absence. All that training was being put to good use. She intended to make him pay for every second of worry. But as he dodged, Delward pulled her into a warm embrace. The apologies finally poured out. He swore on his life he never forgot them, not for a single heartbeat. He had his reasons for walking the path of a shadow. He begged for forgiveness, for leaving her alone. He promised to reveal everything, if only she would calm down. The anger drained from Layla, replaced by overwhelming relief. The tears finally fell. Her brother was home, alive and well. Dane watched the emotional reunion quietly from the sidelines, but the tender moment was brief. Layla wiped her tears and demanded answers. Where had he been? Delward glanced at the outsider. He asked for some space to speak privately, but Layla grabbed Dane like a lifeline. She insisted he wasn't going anywhere. This boy could be trusted with his life. There was no need for secrets here. Dane tried to excuse himself, but Layla was adamant, and honestly, Delward knew exactly who this silver-haired youth was. The name Dane Sogres carried weight. Even in the shadows, rumors of the prodigy had reached him. Given the close ties between the Sogres and Thermian houses, Delward let his guard down. He agreed to share the truth, but this was a matter of high nobility and family honor. Absolute silence was required. Dane pledged his word to keep the secret buried, but they couldn't talk here. Delward led them deep into the estate's gardens, away from prying eyes. Huddled in the shadows, the wayward brother began his tale. He confessed that he had been infiltrating the Draconic Empire all this time. Layla was furious. Walking into the enemy's den was practically a death sentence, but he did it for their mother. She had withered away for years, bedridden and fading. Conventional medicine had failed them since he was a boy. He had scoured the world for answers. The trail of breadcrumbs led him straight into hostile territory. A suicide mission for the sake of a sliver of hope. It was a matter of life and death. Layla clenched her fists. Why bear this alone? Why not use the family's power? Running off solo was reckless and inefficient. Delward shook his head. He saw a fleeting opening and took it. He couldn't risk dragging the entire house into a diplomatic nightmare. And look, he returned in one piece. No harm, no foul, he grinned. Layla looked ready to snap his neck right there, but he raised a hand. He had found the answer. He discovered what was needed to save their mother. Ironically, the cure wasn't in the Draconic Empire. The materials he needed were back here, on home soil. He had the clues. Tracking them down would be the easy part. But the most shocking revelation from his journey wasn't the cure itself. It wasn't a sickness consuming their mother. It was a curse. The word hung heavy in the air, chilling Dane and Layla to the bone. Delward listed the symptoms: the fading vitality, the constant tremors, the blood, and most damning of all, the violet markings creeping across her back like vines. It matched the ancient texts perfectly. The shadow looming over the Thermian matriarch was born of malice, not nature. Delward had refused to believe it at first. Curses don't appear out of thin air. Someone had targeted their mother. The list of enemies was long, but the culprit remained a mystery. But revenge could wait. Delward urged Layla to focus. Breaking the curse took precedence over finding the caster. Thankfully, he had secured the counter-curse ritual. Most of the ingredients were rare, but simply a matter of gold. But one item was different. It would be expensive, yes. But the true challenge lay in the catalyst. The most critical component, the Tear of Roxina, a legendary artifact capable of purging any hex in existence. Legends placed it in the Haverox Mountains, the lawless zone between the two empires. Rumors spoke of an ancient ruin guarded by a primordial beast. The words ancient ruin made Dane's ears twitch. His adventurer's soul ignited instantly. Delward vowed to retrieve the tear. He knew the risks, but there was no other choice. Once again, he intended to shoulder this burden alone. He wouldn't involve the knights or their father. He was confident his strength rivaled a mage with 4, maybe 5 monocores. But there was a political problem. Marching a unit to the border could spark a full-blown war. Layla slammed her foot down. She refused to let him face this danger in solitude again. Delward insisted he was prepared for every contingency. But if they were raiding an ancient ruin, why not bring the foremost expert on the subject? It seemed the Romantic Club was being drafted for a mission. Upon hearing that ancient beings and ruins were involved, the exploration nerd couldn't contain himself. Ernest wouldn't care about the danger. The thrill of discovery was calling. If it were up to him, they'd leave tonight. Delward saw the fire in their eyes, but he hesitated. This wasn't a game, but Dane countered perfectly. Strength lay in unity, and Layla added that getting lost alone would make his sacrifice meaningless. The Dillon family were explorers in their blood. Delward sighed. Their logic was sound, despite their youth. Dane looked at the man and saw the exhaustion of a lonely traveler. To survive the Draconic Empire alone, to return with such secrets? Delward was no ordinary warrior. He was a survivor. Finally, the deal was struck. But total secrecy was the condition. For the sake of the Duchess, the club would give everything they had. Mission established. Delward then produced a small, ornate box, a peace offering. Layla narrowed her eyes. Was this rascal trying to bribe her? She hadn't fully forgiven him yet. It was a good thing she stopped the beating, but the demon sister was still lurking. If this gift was trash, the pummeling would resume. But as she lifted the lid, a soft melody drifted out. The anger vanished instantly. Inside was a carving of young Layla and their mother, dancing in perfect harmony. The figures spun, awakening memories of a time before the sickness, when the house was filled with laughter. Delward had commissioned it in the foreign lands, a reminder of their why. The melody washed over Layla, transporting her back to the joyful days of her childhood. Tears shimmered in Layla's eyes like morning dew. This gift was more than a mere object. It was a treasure beyond price. Its beauty ignited a fire in her soul for the expedition ahead, for no one else truly grasped her desperate longing for the past. No one, except perhaps her big brother. Dane and Ernest watched from the sidelines, savoring this fragile, tender moment. If the heavens willed it, their mother might finally be restored to her former glory. She poured out her gratitude to her brother for such a profound gesture, a keepsake she vowed to cherish until her final breath. Brother and sister embraced, the air thick with unspoken love and overflowing emotion. Delward thanked his sister for standing strong as the family's pillar in his absence. Even Ernest found himself moved to tears by the scene. Yet, while emotions swirled upstairs, Duke Thermian remained below in the banquet hall. The Duke wondered why his guests of honor were absent. Unfortunately, Delward could not linger. He lacked the resolve to face their father just yet. However, he promised to stand before the Duke next time, leaving behind a communication crystal code for now. This way, Layla could summon him at a moment's notice. He planned to scour the Empire for materials, ensuring he would be within reach the instant she called. He swore his absence would be brief this time. He vowed to return before the seasons changed. Delward also entrusted them with a pouch of potent medicine to alleviate their mother's suffering, making Layla swear a solemn oath to ensure she took it. Furthermore, this entire meeting had to remain a shadow in the night, hidden from their father. Reluctant to let go of her brother's hand, Layla absent-mindedly agreed to the terms. Delward then turned his gaze to the others. He tasked the boys with guarding his precious little sister in the interim. Upon his return, they would face the treacherous mountain trek together. With that, he vaulted over the estate's gate, vanishing into the abyss of the night. Layla's heart was a storm of turmoil. No sooner had she reunited with her brother than he was torn away again. Ernest tried to comfort her, insisting Delward would be safe. After all, the man had survived the harsh lands of the Drenic Empire. He could survive anything. Dane, however, felt a chill crawl up his spine. He asked Ernest to watch over Layla for a brief moment and excused himself. He claimed he left something in the room, but his eyes told a different story. He sensed trouble brewing. Dane sprinted away like a phantom in the wind, leaving Ernest and Layla behind. Under the pale gaze of the moonlight, Delward entered the nearby city, forcing a spring into his step. He was being hunted. Persistent shadows trailed him, though he never expected them to chase him this far, all the way back to his roots. Thankfully, the fools hadn't deduced he was a local of the Thermian duchy. Still, questions must have been plaguing their minds, wondering why he sought refuge in the mansion. It was fortunate he utilized the secret passage. Escaping the Drenic Empire had been necessary, but letting his pursuers discover his connection to the Altian Empire was a grave tactical error. He had to break his mother's curse, yet these unsavory groups were making the path incredibly thorny. Suddenly, Delward took a wrong turn, swerving into a suffocating dead end. His pursuers moved with lethal efficiency, blocking every exit and surrounding him. Delward had left a trail as wide as a highway, making their job laughably easy. These wretches occupied the rooftops and the alleys. He was a rat trapped in a cage. This looked like the final chapter for Duke Thermian. He dropped his bag, steeling himself for a last, desperate stand. Scanning the darkness, he counted them. 10 hooded figures encircled him, their aura radiating murderous intent. Each was a master of the killing arts, assassins trained to silence targets permanently. If luck was on his side, he might take 2 down with him before cold steel slit his throat. He silently apologized to Layla. It seemed he would break his promise to return. As soon as the assassins received the silent command to tear Delward to shreds, they sprang into action. Swords were drawn, and killing intent saturated the air. For all his bravado, the second son of the Thermian house froze in the face of death. Had he known his fate would end in a dirty alley, he would have made peace with his father. But just as despair consumed him, a miracle occurred. The closest assassin buckled and collapsed, their weapon clattering to the ground. It didn't stop there. Condensed mana drilled through the hooded figures, tearing through their defenses. One by one, they were systematically dismantled, by supercharged mana bullets raining down from the shadows. They thought Delward was a lone wolf, but tonight, the pack was larger. Someone had shattered their trap and launched a reverse ambush on their unsuspecting backs. Silently approaching from the rear, Dane scoffed at the assassin's sloppy technique. When the captain and the survivors spun around, they were stunned to see a baby-faced killer in a pristine academy uniform emerging from the dark. They demanded his name, but the dead have no need for introductions. After the one-sided slaughter, Dane and Delward gathered the corpses for disposal. Dane's instincts had screamed that something was wrong, and following Delward had saved the man's life. It was hard to believe this terrifying efficiency came from a 14-year-old. He had caught the assassins off guard and neutralized their traps, the fruits of training under his mother. Disarming traps and silent infiltration were mere child's play to him now. Delward thanked Dane profusely for the backup. He owed the kid a life debt. Without that timely intervention, his story would have ended in blood. These assassins had tormented him relentlessly. Who would have guessed this innocent-looking student would be his savior? He revealed the assassins had been hot on his heels ever since he crossed the border. It remained a mystery how they tracked him with such precision. In the world of shadows, however, there is usually a beacon attached to the prey. To confirm his theory, Dane activated his mana-sensitive vision, scanning Delward from head to toe. It didn't take long to spot the culprit. He immediately told Delward to check the bottom of his shoe. Hearing that a mana receiver was embedded in his footwear, Delward nearly suffered a heart attack. He inspected the sole and found the tiny, malicious bug that had been endangering his life for weeks. A classic assassin's trick to mark a target, hardly noticeable to the naked eye, but broadcasting a signal loud and clear to those listening. It was likely planted before he even crossed the border. Dane didn't waste breath explaining how he spotted it. The priority was destroying that receiver immediately. Delward felt a mountain of weight lift from his shoulders. He was finally free from the constant paranoia. Yet, he knew he had to tread carefully. As he scraped the mana receiver from his shoe, Dane questioned him. Why travel alone despite the lethal risks? Surely, approaching the Duke would have been wiser. He could have at least confided in their eldest brother and requested reinforcements. Delward confessed his belief that his father viewed him as a failure. The Duke wanted him to inherit the house, but he had gone rogue after graduation. Even if he spoke the truth, Duke Thermian would likely dismiss it as a tall tale. As for his older brother, the man had even less ambition than Delward, choosing to rot in the remote eastern regions, fighting monsters rather than stay in the duchy. For now, the path of the lone wolf was easier. He needed to gather the cure ingredients and prove his worthiness as a true Thermian. Dane understood the sentiment. It was a twisted, thorny path to redemption, but he respected the hustle. With the receiver crushed, Delward felt his confidence surge. He owed Dane a massive debt and swore to repay it one day. Dane handed the prodigal son his communication code, in case the shadows came calling again. Before they parted ways, Dane implored the rascal to stay alive so he could make good on that debt. Delward asked Dane to look after little Layla. To Dane, that was an unnecessary request. It was already his mission. They exchanged a knowing glance, warriors acknowledging a shared secret. Tonight's bloody events would remain hidden from Layla. She carried enough burdens already. If she learned of Delward's brush with death, she would recklessly chase after her unruly brother. Dane quietly slipped back into the shadows, heading for the party. It was hard to believe that just the night prior, the streets had been painted red with the blood of 10 elite assassins. By the very next morning, the atmosphere in the duchy had completely shifted, filled with joyous news of the Duchess's miraculous recovery. She had even finished a full meal, a feat she hadn't managed in what felt like an eternity. Duke Thermian tried to maintain his icy composure, but his relief was palpable. However, behind his stoic mask, he was burning with curiosity about Delward's secret visit. Dane felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck, worried that Layla might have spilled their secret. But his little sister quickly reassured him. She had only told father that her big brother brought some medicine, keeping the dangerous truth hidden in the shadows. With that crisis averted, it was time for the main event. Today marked the beginning of Dane's legendary power-up, courtesy of the Thermian Forge. But to call this place a simple smithy would be an insult. It was a fortress of steel and fire. The scale was overwhelming, resembling a bustling town rather than a workshop. Layla explained that the settlement had evolved naturally around the legendary anvil over generations. Yet, despite its size, only a handful of chosen blacksmiths were allowed to hammer steel within these walls. It was a sanctuary run by grandmasters, and the security was impenetrable. Without a token, entry was strictly forbidden, a rule that even the Thermian bloodline had to respect. Layla couldn't just waltz in unless she was escorted by the Duke himself. That meant Dane had to face this trial alone. Layla had never seen the inside, and Ernest looked like he might die of envy at Dane's golden opportunity. Promising to return quickly, Dane left his jealous companion behind and stepped into the realm of masters. The moment he crossed the threshold, his senses were assaulted by the heat and the scent of molten iron. The scale of the operation was breathtaking. The rhythmic clanging of hammers against anvils created a symphony of creation that filled every corner of the vast space. Rows of magnificent weapons lined the walls, making Dane's warrior spirit itch with anticipation. He wondered what kind of masterpiece he would claim today, but his thoughts were cut short when the ground beneath his feet began to shudder violently. The vibrations grew more intense with every second. It wasn't an earthquake, but the approach of something massive. A giant of a man, wielding a hammer the size of a boulder, stepped into view. The Colossus, known as Volbach, scrutinized Dane with a gaze that felt heavy as lead. He recognized the boy as the holder of the forge's token. Unconsciously, Dane tried to measure the power level of the being standing before him. Facing a man triple his size, Dane maintained his composure and explained the origin of his token. Volbach let out a huff. He had heard rumors of the prodigy. The Duke didn't hand out such access to mere commoners or untalented nobles. The giant noted Dane's lack of arrogance when speaking of the Duke. However, Volbach issued a stern warning. In this domain, noble titles were as useless as rusted iron. Listen well, boy, the giant rumbled. Inside these walls, there are only blacksmiths and those who are not. Even a king would receive no special treatment here. The only exception was Duke Thermian himself, but even his children held no sway. Only those with true qualifications could tread on this sacred ground. True skill does not bow to the crown, and a master craftsman knows their own worth. With that declaration, Volbach gestured for Dane to follow him deeper into the belly of the forge. As they ventured further, the space expanded into a cavernous hall that dwarfed the entrance. This was the giant's personal sanctum, built to accommodate his massive frame. Being half dwarf and half human, his unique bloodline granted him a physique built for the forge. Volbach had zero tolerance for insults regarding his appearance, but Dane was wise enough to show respect. When they finally reached the main workroom, the giant crossed his massive arms. So, tell me, what kind of weapon does your soul desire? Dane chose honesty over bravado. I haven't decided yet, he admitted. This weapon would be his partner in battles to come, a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, so he refused to make a hasty choice. Volbach nodded, respecting the boy's prudence. Wise, the blacksmith grunted, but to his expert eyes, the answer was already written on the boy's body. He could smell the scent of metal clinging to Dane's very soul. A master can tell how a warrior has lived by the invisible scars they carry. You reek of a spear and a dagger, Volbach observed keenly. Since you have already mastered those paths, we should look elsewhere. Volbach preferred to forge something that would expand the boy's potential. Dane was internally shocked. The blacksmith's assessment was terrifyingly accurate. It was as if the giant had peered directly into his past life. The personal workshop was humble yet practical, though everything was scaled up for a giant's use. Since the spear and dagger were already covered, Volbach had a different suggestion. We shall forge you a sword, Volbach declared with conviction. To him, the sword was the king of weapons, the perfect balance of offense and defense. It was his specialty, though he knew Count Sogras would likely throw a tantrum and argue for the spear if he heard this. Dane hesitated, voicing a valid concern. I am still growing. Won't I outgrow a weapon made for me now? A sword forged for a teenager might become useless once he reached adulthood. Volbach laughed, a booming sound that shook the tools on the wall. Do not insult my skill. I will forge a blade that grows with you. That was the mark of a true legend. Besides, the sword had been Dane's most trusted companion in his previous life. The decision was made. Fate had circled back to the sword. Volbach's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Looking at Dane's build and aura, a specific design had already formed in his mind. Now for the materials, the giant said, leading Dane to a secure chamber. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing a treasure trove that would make kings weep with envy. The room was filled with the rarest minerals known to man. It was a dazzling display of wealth and power. Volbok puffed out his chest in pride. You could say, I possess a fragment of every mineral in the world within this room. Dane felt like a child wandering into a dragon's hoard. Every item on the shelf was a priceless artifact. Most of these minerals he had never even seen before, their raw forms pulsing with potential energy. He reached toward a silvery stone, but Volbok stopped him with a lecture. That is tarragon. Light, strong, reflects impact, but it is suited for armor, not a blade. Dane nodded and moved to the next pedestal. As he leaned in to touch a vibrant green stone, Volbok barked a warning. Stop. That is assassination. It contains a lethal poison. Without neutralizing gloves, a single touch could be fatal. Dane quickly backed away. He wasn't looking for a poisoned blade today. He wandered the room for a few more minutes until a strange pull tugged at his senses. Sitting quietly among the colorful gems was a nondescript chunk of black ore. He rushed over to the stand, his heart racing. What is this? He asked. The giant glanced over. Ah, that is arcanium. Dane's eyes widened. He had read about this in the forbidden texts. It was a legendary mineral from the ancient magic kingdom of Arcana. This specific piece had been excavated from the ruins of the royal castle itself, an artifact of a lost era, incredibly rare and shrouded in mystery. Despite its metallic properties, modern science had failed to unlock its secrets. No one knew its true purpose or composition. It was an enigma that defied the laws of blacksmithing. It cannot be smelted, scratched, or analyzed, Volbok explained with a sigh. For now, it is treated as nothing more than a paperweight for collectors, a useless treasure that refused to be tamed. Since it was basically just a shiny rock, Volbok suggested he move on. He began lecturing Dane about the Artma ore next to it, found in the deep veins of the Havaros Mountains. But Dane wasn't listening. The Arcanium was calling to him. It wasn't a sound, but a resonance deep within his soul. It whispered of power and destiny, urging him to claim it. As Dane stepped closer, the impossible happened. The dormant black rock began to transform. It erupted with light, glowing with a hue identical to pure mana. Volbok spun around, his jaw dropping as he saw the boy reaching for the reacting ore. Careful! The giant roared, rushing to the boy's side. But upon seeing that Dane was unharmed, his panic turned to shock. He stared, entranced by the Arcanium's sudden awakening. I didn't do anything, Dane swore, staring at the glowing stone. I just looked at it. But Volbok's nose twitched. He could smell it now, a metallic scent that wasn't there before. The unworkable ore was yielding. Whatever connection existed between the boy and this ancient stone, it was undeniable. Volbok grinned, a savage expression of anticipation. He grabbed the Arcanium. The order is confirmed. They wasted no time. But even with the ore awakened, it was stubborn. When the giant tried to smelt it in the furnace, the Arcanium reverted to its cold, unworkable state, defying the flames. They were hitting a wall, frustration mounting with every failed attempt. But just then, a small miracle occurred. Sensing Dane's anxiety, a little friend emerged from his hiding spot. Karnus, the baby dragon. The little fellow puffed out his chest and unleashed his breath. The brilliant flames of a dragon were no ordinary fire. They were the breath of legends. Under the dragon's fire, the Arcanium finally began to melt. With the problem solved, Dane stepped back, leaving the rest to the hands of the master. The flames of Karnus were finally sealed within the artifact. Now, Volbok could continue the legendary forging process at his own pace. Layla couldn't help but chuckle. The mighty Karnus had been reduced to a glorified helper for Dane once again. But the result? A blade forged from pure Arcanium. It wasn't just a strong weapon, it was a masterpiece. It embodied the romantic soul of the lost kingdom of Arcana. Now that the forge had cooled, and the contract was fulfilled, it was time to return to the academy. But even heroes need to eat. The trio decided to grab a scrumptious feast before heading back. However, peace never lasts long. 1 week later, a notice shook the entire campus. The monster suppression recruitment. A call to arms for applicants from every department. But make no mistake, only the absolute elite would survive the selection. The competition? Absolute madness. The rewards this year were lavish beyond belief, hosted by the imperial family themselves. The academy buzzed with excitement. It wasn't just about the treasure. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves. Proving your worth to the royal family? That is a shortcut to eternal glory. To make matters more intense, the operation would be overseen by the commander of the Fourth Night Order. The very same man who accompanied the third prince. Priscilla sighed. She wasn't there when Sir Delfino nearly ended them, and she missed out on Prince Edward's gifts too. Fate really wasn't on her side. She heard a rumor from a classmate that the battlefield would be a ruin near the capital. Ernest's eyes practically glowed the moment he heard the word ruin. The site had been abandoned during excavation and left to rot. Naturally, a monster moved in and claimed it as a nest. The Holy Department was ordered to mobilize healers are mandatory for the wounded. So, Priscilla had no choice. Ernest, he applied just to geek out over ancient stones. And Layla? She was there for the thrill of the hunt, experience points, and real combat. There is nothing better than the clash of steel to sharpen one's blade. After all, as for Dane, he was just tagging along for the ride. The whole club threw their hats in the ring. This will be fun, they said. But Dane had to cut through the hype with a cold warning. This is a dangerous mission. The selection alone would be brutal. Even if Ernest was on the weaker side physically, his vast knowledge of ruins would likely carry him through. And Layla is a genius with the sword. She would pass with her eyes closed. Even so, Dane wasn't taking chances. He arranged a special training session from hell after class. A few days later, the day of judgment arrived. The Monster Suppression Squad tryouts. This was the Super Bowl of the Academy calendar. Almost every student present was fighting to catch the eye of the Imperial Knights and high-ranking nobles. For the professors, this was the ultimate test to see if their students had actually evolved. Over the past year, Commander Delphion bowed respectfully. Preparations are complete, Your Highness. Third, Prince Edward had returned to campus to personally lead the selection. The war horns blared. The squad selection tryouts had officially begun. Every student, hungry for recognition, felt the adrenaline pumping through their veins. As expected, the trials were straightforward, but brutal. A tournament format. Students clashed in 1v1 duels. Each department unleashed their unique strengths: swordsmanship, devastating magic, precise spear handling, and even summoning arts. The competition was fierce, a true battle for survival. Only the best of the best could climb the brackets. And when the dust settled, the Imperial Annex conference room faced a massive problem. They had no idea where to put Dane Sagres. The swordsmanship division screamed that he belonged to them. The mages protested, claiming such magical talent belonged to the magic division. The summoners campaigned for their banner, and even the spearmen joined the chaos. It was a total deadlock. Prince Edward finally stepped in. Silence. Afraid of upsetting royalty, the room went dead quiet. But everyone silently agreed on one thing: Dane Sagres is a monster, an outstanding prospect that defies logic. Even Commander Delphion nodded in agreement. There had been students who passed 2 divisions, but 4, and with the highest scores in history, unprecedented. Edward smiled. He expected nothing less from his benefactor. But assigning Dane to a single division would only cause more fighting. So, the prince devised a solution. There is only one way to utilize a talent that transcends categories. The third prince made his decree. Dane would be drafted directly into the main Imperial unit. After ample preparations, the day of departure arrived. The qualified students received a simple, chilling briefing. They would stay in the ruins for 2 days. Non-stop monster hunting. It was a test of security and skill. The goal? 0 casualties. The tension was palpable. Some noble families even banned their children from joining due to past tragedies. Talent means nothing if you get snuffed out too early. Everyone looked on edge. For many, this was their first taste of real war. The romantic club, however, chilling. Priscilla joked, "Try not to increase my workload, all right?" Since the groups would be moving separately, meeting up during the raid would be nearly impossible. They couldn't be too careful. The Night Order promised to protect the students, but out in the wild, as the departure hour loomed, Ernest and Layla finally felt the nerves kick in. Dane looked them in the eye. "Do not push too hard. If you sense real danger, trust your gut and run. There is no shame in fleeing to fight another day." With Dane's words, the gang felt a little safer. Finally, the knights rolled in, demanding absolute attention. Move to your assigned divisions. Orderly fashion. There was only one imperative rule for this operation. Do not die. That is all. As decided in the conference room, Dane stood alone, assigned to the direct Imperial unit, the only student with the main force. Layla Thermian was naturally placed in the combat division to lead the vanguard. Ernest Dillon was recruited by the recon division for his intellect. And, as expected, Priscilla Nariel was deployed to the healing division. The pieces were set. The Monster Suppression Squad rolled out. After a long march leaving the academy behind, they entered the treacherous lands of Riwasan. At the head of the caravan, Dane turned to the knight beside him, named Hilderon. Dane had a question. "I heard the original plan was to head west of Riwasan. Instead of entering that area, they were cutting across the east." Imperial 4th Night Order Vice Commander, Royas Hilderon, took note of Dane's sharp observation. Since Dane was effectively an Imperial Knight for this mission, Hilderon decided to spill the tea. "Keep this a secret from the other students. We don't want to panic." Hilderon revealed the truth. Monster movement was detected out west. A massive horde is heading toward the ruins. According to the ranger unit, at least 300 monsters were clogging the original path. That number is no joke, Dane frowned. Monsters usually hate grouping up like that. Assembling and moving to a single destination? That is a massive anomaly. Hilderon nodded. In my experience, the ruins are attracting them. Something powerful was overriding their survival instincts. That is why they had to detour. Vice Commander Hilderon flashed a confident grin. No matter how many beasts gather, our army will reduce them to ashes. But Dane couldn't shake the bad feeling in his gut. The ruin acts like a beacon. If they don't solve that mystery quickly, things could go from bad to catastrophic. After a long trek east, the caravan finally arrived at the first campsite. Hilderon shouted the orders, the golden rule of survival. Secure the camp before darkness falls. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon claimed the sky, preparations were complete. Dane regrouped with his elite squad. They stood atop a looming cliff, surveying the land below. Ernest didn't hide his concern. The Imperial Knights chose a death trap. This terrain is a nightmare for defense. Dane nodded grimly. With an army this size, they prioritized space over safety. Layla looked to their leader for comfort, but Dane had no false hope to offer. The knight held secrets, and none of them were good. We trust no one but ourselves, Dane commanded. He ordered strict guard shifts, focusing their eyes specifically on the Rawasan border. Both Dane and Ernest felt a chilling pressure radiating from the canyon. Even Karnas was restless. The baby dragon squirmed under Dane's uniform, sensing the killing intent in the air. Suddenly, the little dragon burst out. He zoomed around like a chaotic ball of energy, roaring at the west. It was adorable rather than terrifying, but the message was clear. Ernest's expression darkened. In the wild, a dragon's instinct is absolute. Priscilla clenched her fists. We have to warn Sir Hilderon immediately. This isn't a drill. With Karnas frantically signaling toward the west, the threat was undeniable. Dane wasted no time. He marched straight to the vice commander's private tent to deliver the grim news. He didn't sugarcoat it. We need to reinforce the perimeter now. Mobilize the mages and maximize the barriers. Dane demanded a full-scale defensive deployment. But Hilderon just sneered. He brushed off the warning as rookie nerves. I trust my scouts, boy, not the jittery hunch of a student. There's nothing in the reports, he scoffed. I won't spread panic just because a freshman is scared of the dark. Dane grit his teeth. He couldn't exactly say, my pet dragon told me so. He had to improvise. We found fresh tracks. Dane lied smoothly. Monster droppings and fur along the western front. An ambush is coming. Hilderon looked more annoyed than concerned. So what? The commander yawned. Stray monsters aren't suicidal. They won't attack an army of this magnitude. He was completely dismissing the threat. Go back to your tent and sleep. Hilderon waved him off. Dane stared at the man. It was like talking to a wall. This commander was a complete fool. Still, Dane tried one last time to save them. Just send reinforcements to the mountain. That snapped the vice commander's patience. Enough. He looked down his nose at Dane. You are a pup among wolves, an inexperienced child lecturing the Empire's finest. He refused to waste another second on a student's anxiety. Hilderon shooed him away like a stray dog. Dane returned to his team, his face unreadable. When he relayed the conversation, the squad realized the grim truth. Under this idiot's command, the mission was doomed. But then, a smirk tugged at Dane's lips. Actually, this is perfect. They had formally warned the leadership. That gave them the ultimate justification to go rogue. When hell breaks loose, he can't claim ignorance. Dane's eyes glinted with calculation. We will stop the monster wave ourselves. The blame falls on him. But the glory? That belongs to us. Lives were on the line, and the sun had set. It was going to be a very long, legendary night.